Hello and welcome to live coverage of the fifth and final round of the 2020 SuperOne BKC Karting Championships. We're here at Shenington Kart Racing Club near Banbury in Oxfordshire for this final day of racing. And the good news is all of our championships, all of our classes are going down to the final day. So there's something to play for in each and every race that we're going to be showing you here today. Shenington as a circuit, lots of history here. All the greats in British motorsport have raced here through the years, and we could be seeing some of the stars of the future be crowned as champions here today. I'm joined by John Hoyle, director from the SuperOne Series. John, this is just what we wanted, isn't it? All of our championships going on to the last day. It should be a fantastic set of races ahead of us.
Yeah, it's been a really exciting day with some dramatic changes in the championship. Because of the lockdown and a short series, there was no drop rounds, so things have happened today that have going to make it down to the wire. So let's get ready for tomorrow. Hopefully a bit of sunshine and not the rain that we're in now, but it'll be really good tomorrow.
As you mentioned, a shortened series this year because of COVID-19. What have been the biggest challenges for you and the SuperOne team to negotiate around to get this season underway?
Yeah, it's been really challenging for everybody with, obviously COVID, and we've had to have extra rules in place. But the team have done a fantastic job putting, everything into place for it. The circuits have all done a really good job, kept everyone safe, and, we've got everyone out racing. So, hats off to all those people who've done a really good job.
Shenington, a circuit that we've been to many times as part of a series. What do you like about this place?
Well, Shenington, it is an engine track and the straight, so it's hard to get away. And watch some of the racing today, and it's been a train of up to 20 karts, so really exciting. And we've had different people winning on the on the podium, so we're ready again for tomorrow. Let's go again and have a great day.
It's the end of the championships today, but it's not the end of the racing for SuperOne in 2020. We've got the O Plate coming up in September up at Rowrah. How excited are you for that event?
Yeah, really exciting, because that's a one-off. People aren't bagging for the championship, the points. It's the winner, the first one over the line is the Open champion that carries the plate for the SuperOne next year. So yeah, we're really looking forward for that. In the rock classes, there is a golden ticket to go to the super finals in Lenato, so a lot to play for. So get your entries in on that. They're all online, and we'll have a great weekend at Rowrah as well.
Moving on from 2020, this year is seemingly swept by us. 2021, what can we expect from SuperOne Series going forward?
Yeah, this year it's been short, but the response we've had has been amazing. A few people not joined because different things with jobs and COVID and things like that. But the paddock's full again. We're back. People are loving it, loving the control and everything, and the close racing. So anyone compete. It's not a big checkbook job for people compete on a good budget, and the racing's proved that. So next year we're looking at the dates already, and they'll be out in the next month or so. So look online and you can register for next year.
Great stuff, great to hear. Well, there we go. Let's get into it then. The fifth and final round for the SuperOne Series 2020. 2 heats and a final for each of our classes. This is where it happens. This is where the championships get decided. Let's get right into it. Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome once again to live coverage of the fifth and final round of the SuperOne BKC Series for 2020. My name's Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media, your commentator for all of today's action here on the Alpha live stream. We had that chat yesterday with director John Hoyle of the SuperOne Series. He wanted sunny weather, he wanted dry weather, and that's exactly what we've got here at Shenington at the moment. Pristine conditions, a few fluffy clouds in the sky which have come over the last few minutes, but at the moment no threat of rain in the area. We're getting ready for our first race of the day, our first heat of the day. Let's have a look at the grid for it. It's the Bambino C50 New Eras. Max Gilman has pole position from timed qualifying early this morning. Harper Das joins him on the front row of the grid. Grayson Wortley, championship leader, we'll talk about championship in a moment, is on row 2 alongside Morgan Weston. Austin Newstead and Colby Patterson start on row number 3. Marley Fisher and Jack Baker go from row 4. Dax Farrer and Austin Oman wrap out the top 10. Elliot Dimolo, the novice, starts on row 6 alongside Reese David Richardson. Vesper Farrer and Jacob Nairn wrap out the 14 kart field. What a class to start with. No drop scores in this season of SuperOne BKC. And here in our C50 New Era class, the top 3 after round 4 yesterday here at Shenington are covered by one single point. Grayson Wortley, as we mentioned, leads on 475 from Morgan Weston, also on 475. Marley Fisher on 474. Interestingly, though, our pole sitter, Max Gilman, he's still in there in 4th place, 459 points. Hasn't taken a race win so far this season. This is a great opportunity for him to do so here. A little bit of housekeeping. All the same format for each of our classes today. 2 heats and a final. Each heat is worth 34 points to the winner, 33 to second place, 32 to third, etc., etc. as we count down. Finals, that's really where the big points are. 60 points for the winner in the finals, 58 for second, 56 for third, 55 for fourth, and then 1 point down per position as we go along. But let's talk about that later. This first race of the day, as we say, is worth, there's 34 points up for grabs in this one. A bit more housekeeping to do as well. If you've got a second screen, a second tablet, whatever it may be, good resources for you to have at hand. live.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne. You can follow the live timing just as we do here in the commentary box over there. And also, if you want to keep on top of any of the results, because they're going to come in thick and fast across the course of the day, results.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne. For all of those results coming out of race control. Grid being prepared then for this first heat of the day for the Bambino C50 New Eras. Max Gilman on pole position, Harper Das alongside on the front row. Away we go then here at Shenington for the first race of the day, and it's a good start from those on the front row of the grid. Looks like the number 24 of Colby Patterson is looking for a move around the outside from row 3, but into Cafe Corner for the first time then. Good start from the Bambino C50 New Eras as they streak away down through Pitts Bend and along the long Stratford straight into the Stratford hairpin. One of the biggest opportunities on this circuit to overtake, but a good steady start then from our C50 New Eras. Patterson up the inside there looking for 4th place. His key corner to get the run right as you go into the Bruno chicane. This is all looking very good so far. Look out for number 70 out there, which is Grayson Wortley. And Morgan Weston, number 27. Those were your 2 leaders in the championship, both on 475 points before the start of this race. How can they do in this one? But into Wilkins Complex then for the first time in this race. This 8 minutes plus 1 lap race. That's the format for all of our heats so far today. Over start finish, let's count them across as they come through. It's Max Gilman has held onto the lead from pole position. Harper Das in second, Grayson Wortley third. Austin Newstead's had a good start, is up to 4th place there in the number 74, the yellow and blue kart. Morgan Weston now 5th. Marley Fisher, though, has had a good start, up 2 positions to 6th place there. Jacob Nairn has had a good start as well, up 3 positions to 9th place. So 6.5 minutes to go down into the Stratford hairpin. Still a long way in this one to go, and at the moment Gilman and Das will try and work together to pull away from Grayson Wortley. Gilman's best results so far in this SuperOne season, 2nd place in Heat 1 of round 1, the very first race of the season. Has taken a couple of second positions as well later on in the season, but as we say, hasn't had a race win so far this year in SuperOne. Harper Das working with him really well at the moment, though. They are pulling away from Grayson Wortley. Harper Das himself also hasn't taken a race win so far this season. Is currently 6th in the championship going into the final round here today. At the moment, looks like Das and Gilman are just quite happy to work together, and that's good tactics from these young drivers. The youngest class here in the SuperOne BKC season. Good battle going on behind. Morgan Weston with the gold helmet looking to the outside of Austin Newstead. As they go through the Stratford hairpin, looks for the switch back there. Can he get the run up alongside into the Bruno chicane? Big curbs through the Bruno chicane. Want to be careful to keep things pointing in the right direction. Still side by side. That's great defensive work by Austin Newstead. Oh, just runs a little bit wide there. Is that going to give the opportunity to Weston to run down into Wilkins? No, as they go down the hanger straight, Newstead defends again. Grayson Wortley's been allowed to get away a little bit there in 3rd place. He'll just be looking for some calm points at this stage. He knows what he needs to do is just keep himself ahead of Morgan Weston and Marley Fisher. Where is Marley Fisher in this race? Well, at the moment he's in 6th place. Apologies, no, he's just dropped to 7th place. So at the moment, in terms of the championship, it's advantage Wortley. Still our leaders out front, Gilman and Das. Elliot Dimolo has made an overtake out there, has got past Rhys David Richardson for 12th place as Newstead and Weston go at it again. Weston's going to try the switchback once more as they go towards the Bruno chicane. The rest of them filing through there, and once again side by side through the Bruno chicane. Did Weston get the move done this time? No, I think he's still behind Austin Newstead. Great work once again from the driver of the number 74 to defend that position. You see him holding to driver's right down the hanger straight once again, and then into Wilkins. Here we're having a quick look at the number 22, Marley Fisher, with Colby Patterson close by as well in the number 24. Newstead continues to defend. He's quite happy to do this at the moment. Hold on to that position. We're already halfway through this race on the timer. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Little bit of wind. You can see the flags fluttering in the background there. Dax Farrer has made an overtake up to 10th place. In fact, this is the battle for 7th place involving Dax Farrer in his number 35. Oh, and was that, I think that was Farrer getting spun around at the back there. Yes, it was. So Dax Farrer, unfortunately, gets tipped around in the kart with the Brawn GP style livery on it, inspired by Jenson Button's 2009 World Championship winning machine. Here's Marley Fisher, 7th place. Colby Patterson in the number 24, trying to find a way through. And Jacob Nairn, I think, is in there as well in the number 25. Yes, he is, in the blue and red kart. 2.5 minutes to go. Fisher, remember, in 3rd place in the championship. 1 single point behind both Weston and Wortley. Leader, meanwhile, has streaked away. This is looking very, very good for Max Gilman to take his first SuperOne BKC victory of the season. Harper Das now starting to drop back into the clutches of Grayson Wortley as Nairn looks to the outside of Fisher there. Patterson still involved, nearly almost 3 wide there as they came off the Stratford hairpin, and now Nairn is alongside. In fact, he's more than alongside, he's through. He's through and past Colby Patterson there and up into 8th position. Elliot Dimolo is also making progress. We mentioned him earlier, getting up to 12th place. He's now up to 10th place. And Rhys David Richardson has followed through. In fact, they have benefited from the spin for Dax Farrer. He's now down in 13th place. And Austin Oman has dropped a spot as well to 12th. It's a great battle still going on for 7th place on the road. But back with the leaders. This is the 2nd place battle. So Max Gilman has gone up the road in the number 50, but Harper Das in the number 95 defending hard now from 2 of the championship contenders. And Austin Newstead in there as well. Das defensive into Stratford. Newstead goes underneath Morgan Weston. Morgan Weston trying to get alongside Newstead again on the run to the Bruno chicane, and Wortley still there in the green and blue kart, the number 70. He'll be wanting to make sure that he gets to the end of this race. There's not long of it to go, 40 seconds on the clock. Once time expires, leader will see the last lap board and will go around one more time. Newstead down the inside into Wilkins. That's a brave manoeuvre, and he's not quite pulled it off, but at least he's been able to keep his position ahead of Morgan Weston. Grayson Wortley now trying to go to the outside as they approach into Cafe. Cafe will go back in favour of Wortley as Newstead's down the inside of Weston. They've spent most of this race side by side. This is brilliant stuff from the Bambino C50 New Eras in the first race of the day. This will be the penultimate lap. Das still defending again. Is Wortley down the inside into the Stratford hairpin. And look at Weston going around the outside. Wortley goes through initially to second place, but there's going to be nearly 4 wide as they come off of the Stratford hairpin. Look at this. Who's going to yield into the Bruno chicane? I think Weston has managed to get up to second. Yes, he has. What a piece of driving there from Morgan Weston. And now it's his advantage in the championship stakes with the rest of this lap plus one more to go. Max Gilman, as we say, is well clear. But here goes Grayson Wortley. Has a look up the inside there as they approach Wilkins. Not able to get the move done, but this could be a crucial, crucial lap in the context of this Bambino C50 New Era Championship for SuperOne BKC 2020. These two drivers, 27 and 70, locked on points at the start of the day as Newstead now looks down the inside of Harper Das for 4th place and has got that move done through Cafe Corner, through Pitts Bend now on the last lap of the race. Wortley and Weston side by side as they go down into the hairpin, and deep on the brakes there was the number 27 of Weston. I think his transponders dropped off the timing. Don't worry about that. We can clearly see him there in that second position, and it's a crucial second position at this stage of proceedings. He's got a good run out of the Bruno chicane, avoiding those big curbs, but will Wortley try and send one down the inside into the next braking zone, which is Wilkins? He's looking to the outside. Is he going to try a switch back on the approach to the finish line? It's going to be very, very close. Max Gilman is going to take his first victory of the year in SuperOne BKC. There he is over the line. A brilliant drive from pole position. But who's going to take second place? Oh, that was too close to call. Really close. I'm not sure who got that. I think it might have been Weston. Just got his nose ahead. Weston's transponder not working at the moment. I don't know if we can get another shot of that, but that was very, very close over the line. You saw Wortley trying to set up some form of switchback and then a run to the line. We'll have to wait and see when the final result comes in as to whether he took that one. But there's your winner for the first race of the day and a first win of the season. Well done to number 50, Max Gilman. And you never know, with no drop scores in this season, mathematically can be involved in that championship fight. Could sneak in there at the end of the day. There's Morgan Weston, number 27. We think he took second place there on the line ahead of championship rival Grayson Wortley. There is Grayson. Still plenty of racing to go. Plenty of chances to score the points necessary. It's a decent start there, though, for the number 70. So the kart's going, or already in, scrutineering. We're going to get ready for our next race, which should be the Bambino C50 Pro class. At Shenington for the 5th and final round of the 2020 SuperOne BKC Series. Let's have a look at your grid for the first of 2 heats for our Bambino C50 Pro class. So the grid set by timed qualifying early this morning. Albert Friend has pole position ahead of Jensen Ackerman, Edward Haynes and Oliver Sibbald on row 2, Henry Clark and Luca Ballack on row 3. Cooper Snedden and Maximilian Abrahart on row 4, Blair Smith and Finley Hines wrapping out the top 10. Harley Musk and Hallie Findlater are on row number 6. Finlay Lawson and Liam Welsh go from row 7. Sebastian Power and Jensen White have work to do from row 8. Alex Horobin and Ronnie Legg are on row 9. And that is your grid as the drivers head out on circuit for their formation lap. Championship situation in this one. Let's have a look at it. Very close again. Current leader is Edward Haynes, starting from 3rd on the grid in this one. He's had a really good start to the season. Took a double hat-trick in round 1 and round 2. Since then, he's had mixed results. Yesterday's results for him was, well, looked a little bit like this. A 6th in Heat 1, a win in Heat 2, but 6th in the final. But he has got a 20-point lead over Oliver Sibbald, who joins him on row 2. Took his first win of the season in this championship yesterday in round 4. Took that win in the final ahead of Albert Friend and Jensen Ackerman wrapping out the podium. So Friend clearly in good form here. Took a heat win as well yesterday and a 2nd place in the other of his heats. He's very much part of this. 3rd in the championship. So it's Haynes on 486, Sibbald on 466, Friend on 460. You've probably got to think it's going to come from one of those 3 here today at Shenington. Remember, 34 points for a win in a heat, 60 points in a final. And this, the first of 2 8 minutes plus 1 lap heats. Results from these heats will also decide the grid for that final. All ready then for the first heat in the Bambino Pro class. Away we go then from a standing start. Looked like a good start there for Albert Friend, but he's being challenged by Jensen Ackerman as they round into Cafe Corner for the first time in this one. Another good, clean start from one of our Bambino classes as they streak through pits bend for the first time. Oliver Sibbald with the E-plate there, looking for a move to the outside now. Is going for 2nd place. The number 46, of Edward Haynes is there as well. Oh, a little bit of a sideways moment there for one of the drivers up in the top 10 as they go into the Bruno chicane for the first time. It is the number 19 of Albert Friend leading from pole position. The rest of them filing through. Looks like we've got everybody through the first half of the first lap, which is good to see. Down the hanger straight then. Through this flat-out right-hander as to the inside goes the number 46 of Edward Haynes, trying to get that 2nd place and does get 2nd place. Really good move there by Edward Haynes at the end of lap number 1 on Jensen Ackerman. Let's count them through as they finish this first lap of the race. And Haynes is going for the lead now on Albert Friend and takes the lead. Really good run over start finish there. And the championship leader, that is just what he needs to do at this stage of the day. Get in control of the day's proceedings. Oliver Sibbald trying to do his best to close him down because he knows that he needs to make up points, and he's run wide there, and that's allowed the number 12 of Jensen Ackerman to get underneath him and back through, and Luca Ballack in the number 28 with the black suits with the sky blue shoulders. He's trying to make a move through now as well, so this is all playing into the hands of Edward Haynes. Oh, side by side as they come off the Bruno chicane. This is great racing once again in the Bambino classes. Almost 3 wide. Number 12 of Jensen Ackerman back up to 3rd place then, but it's been, got a little bit deep as they go through Wilkins there, and Luca Ballack's looking to the outside. That's a problem though, because Oliver Sibbald has slipped up the inside and taken 4th place. End of lap 2 then. Edward Haynes leads from Albert Friend. Jensen Ackerman 3rd, Oliver Sibbald 4th, who's now being challenged. I think that was by Luca Ballack. I'll try and work that out in a moment, but the top 2 are well clear here as Sibbald fights back now on Ackerman. This is going back and forth already in this first heat today. I see Harley Musk there pulling through in the number 21. Albert Friend holding on to Edward Haynes there. Keeping an eye on this 3rd place battle though, because it is frantic out there with 5 minutes on the clock. Oliver Sibbald looking to the inside again. Oh, a little bit of contact there Ow, now was that a hand from Jensen Ackerman to ask politely, what are you up to, Oliver, or was it to let him through? No, it was a, can we work together, please, from Jensen Ackerman. So he's held on to third place then as they finish lap number 3. But Oliver Sibbald is very, very keen to get past because you can see his championship rivals, Edward Haynes and Albert Friend, galloping down the road here as they go through Pitts Bend on lap number 4. The number 21 of Harley Musk pulling out of the slipstream there, looking for a move. Might have been on Cooper Snedden. We'll just try and confirm that on pictures in a moment. Down the inside, again, Ackerman defending. It is Cooper Snedden in the number 18, who's now having a fight with Henry Clark. There's battles all over in this field in this first heat of the day. Really good stuff to see. The only two drivers who I don't think are battling at the moment are the leaders. They're working together. As up the inside now, as they go down the Hanger Straight, surely this time Oliver Sibbald is going to have the run and take third position. Yes, he's got it done before. Oh, Ackerman fighting back there as they go through Wilkins, and that's going to offer the opportunity to number 28, Luca Ballack, to go round the outside. Really great racing there from Ballack. He read that situation perfectly as they came off of Wilkins, went round the outside as the other two drivers lost momentum. Now, can he break away? He's got a bit of a gap ahead of Oliver Sibbald, who's back up into 4th place as they come past our commentary position here. 3.5 minutes, less than 3.5 minutes of this one to go. Ballack checks over his shoulders to see where his opponents are. Ackerman back down the inside through Stratford Hairpin, retakes 4th position. The number 18 of Cooper Snedden in the orange helmet is trying to work his way up the field now. He's up to 6th place. In fact, there's a train that goes all the way back to, I think, Hallie Findlater in 14th place that are all fighting over the chance not just to get in the top 10, but even higher. Once again, Luca Ballack, 3 wide as they go into Wilkins there, and up the inside again goes Ackerman, who's got a lot of good pace there. I wonder if he's using a slightly taller gear because he had a lot of speed there towards the end of the Hanger Straight, and Ballack has been swamped there. He's now down to 5th place. Ackerman back up to 3rd. Sibbald with the E-plates back up to 4th. And the number 18, Cooper Snedden, we mentioned him with the orange and blue helmet. Trying to come into this now, looking to the outside of Ballack, and Sibbald and Ackerman still fighting over this 3rd place. These points so key for the championship. Snedden looking around the outside of Ballack as they go into the Bruno chicane. He's going to have the advantage on the second part of the chicane, gets the inside line and takes the position. Really good stuff here from Cooper Snedden, working his way up this field with a good amount of efficiency. Meanwhile, 3rd place battle. Ackerman goes defensive slightly into Wilkins. Sibbald has to go around the outside and is unable to do so. Haynes and Friend setting personal best laps out there. Still just working together. They've managed to get a 6-second lead over the rest of the field. This is very impressive from these two youngsters in the 46 and the 19. Looks like Oliver Sibbald might have retaken 3rd place. Yes, he has. Oh, as Snedden goes round. Snedden tips into a spin through Pitts Bend, and that's rotten luck for Snedden there, who was having such a good race, but unfortunately he's going to fall out of the top 10 with that incident. Means Ballack is back up to 5th place, Harley Musk 6th, Henry Clark 7th. I couldn't make out which kart it was that made contact with the rear of the number 18. They were very, very closely packed together, so we're not going to speculate on that one. But as we go into Wilkins again, Ackerman, you can see him just moving the kart left to right, almost tippy-toeing round to try and find a way back past Oliver Sibbald. There's going to be 2 more laps, I reckon, because there's 30 seconds on the clock. Can Ackerman find his way back through? 9th in the championship at the moment. Well, going into today's best result so far this season is 3rd place. He's had a couple of them in heats. He was 3rd in the final yesterday for round 4 of the championship, so he's clearly got good form here at Shenington this weekend. But can he find his way past the E-plate holder and 2nd place in the championship? Oliver Sibbald. It's going to be one of a group of 4 at the moment that are going to take this final podium spot in this heat. Luca Ballack and Harley Musk still in there. That's a little bit of a mistake there from Ackerman through the Bruno chicane. That is going to offer the opportunity to both Ballack and Musk, but once again Ballack just runs out of a bit of top speed there, and Ackerman's able to hold his position once again, but it's given a little bit of breathing space to Oliver Sibbald, who's got a kart length as they come out of the Wilkins complex over start finish round Park Bend for the last lap in this race. Expect Haynes and Friend to start battling over the race win now as well. Their work in terms of getting away from the rest of the field is done. They can afford to start fighting. They're not going to have a 7-second gap eaten away by the rest of the field. But Oliver Sibbald seems stronger in the second half of the course. It's this first part of the course that he's a little bit under attack. And once again, Ackerman trying to fight back on Sibbald. Luca Ballack almost made it 3 wide as they go into the Bruno chicane for the last time in this first heat of the day. And Ackerman is through again. Fought through brilliantly there as they went into the Bruno chicane. He's back up to 3rd place. There's going to be one more big braking zone, one more big opportunity for Oliver Sibbald to try and get this 3rd place and crucial points in the championship back. Ackerman goes defensive into Wilkins. It's going to be a drag race to the line. There it is, over the line. Edward Haynes takes the win ahead of Albert Friend. Who's going to take 3rd place, though? It's going to be Ackerman, I think. Yes, Jensen Ackerman takes 3rd place on the line there ahead of Oliver Sibbald. 5th goes to Luca Ballack. Harley Musk is 6th. Blair Smith, Henry Clark, Finley Hines and Hallie Finlatter. Good work there from Hallie into the top 10. Liam Welsh, Finley Lawson, Maximilian Abrahart, Cooper Snedden. Unfortunately with that spin finishes 14th. Alex Horrobin, Jensen White, Sebastian Power and Ronnie Legg wrap out the field. There's your winner for this first heat of the day. Another win for Edward Haynes in the number 46. And that moves him a little bit closer to the title here in the SuperOne BKC 2020 Series in the C50 Pro class.
Don't worry, we know what we're doing.
Especially with title rival Oliver Sibbald finishing only in 4th place. By my quick maths, that gives him a 23-point lead. We're going to move on, though. We're going to move on to our next heat, the first of our cadets. Geez, I'm getting ahead of myself in the schedule. It's IAME Bambino's next up. But let's have a look at the grid then for our 3rd race of the day. Austin Gibson has pole position ahead of Luca Narroway. Daniel Miron Lorente, Teddy Porter on the 2nd row. Leonardo Gorski and George House are on row number 3. Jensen Short and Ronnie Carter on row 4. Harry Curry and Jensen Chalk row 5. Freddie Denton and Eric Gilsonen are on row 6. Manav Diu and Luke Millward are on row 7. Sukhmani Kira and Jack Jones on row number 8. Ethan Owen and Archie Rutter on row 9. Big field this one. Alfie Davidson and Jensen Walker are on row 10. Jensen Brown and Charlie Clough are on row number 11. Well, this Bambino IAME class yesterday was a great spectacle. Was a great spectacle at round 3 as well, the last of our streamed rounds for SuperOne BKC 2020. And yesterday, your winner was Daniel Miron Lorente in the final. We had a little chat with him. We've got some interviews lined up, which we'll show in due course. Doesn't speak much English, but was clearly very, very pleased with the results yesterday. As I say, taking the win in the 12-lap final ahead of Jensen Chalk and George House. That was your 1, 2, 3. Story of the season so far, though, for the Bambino IAMEs. Going into today's action, your leader is Harry Curry by 3 points ahead of Jensen Chalk. In 2nd place, Austin Gibson a little bit further back on 444 points, so 460 for Curry, 457 for Chalk. Gibson 444, Luca Narroway 434, in a good battle for that 4th place with George House in 5th. Our winner from yesterday, Daniel Miron Lorente, missed round 1, so probably won't be a factor at the top end of the championship. But given that since we saw him first time out at round 2, since we saw Lorente at Wilton Mill, he's had 2 heat victories, 2 final victories in round 2 and round 4, and there are problems for the number 35. The number 35 of Ronnie Carter is stuck on dummy grid. That's not good news for Ronnie at all, and he might miss the start of this race. That would be a real shame if that were to occur. I'm just going to confirm for myself where. Oh, is there problems for the number 50 as well? And that's not good news as well. So 2 drivers. That's Jensen Brown in the number 50. 2 drivers with technical issues before even the start of this race. So Ronnie Carter was meant to be starting P8 on the grid, anti-pole side of row 4. Grid being cleared of parents and mechanics for the start of this one. Austin Gibson on pole position. On the right of your screen, Luca Narroway. On the left of your screen on the front row. And in fact, no, we're going to go for a restart. We're going to go for another formation lap then. This will be because of the problem for Jensen Brown in number 50. You can just see Jensen Brown's kart being pulled away to driver's right on the outside of Pitts Bend. That's such a shame for Jensen. He's looking forward to a good race there, the chance to move through from the back. So the grid, the field I should say, will go round for another formation lap, reform this grid. If you're just joining us, welcome to live coverage of the 5th and final round for this 2020 SuperOne BKC season here at Shenington Kart Racing Club, just outside of Banbury in Oxfordshire. Just see one of the unique things of this circuit. There's if you've not been here before, not too dissimilar to another circuit starting with S in this area of the world. Used to be an airfield here at Shenington in the Second World War. If you look at it from the air on something like Google Maps, that's fairly obvious. But we've got a gliding club next door, and there's quite a bit of gliding activity today. I've just seen one go up. So if you see any winged objects flying down over the circuit, don't worry. But we're ready then for the second attempt at the start here in the IAME Bambino class. No Ronnie Carter in 8th position. In fact, he's just got going. But away we go from the gridded start. Gibson gets a good one from pole position ahead of Narroway. I think Daniel Miron Lorente was challenging for 2nd place. As they come through Pitts Bend for the first time, the rest of the field sweeping through. I saw Eric Gilsonen working his way through already from his middle of the grid start. The number 85 then of Lorente, yesterday's winner in the final, I think has got up into the lead already. A great start from little Daniel there, and yes, he has. He's got through from grid number 3. Very impressive. Remember, he's not in the fight for the championship because with no drop scores and Daniel not at Clay Pigeon earlier in the season, he's a bit of a way behind in the championship rankings, but has clearly got that number 85 working very, very well down the inside. There goes Luca Narroway in the number 17 with the yellow details on his helmet. Gets past the number 25 of Austin Gibson, so they cross start finish at the end of lap 1. Daniel Miron Lorente leads ahead of Luca Narroway. Austin Gibson 3rd. Teddy Porter, the rookie, has held himself there in 4th position. Jensen Chalk is 5th, up 3 positions at the start there was Chalk. So making good progress already with Gorski, Leonardo Gorski in 6th, down into the hairpin then for the 2nd time. And it looks like Daniel Miron Lorente has been out-dragged there down into the Stratford hairpin, and Luca Narroway has got up into the lead of the race then. in his number 17 kart. Yes, he has indeed. Look at the train forming up behind. This is a very, very close class so far in this one. Remember, 8 minutes plus 1 lap as always in these heats. First of 2 heats for our IAME Bambinos today. 34 points available to the winner of the race. End of lap number 2 then. If you're following on live.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne, Luca Narroway was your leader, has now been re-overtaken through Park Bend by Daniel Miran Lorente. And Teddy Porter is not too far behind as well in his number 66 machine. The green, black and white kart there is up the inside. Number 9 of Jensen Chalk comes through and takes 3rd place. So this is really good progress from Jensen Chalk. Luca Narroway trying to find a way back through here then. Trying to retake that lead. Where is Harry Curry, our championship leader in all of this? He's currently in 6th position, so he's there or thereabouts. But as they come around to finish lap 3 then, Daniel Miran Lorente will be confirmed as your new leader of the race. Everybody fighting for these top positions. Chalk now to the inside of Narroway, trying to take 2nd place. They're going to be side by side as they go through pits, through Cafe Corner, sorry, and then into Pits Bend. And Narroway has defended that one really, really well. It's good news for Lorente, though. He's started to get a bit of a gap. Narroway holds to the inside of Jensen Chalk there, but look at them queuing up behind as they're all coming through. So we mentioned that Chalk was up to 3rd. Harry Curry's now got up to 5th place, past Austin Gibson. George House is up to 7th place as well, past Leonardo Gorski. Jack Jones has made a move as well on that last lap, got up to 14th place ahead of Manav Dio. Novice ranks, we'll keep an eye on them as well. Freddie Denton is currently your novice leader. Those karts with the number boards with the black backgrounds and the white characters on them. He's in a great battle with Sukmani Kira for novice honours, but side by side once again, Jensen Chalk trying to find his way back past Narroway there. He's going to have to go around the outside. Oh, there's a little bit of contact there. Just squeezed on Cafe Corner, but I think Chalk has got the move done. Is into the lead. He's now challenging, sorry, into 2nd place, but he is challenging for the lead as they're all diving into the Stratford hairpin. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think that's 7 karts, all in close proximity as they go towards the Bruno chicane. This could get a little bit tasty, and the championship leader is involved in this somewhere as well. Look out for him, Harry Curry, the number 84. 3.5 minutes to go then. Lorente and Narroway, if they start working together, just as we saw Haynes and Friend did in the previous heat, they'll have 1st and 2nd wrapped up. Contact warning there for the number 66 of Teddy Porter, who's being challenged there by, is that the number 16? I think it might be the number 16 of Leonardo Gorski. Yes, it was. So Gorski's made up 3 positions on that last lap. He crept up out of nowhere. Really good stuff as Jensen Chalk trying to find his way through Daniel Miran Lorente. So not quite working together at the moment. That could allow 3rd, 4th, 5th to close back in on them. As we discussed at the top of the programme with John Hoyle, this is a power track. This is an engine dependent track. The slipstream is big round here. So you've got to work together to break away. Otherwise, you will get pulled back in, and that's just about happening at the moment for Lorente and Chalk, with the rest of them closing in behind. So Gorski confirmed up to 3rd place, Narroway 4th, Porter 5th, all of them pretty much side by side as they came over start-finish. And it looks like Luca Narroway just holding ahead of Porter at the moment. Now, I'm just looking at where's our leader gone in all of this. Well, Harry Curry's being scored as down the bottom. Try and go. Oh, big incident there. And there's a bit of a pile-up as they come through the Stratford hairpin. 3 of our runners have been spun round there. The number 17 of Luca Narroway was one of them. Be good if we can have a little quick look at what happened there, as the number 33 of Eric Gilsonen has made a move up the inside. I think it was Gorski, Narroway and Porter all tripped over one another. I'm just trying to keep an eye out for Harry Curry out there in the number 84, because timing has got him scored as a lap off the lead, but we've not seen any incident involving our championship leader. But if he has stopped, that's a big story. I'm trying to look out for the 84. Let's see as they come past our commentary position. No, I can't see the number 84. We'll have to catch up with that later, but Harry Curry, championship leader. Unless my eyes are tricking me, I don't think he's running. So who's going to step up now? Who's going to take this opportunity to close in? Well, at the moment, Jensen Chalk is doing just that. He now leads ahead of Daniel Mira Lorente. 34 points, remember, is what's available in this race. But with the current situation, I don't know if Jensen will know about it. Second place wouldn't be bad in this race either. There they are. Jensen Chalk in the number 9 with the green, orange and white helmet with the Union flag emblazoned on the top of that helmet. Leading from Daniel Mira Lorente in the red and white with the V on top of his head. Very nice design, that. I do like that a lot. They are 2.5 seconds almost clear of George House in third place, who's confirmed in that third place. In fact, no, there's been a change there. Austin Gibson has got through past George House for third place, but again, if they work together, they'll have third and fourth sewn up. As there's a big gap now back to Leonardo Gorski. Not long in this race to go then. 20 seconds on the clock. So there'll be 2 more laps of it. Novice battle. Sukmani Kira has got through past Freddie Denton. Last lap board was actually out there, so there won't be 2 laps to go. There'll be 1 more lap to go for the leaders then, for the whole field. But yes, Sukmani Kira has got through past Freddie Denton for the 9th place overall, but crucially, top spot in novice. Alfie Davidson has gone up 2 positions, is down the inside, the number 44 there of Jensen Short trying to fight past Teddy Porter. This is the fight over 5th place. The number 98 of Freddie Denton. So actually Denton's got back past Kira. So Denton there in the number 98 with the black helmet has got back past Kira for top novice runner in this race. This is the last lap. Daniel Mira Lorente and Jensen Chalk still fighting out there, swapping back and forth. They are fully fighting now, being 2.5 seconds clear of everybody else. We're focusing on this battle though for Teddy Porter and Jensen Short over the line. Chalk takes it ahead of Lorente, very close on the line there for third, but it looks like Austin Gibson's got it. And a very, very happy Teddy Porter there comes over the line in 5th place. So it's Chalk, Lorente, Gibson, House, Porter, your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jensen Short in 6th. Freddie Denton, top novice runner there in 7th. Sukmani Kira 8th. Leonardo Gorski, Luca Narroway, your top 10. Luke Millward, Jack Jones, Jensen Walker, Manav Diu, Alfred Davidson, 11th through 15th. Eric Gilson and Archie Rutter, Charlie Clough, there, the last of those on the lead lap. Ronnie Carter did get out there and ran into 19th place. Ethan Owen had some problems as well. Retired in 20th. Well, a little bit of attrition there in the IAME Bambinos. 2 drivers in trouble before the race even started. And then an incident down at the Stratford Hairpin, taking out 3 of our top runners. We'll see them back out later for their second heat of the day. We're going to take a short break here on the commentary provided by Double Dash Motorsport Media. We'll be right back here at Shenington for more action here in the SuperOne BKC Series. Back here at Shenington then, it's Honda Cadet time, and one of my favourite classes, always, Honda Cadet. Let's have a look at the grid then for our first heat of the day in the Hondas. Jensen Hookey has pole position from times qualifying. Yesterday's round winner, Jarrett Clark, alongside him on the front row. Jaden Sherwood and Christian Stefanov are on row 2. Kasper Tomilewski, championship leader, and Martin Wright are on row number 3. Jacob Anslow and Jacob Giblett-Lee are on row 4. Finlay Lines and Oliver Meek go from row 5. Frankie Smedley and Tyler Lee are on row 6. Felix Freeman and Ethan Bath are on row 7. Theo Champney and Brendan James, row 8. Tyler Davies and Finlay Fishburne are on row number 9. Amelie Ackitts and Larry Price wrap out the top 20. Then it's Joshua Jarvis and Jack Balding on row 11. Felix Smedley and Jensen O'Neill Going are on row 12. Oscar Tumulty scored as 25th. Having said that, though, didn't set a lap time in qualifying, so I'm not sure whether we'll see Oscar out there on circuit, which would be a shame because Oscar's a very, very quick driver. He's clearly had some problems over the weekend so far. So the grid forming up. Great to see the support for the Hondas coming out once again. Quick rundown of the championship situation. Kasper Tomaszewski leads going into the action today ahead of Martin Wright and Theo Champney. 4.62 is the score for Tomaszewski, 4.49 for Wright, 4.44 for Champney. So all to play for. The grid formed up then for the first of the 2 heats for the Honda Cadets here at Shenington for round 5 of the SuperOne BKC Series for 2020. Eyes on the lights then, as we're having, actually no, I think we're having a slight pause here just whilst the track is fully cleared, but we're ready now. Eyes on the lights then, the red, the route, and away we go then for Honda Cadet Racing here at Shenington. Steady start from both of those on the front of the grid. Great start from the anti-pole side of the grid there, through and into the lead. The number 55 of Jarrett Clark, we spoke to him yesterday, he was in fine form, and what a start that was from Clark. Takes the lead as, spin, and a couple of spins in the middle of the pack. The number 4 and the number 20 are involved there. The 4 of Jaden Sherwood. And the championship leader, of course, Kasper Tomaszewski. So trouble already for the championship leader. Time to recover, though. If you're going to have an error like that, at least do it on the first lap and not later in the race. But a little bit of spice there already in this Honda Cadet class. Now Jarrett Clark, we should mention, another driver similar to Daniel Miran Lorente in the IAME Bambinos, missed Clay Pigeon, so unfortunately he's not going to be a factor in terms of the championship, but the form that he's on here, took a heat win, a second place, and then the final win yesterday, nearly got a hat-trick. If he can carry on that form, it's going to mean that the championship gets decided in the lesser positions, and it's going to be about consistency if those top scores are going to be locked out. 6.5 minutes of this one to go, so still early stages. You see the number 28 there of Jacob Anslow behind Jacob Giblett-Lee. Finlay Lines has had a good start, is up to 8th place. Jarrett Clark continues to lead then. Jensen Hookey in 2nd place. The number 10 of Frankie Smedley. I've got to say, he's really impressing me this weekend. I've been watching Frankie race for just over 12 months now, and is increasing in pace every single time I see him race. This would be a really, really good run for Frankie. Son of Rob Smedley, of course, who's such a huge part of this total karting team that has had some fantastic results this weekend. Alfie Briggs, one of their drivers, won his class. We spoke to him yesterday. We'll see them later on in the juniors and the minis as well. 5 minutes to go in this one. Jarrett Clark still continues to lead ahead of Jensen Hookey, Wright, Stefanov, then Giblett-Lee and Anslow. Smedley in 7th place. So that 3 trying to work together now to bridge over to the top runners. Here are the top runners. Jensen Hookey defending from Martin Wright there. Jarrett Clark, Ambition Motorsport, of course, they've had a great couple of years. Challenging years. But they've put their backing behind Jarrett Clark, and he's rewarding them with some great results so far this season.
just seems very calm at the moment. He's not driving too defensively. You see the number 27 there of Christian Stefanov trying to make the bridge across this gap and get into that battle for the lead. His pace is not bad. It's not bad at all. 52.8 last time around. A little bit quicker than Martin Wright. And the rest of the field all seem to be fighting over 5th place at the moment, which is held by Jacob Anslow. The O-plate of Jacob Giblett-Lee just behind. We should mention the O-plate as well. This is the last round, last race day for the championships across the course of multi-round, multi-circuit season. But we have got the O-plate coming up. 19th and 20th of September up at Rowrah. Cumbria Kart Racing Club. Do check out the details. Do register. superone.alphatiming.co.uk/series /register, sorry, / series. All the details on there. Back with this battle though. Frankie Smedley made a move there for 6th place past Jacob Anslow. Now watch out for that number 10. Can he get past Jacob Giblett-Lee now in the O-plate? Giblett-Lee's going to go defensive into the Stratford hairpin, and they're all queuing up behind. This is a great race. This is why I love Honda Cadets. It's always close. It's always entertaining, no matter where you look in the field. And this is a very, very strong field that we've got here at Shenington today. As they come out of the Bruno chicane down the Hanger straight. It looks like Giblett-Lee, another one of the Total Karting drivers, is just starting to break away from the rest of them. Oh, Smedley gets forced onto the curb there and might lose a couple of positions. The number 95 of Finlay Lines is on his outside. You see his novice plate there, top novice at the moment in this race. 2.5 minutes of it to go. Still Jarrett Clark out ahead of Jensen Hookey and Martin Wright, who are still working together as they should to keep clear of Christian Stefanov. They don't want to encourage him back into it. And here comes the number 28 of Jacob Anslow right on the outside and takes 5th place away. Oh, it's contact there! And that is the number 10 of Frankie Smedley involved. And is that the 88 of Felix Freeman? Yes, it is. That's such a shame for Frankie Smedley, who is having one of his strongest races of the year so far. Has got collected. Oh, and is, well, I think he's going to be out the top 20 now, because that pack was very, very tightly bunched up behind. Yeah, where was Frankie? He was in 9th place. That will be gutting. He's still got another chance, though, in heat number 2. There are your leaders, 1, 2, 3, 4. And Christian Stefanov has worked his way very nicely onto the back of this trio. That is a great bit of driving from Stefanov, currently 5th in the championship. The number 28 holds on to 5th place, Jacob Anslow. The number 95 of Finlay Lines is getting involved there, showing his talents even as a novice. Very good to see a novice mixing it up there at such a high level in this field. Behind the O-plate holder at the moment of Jacob Giblett-Lee. Yellow flag out going into Wilkins. Now, what is that for? Can't see anything as they go through there's one of the carts that's off the road. I think it might be Felix Smedley, who's not come through the last sector yet. Try and track who that is in a moment. The number 28 still holds on to 5th position. Oh, there's damage. There's damage on the back of the number 28. You see the rear bar there. Now, is that going to get meatballed? Is there going to be a mechanical flag? Because that could be a safety issue for the number 28. You saw it pop up there. Through has gone the number 1 of Theo Champney, the champion from last year, 3rd place going into the final round today. He's had a fairly quiet race so far. Chops across the front of Anslow there to hold on to 5th place. Time has expired. So there'll be this lap plus 1 more. In fact, no, this is going to be the last lap. So Jarrett Clark must have been very tight, but Jarrett Clark has been shown the last lap board then. To close out another victory this weekend here at Shenington, but it's going to have to be defensive now. Martin Wright to the outside. Will try the switchback, but Clark's wise to it. holds the inside line. They're going to be side by side as they go through Bruno chicane. Oh, that's going to be very brave from Martin Wright. He's going to have to go round the outside. He has! Oh, brilliant stuff from Martin Wright round the outside. Judged that perfectly, but the job isn't done. He's got to defend now into Wilkins' corner. Clark will try and go to the inside. He's looking for it. He's going for it. They're side by side. And Clark's got back through. It's going to be a drag race to the line for at least second place. But Jarrett Clark's going to take another win here at Shenington this weekend. A really, really valiant effort from Martin Wright. He takes a well-deserved second place. Jensen Hookie's third. Fourth for Christian Stefanov. Fifth for Theo Champney. How important could that be in the context of this season? Jacob Anslow sixth, Jacob Giblett-Lee in seventh, Finley Lines was top novice there in eighth, Oliver Meek and Jaden Sherwood wrapping out the top 10. And then the carts that had problems, Frankie Smedley unfortunately finishes in 25th. I think it was Joshua Jarvis who we might have seen pulling off the circuit because he's finished 4 laps down. But there's your winner, Jarrett Clark. Is on fantastic form this weekend, a great talent, and starts his day off perfectly as the Honda Cadets come into scrutineering. We're going to take another very short break here at Shenington. Get ready for the next heat. Keep it here, right here on Alpha Live. Two classes for the price of one up next, as we have 2 grids out at the same time. Our Mini Max runners and our Junior Rotax Max runners as well. Here's your grid. Ollie Stevens on pole position in Junior Rotax, alongside James Jackson on the front row. Charlie Pritchard won yesterday. Starts this one from row 2 alongside Harrison Crook. Daniel Sabula and Jake Howarth are on row 3. Callum Davies and Millie Hart go from row number 4, and then our 3 Minimax runners. Holly Woolley on pole position for that class. Caleb McDuff, your final winner from yesterday. And great to see Caleb back because he had a bit of a nasty crash at Wilton Mill in round 3. He starts second. Harry Ewell in third. Let's have a look through the championship permutations then in these 2 classes, starting with the Minimax rank. Yep. So Holly Woolley is your championship leader. Harry Ewell second. Finn Smith, not here this weekend, is third. Caleb McDuff fourth, and Teo Butler in 5th place. So I think the battle's mainly going to be between Woolley and Ewell. The gap currently 8 points. Woolley on 493, Ewell on 485. Junior Rotax, though, let's have a look at their situation going into today. This is another class that's very, very close and had an interesting day yesterday. Ollie Stevens had 2 hat-tricks at Wilton Mill for rounds 2 and 3. 6 out of 6 for his victories to race entries. But yesterday, not so good. 2nd place in Heat 1, 11th in Heat 2, 3rd in the final. It was Charlie Pritchard who broke that finals victory streak. Had a very good day with, as I say, the final victory, a win in the heat and a 3rd in the other heat as well. So the gap in terms of championship for Junior Rotax is now 14 points. So Stevens on 486 in number 81. Pritchard in 2nd on 472. Harrison Crook, don't count Harrison Crook out as well. 3rd place in the championship, 461 points at the moment. Hasn't had a race win so far this year, but has been nicely consistent. And should bad luck befall Stevens and Pritchard, he is within range. He has a good day himself. We'll look out for him in the number 72, starting this race from 4th on the grid. Intriguing to see, oh, there's a little spin there for the number 95 of Callum Davies. Intriguing to see how James Jackson does today. Starting on the front row for this one, has won races so far this season in Super 1. Took the very first race of the season at Clay Pigeon in heat number 1 and took a heat win yesterday as well. Isn't going to be a massive factor in terms of championship, as over the line go the junior Rotax drivers, and they start their race. Rolling start, of course. Very, very good start there for Ollie Stevens, the number 81, as there was some drivers off behind. Yes, there were. In fact, is that all three? That's all three of our Minimax drivers, I think, all in trouble as they go through Park Bend for the first time. The junior Rotaxes go here. Ollie Stevens has got Charlie Pritchard in the black suit and the black and green helmet with a couple of light orange details on it. The driver from Wales. Pritchard's looking down the inside. Oh, that's a fantastic move. That is brilliant from Pritchard. Down the inside into Wilkins, and will lead at the end of lap 1. So really throwing the gauntlet down to Ollie Stevens. These two were first and second in the first of the heats yesterday for round number 4. Will they look to do so again? James Jackson, we said look out for him. He has had race victories so far this year. He's had a bit of bad luck though as well, which is why he's not a factor in terms of the championship, but they're in third place. Harrison Crook not too far behind as well. Callum Davies, we mentioned on the formation lap, had trouble. He's not been scored over the line so far as well, so more trouble for him. Big move down the inside. James Jackson follows what Charlie Pritchard did 1 lap ago and takes second place now. Does Pritchard know about that? And Crook's gone through as well. What's happening here to Ollie Stevens? He's going backwards. He's run wide. Couldn't quite tell if there was a bit of contact there, but he's not happy at all. Daniel Sabula's got through as well. So the championship leader again. We saw this yesterday in a spot of bother here at Shenington. There is Harrison Crook, now up to third place. So this junior Rotax field starting to spread out, which is good news for our leader, because that means he's not going to be receiving too many attacks from behind. Over start, finish they go. Pritchard leads. James Jackson, though, has set the fastest lap of the race so far, 44.106. Harrison Crook not too far behind as well. Ollie Stevens has recovered and is now in 5th place. Jake Howarth is just behind him. Caleb McDuff, meanwhile, has got the lead by quite a long distance as well, over 5 seconds clear of Holly Woolley. Caleb McDuff, your final winner from yesterday, doing a very nice job so far. 5 minutes to go. Harrison Crook has a little look down the inside, thinks better of it. Maybe work a little bit with James Jackson to pull Charlie Pritchard in. The gap last time around was 0.6 of a second. No, Crook's gone down the inside. That's a very brave attempt into Cafe Corner. Jackson defending a little bit, but then leaves the door open for Crook to go down the inside into the Stratford hairpin. And there's the finger point from Harrison Crook to say, come on, let's go. He feels like he's got the pace to lead this group to try and catch Charlie Pritchard, because at the moment Pritchard is pulling away. In fact, Pritchard has just set a lightning quick sector 2. 29.240 is pulling away here. The drivers behind need to get organised because they're allowing, look at that lap time from Pritchard, 43.863. He's got over a second and a half lead now as Jackson tries to find his way back through past Harrison Crook. It's completely broken down in terms of organisation for second and third. They're going to find amongst themselves now. Pritchard just has to keep going, and look who's back on the scene. It's Ollie Stevens in the number 81 that's got back past Daniel Sabula for that position and wants his second place back. 3 minutes 45. Caleb McDuff still holding his position, by the way, in Minimax. But side by side almost, all forced out wide there was Crook, and Stevens is going to forcibly go back up the inside. This is getting physical out there in the junior Rotax class. Ollie Stevens, I think, still thinking a little bit about the move that Harrison Crook pulled on him a few laps ago. Was not giving up that position, took third place, now going for second place up the inside of James Jackson. They're going to be side by side coming off of Stratford hairpin. Crook makes a little adjustment there, side by side through the Bruno chicane. No way through there for Stevens. Jackson defends really well Daniel Sabula's now coming into play. Look out for him in the number 12 kart there. And Jake Howarth as well. So we're going to have a five-way scrap for second place. Crook a little bit compromised there. Off of the Wilkins corner, loses a kart length or two. 2.4 seconds is the lead now for Charlie Pritchard. In fact, no, make that 3 seconds. He is streaking away as these drivers fight it out amongst themselves. Jackson defensive into Stratford hairpin. Stevens no way through there. Crook has recovered and has now got back onto the rear bumper of the number 81, championship leader, by 14 points. If the race was to finish now, that 14-point gap would be reduced to 12. Nice and simple maths at this stage of the day. We do appreciate that in comms. 2 minutes to go. Ollie Stevens, with the results of yesterday's fourth round of the championship fresh in the memory, will be conscious of how important each position is. But at the same time, not want to get taken out, not want to get involved in any silly incidents. He would still have a good championship lead if things were to finish this way. Jackson, Stevens, Crook, Sabula, Howarth, that's second down to 6th place. Nobody making a move at the moment. There's Callum McDuff. There's your leader in Minimax ahead of Holly Woolley. Now the number 2. Harry Ewell still out there as well as, look at this, and Stevens, is that Stevens through? Yes, it is. Ollie Stevens back up into 2nd place then. And Daniel Sabula has got through as well, is up to 3rd. So Jackson and Crook being forced back there. Number 36 of Jake Howarth getting involved as well. Gets re-overtaken by Daniel Sabula, so it's all going, and apologies Harrison Crook, so it's all going back and forth. This is playing still though into the hands of Charlie Pritchard, who's looking like he's going to take another victory. 2 more laps then, I'd imagine. There was a driving conduct flag out there. I didn't quite make out who that was for. Where's James Jackson in all of this? In fact, no, James Jackson's got down the road. Apologies. James Jackson is still in 2nd place then. So it's been battling over 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th that has allowed James Jackson to get away. So Ollie Stevens is still losing 2 points of his championship lead. It would be down to 12. And given that there was an 8-point swing in the second race yesterday between Pritchard and Stevens, and then a further 4-point swing in the final, I think this will be nervous times for Ollie Stevens. He's just got to keep calm, keep putting those points in, getting them on the board at this late stage of this truncated SuperOne season. Fascinating to watch. He's almost a little bit halfway house between a full 9, 10, 11 round championship, as we're normally accustomed to, and a one-day Grand Prix or open event. But we are on the last lap here for this first heat of the day for the junior Rotax drivers. Charlie Pritchard is going to take an easy victory. Brilliant stuff from the driver from Wales. He takes 34 points, and a crucial 34 points in his championship bid. James Jackson helps him out as well, 2nd place, ahead of championship leader Ollie Stevens 3rd, Daniel Sabula 4th, Harrison Crook 5th, Jake Howarth wrapping out the top 6. Millie Hart, our single novice in that race, finishes in 7th. Callum McDuff should be the winner coming over the line in Minimax, ahead of Holly Woolley and Harry Ewell. There we see rolling into scrutineering now. Charlie Pritchard, what a weekend, another victory to follow up the win in Heat 1 yesterday, and then the final victory, is applying the pressure to our championship leader. We're going to take another short break here and get ready for the next race here on your Alpha Live stream. let's have a look at the grid then for our next race, which will be our senior Rotaxes. Oh, apologies, we had a slight technical hitch. No worries. Gives us a chance to talk about championship for our senior Rotax runners. Let me just pull it up on my screen here. Jack Tritton is your leader in the championship on 479 points. And he's got a good position here in what's a very competitive class. 17 points is his lead over Ethan Ling in second place, Travis Coyne in third. Here's your grid for senior Rotax. So this based on times qualifying this morning. Oh, apologies, I've got something different. I think that was our how they formed up this morning. I've got a grid of Rob Ellis on pole position with a 42.372, Harry Torpy second, Rufus Hunt and Casey Watson is row 2. Apologies there for a technical hitch with the grid graphic. Row 3 is Travis Coyne and Jack Tritton, Harry Canham and Ethan Ling row 4, Joshua Torpy and Thomas Parker row 5, Thomas Taylor and Harry James on row 6. Remember, results.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne/2020. On there you will find Shenington round 5 race day. So a very, very intriguing grid this, because our championship leader starts P6. Our second place in championship driver, Ethan Ling, starts P8. There we're having a quick look at our pole sitter, Rob Ellis. Rufus Hunt there. Tony Cart, Travis Coyne, who had a great day at Wilton Mill in round 2, took a hat-trick that day. He's got work to do from 5th on the grid. Now let's have a look out for this man though. Joshua Torpy, both the Torpies, Harry and Joshua, have been on great form this year. Been watching them race a lot. And Joshua will be a force through from 9th on the grid there. The Litchfield Motorsport driver. Harry James, work to do from 12th. Thomas Parker, number 27. Ethan Ling. Now he really has work to do if he's going to wrestle this championship lead away from Jack Tritton. There's your reigning champion, Casey Watson, the number 1. Not been the best of seasons for Casey though. Currently 5th in points on 426. A bit of a lonely spot at the moment. 20 points behind Rob Ellis in 4th. But well clear, 31 points clear of Harry James in 6th. So our senior Rotax drivers head out on circuit now then. We'll have one brief formation lap. As, oh, the waft of exhaust and oil and all kinds of fumes fills our commentary box here at Shenington. That's a lovely smell, I've got to be honest, from our senior Rotax carts there. We're going to get ready then. Rob Ellis on pole position, Harry Torpy alongside on the front row. Away we go then. Very good start from Rob Ellis. Forces Harry Torpy out wide there and goes, no mate, you are not coming through me there. And Rob Ellis will lead as they go off of Pitts Bend for the first time. Down into Stratford. Big move being made there. I think that was Rufus Hunt getting involved. There's 2 spinners towards the back. There's the number 27 of Thomas Parker and the 55 of Harry James. So their race is pretty much done already. They're off the pack. There goes the number 75 of Joshua Torpy. We said to look out for him, being aggressive and trying to come through the field. He's made up a couple of positions already. But Rob Ellis will lead down the inside again there. Was that the number 53 of Rufus Hunt? We'll just try and count them through as they come over start-finish. It was Rufus Hunt, so Rufus Hunt leads ahead of Rob Ellis. Harry Torpy in 3rd. Travis Coyne has had a good start. He's up to P4. Casey Watson 5th. Jack Tritton holds in 6th place. Joshua Torpy up 2 positions to 7th. Torpy, Harry Torpy that is, going down the inside for 2nd place. Gets 2nd place. Good move there on Rob Ellis. And I think Travis Coyne came through as well for 3rd place. Down the back straight then, down the hanger straight into Wilkins Complex. Plenty of experience in this field, of course, being a senior class. You just see Jack Tritton there. He's just got to be patient. He doesn't need to go diving in, especially when you consider that each position is worth 1 point gain, and his championship lead is 17. Doesn't need to go all out in this race, but it has made the move down the inside there of Casey Watson. Will that #1 plate be trading between those two drivers at the end of proceedings here today? We'll wait and see. That's Tritton up to 5th place. His results yesterday, a 3rd and 4th in the heats, and then 3rd in the final. If he was to do that again here today, pretty sure that would make him champion. 5 minutes 45 of this one to go. Still the number 53 of Rufus Hunt out there in the lead. Harry Torpy challenging him though. Harry Torpy, your winner in round 4 yesterday. As you say, it was in fine form. Took a heat win and a 2nd place, so was 1 position off making it a hat-trick yesterday. Is not a factor in the championship. Another driver who couldn't make it down to Clay Pigeon, unfortunately, with no drop scores this season. That takes him out of the championship running on 375 points. But could help our championship leader if he starts swallowing up the big points at the front of each field. And has just set a 42.391, so he's putting the pressure on Rufus Hunt. Ethan Ling there, you just see with the very, very much Wales-inspired helmet. White, green and red colours on it, with a dragon emblazoned on it. What can he do? He's currently down in 9th position. That's not where he wants to be. That's not where he needs to be to start closing in Jack Tritton in the championship. If things were to stay as they were, it would be a 4-point gain for Tritton, extending his lead. Rob Ellis staring at the rear bumper of Travis Coyne's number 70 machine at the moment. Just a bit of a gap starting to open up between 3rd and 2nd. So will Rob Ellis think about a move down into Wilkins? If he wants to win this race, he's got to get on with it. He's got to get through. And oh, he gets really deep on the brakes there. Coyne covered it off really well. Just cut to the inside a little bit. That's put that doubt in Ellis's mind as through, and that's Joshua Torpy. Joshua Torpy, we said to look out for him. He's on the move. He's just got past Jack Tritton for 5th place. And down the inside, Ellis has got the move done now. So Rob Ellis back up to 3rd place, has got past Travis Coyne. That was a key move. I don't think Coyne has the pace in this race for whatever reason to hold on to Hunt and Torpy. The gap was pretty much a 2nd. It'll be more than a 2nd now, as Ellis has made that move. Oh, big move. Down the inside into Wilkins goes Joshua Torpy. He's got it. He's got 4th place now. Tritton's pulled through into 5th, so it's not been a good lap for Travis Coyne at all. He loses 3 positions, but that was classic Joshua Torpy. Hard on the brakes down into Wilkins' corner. Decisive, and got the move done. Now, can he get onto the rear bumper of Rob Ellis? Can he work with the number 46 to start to close in the top 2? There is still time in this race. 2 minutes 37 on the clock to go, plus 1 lap after time expires, of course. Just got to get organised, though, at this stage of the race. Ethan Ling's got a position. He's now 8th in the standings in this first heat of the day for senior Rotax. There are your leaders, Rufus Hunt and Harry Torpy. Harry's just quite happy at the moment just to sit there. It's too early to start fighting, really. They'll be conscious that the rest of the field will be trying to close in on them. Through the Bruno chicane. Still working together, the 2 leaders. There's the closing pack, and here comes Joshua Torpy again. Oh my goodness. Well, you do not often see a move going through Hanger Corner It's a risky one because there's a huge curb on the inside of Hanger Corner, but he went for it, he sent it, and he's got up into third place. What an overtake on Rob Ellis that was. And Ellis is going to fight back here. He did not like that at all. Retakes the position down into the Stratford hairpin. I love watching Joshua race. I've got to say, he always gives it 100%. Now he's going to try it again as they come down the Hanger straight again. Rob Ellis is wiser to it this time. Goes defensive through Hanger Corner. And is defensive into Wilkins as well. So this is just a scrap now. They are not going to work together to close in Harry Torpey and Rufus Hunt out there in first and second. They are just going to fight for this third place. And our championship leader who's involved, still there, Jack Tritton. Doesn't need to make a move at this stage, remember. His closest contender is down the order as Joshua Torpey goes down the inside into the Stratford hairpin again. It's going to be 3 wide. The former champion, or the reigning champion, trying to get involved as well. Casey Watson in the number 1. And I think Tritton's got through. Yes, Jack Tritton's got through. Now that could be crucial as well. Another position, another point, another step closer possibly to the Super 1 title for Senior Rotax. It's all breaking down behind them. 2 laps to go then. Time will expire on this next one. Joshua Torpey to the inside of Casey Watson side by side as they go through Park Bend. Great stuff from the Senior Rotaxers. And it looks like Travis Coyne's trying to get back involved in this. And this is good for Ethan Ling as well. He needs positions. He needs points and he's closing in as Coyne goes down the inside of Watson now through Stratford hairpin. Ethan Ling is going to get alongside. Needs to make the move into Bruno chicane, but doesn't. Slips in behind. Still there in 8th place. Time has expired. Anything could happen in the remaining lap and a bit of this first heat for the Senior Rotax. Big move by Ethan Ling down the inside into Wilkins. Gets past Casey Watson, so that's another point for him. He's got to go. He's got to go now if he's harbouring any hopes of closing Jack Tritton in. Here are your leaders. And Harry Torpey's got through. Harry Torpey's got past Rufus Hunt there. Apologies, we didn't catch it on camera. And Hunt's now trying to fight back as they go through the Bruno chicane for the last time in this heat. 34 points available for the winner. 33 for second place. Both of these drivers, though, not fighting for championship today. They're just fighting for the round win. Can Harry Torpey hold it to the inside? He does. He's going to get the run off the final corner. What a race this has been from the Senior Rotaxers. And another win in the books for Harry Torpey to follow up the final victory yesterday. He wins by less than a tenth ahead of Rufus Hunt. 3rd place to Rob Ellis, but a very important 4th place for Jack Tritton. Another championship leader moving ever so closer to a Super 1 title, and that's good to see. That's very good to see. Appreciation between the 2 drivers at the front of this field. Wow, well, let's catch our breaths after that one. A great first heat from the Senior Rotaxers. We'll see them back out again later. We're going to take another short break before, if I'm correct in my schedule reading, the first heat today for our mini rock class. Back here at Shenington then, you're watching coverage of the 5th and final round of the 2020 SuperOne BKC Series. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media providing commentary for you today here on your Alpha Live stream. Let's talk Mini Rock. Let's have a look at the grid if we've got it. Oliver Stilp has pole position ahead of Aidan Hassan on the front row. Taylor Orridge going for the title today. Defence of his title is there on row number 2. Apologies. We've skipped on a little bit there. Seeing the rest of the grid filing through. Apologies, we'll just pull it up again in a moment. Taylor Orridge alongside Jacob Ashcroft on the 2nd row. Alfie Richards and Archie Heron row 3. Milo Manderson and Harry Bartle are on row 4. Time Measure and Sam Woolley on row 5. Zane Quecker and Joshua Turnbull on row 6. Jake Woods and Poppy Thomas, row 7. Cameron Edmonds and Charlie Lomas are on row 8. Jack Santon, Archie Lovett there on row 9. Gracie Mitchell and Ollie Poole go from row 10. Max Hollor and Ty Cuthbert on row 11. Charlie Benson, the last of your qualifiers this morning there, 23rd on the grid. Championship looks like this. Taylor Orridge, as we say, is defending his title and currently leading the championship on 376. No, he's not, because that was after round 3. Apologies. All the screens are going wrong. 1 second, folks, as we pull it up. But Taylor Orridge was your winner yesterday in the final, so still leads the championship.
So am I live?
Was very, very excited with the final victory as well, which is always good to see. Oliver Stilp was 2nd in the final yesterday. Archie Heron 3rd. Jacob Ashcroft 4th. Jake Woods 5th. So we'll get those updated scores for you later on before we get into Heat 2. There is championship leader. I should say as well, big thanks today to one of our sponsors who are present at the circuit today, CWG Choices, for all your windows and door supply needs. If you're a property developer, any need of installation of PVC, aluminium, timber, windows and doors, go check them out, www.cwgchoices.com, or on their Facebook page as well. Big thanks to them for sponsoring not just the competition this year, but also the prize draw for a brand new Arai racing helmet as well here today. We'll wait and see who's won that one. Or was going to win that one, I should say. It's a random draw. But yeah, here's your mini rock field, heading out now on circuit. Just to run through that grid once again for this first of 2 heats for the mini rocks at Shenington today. Timed qualifying decided it, of course, earlier this morning. Oliver Stilp on pole position, Aidan Hassan 2nd, Taylor Orridge 3rd, Jacob Ashcroft 4th, Alfie Richards and Archie Heron wrapping out the 3rd row of the grid. Here we go then. First heat of the day for the mini rocks. Across start finish, away we go for 8 minutes plus 1 lap, and it's a very even start at the front of the grid as Taylor Orridge is already fighting through. He's got 2nd place. Crucial move there for the championship leader. One spinner towards the back of the field. It's the number 99 of Cameron Edmonds, unfortunately. Down into Stratford Hairpin they go for the first time in this one. All the rest of them making their way through. Been a great class this. They put on a fantastic show at Wilton Mill for round 3. If you missed round 3, you can watch that back over on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. If you've not subscribed already, please do so. As contact there from about 6th position, and a bit of a ride up there. Couldn't quite make out which driver it was as they come across to finish lap number 1. I think it might have been Jacob Ashcroft, because he's fallen down the order a long way as well. But it's still leading from Hassan, Orridge 3rd. And they are clear of the rest of the field with Harry Bartle. Great start for Harry Bartle, up 4 positions, but he's been challenged now. And I think he's lost a position or 2 out there to the likes of Archie Heron and Milo Manderson. There's your 3 leaders. Oliver Stilp in the number 7. The O-plate of Aidan Hassan, who's challenging for the lead there. And Taylor Orridge, he's another driver in the kind of situation of not needing to go all out today. Just needs to pick up the points. But he's going through it there into Cafe Corner. Takes 2nd place away from Oliver Stilp. So Stilp now down to 3rd. Aidan Hassan leading, and Orridge now going down the inside for the lead. Oh, he's a little bit deep though, and Hassan's going to cut back. Yep, really well done there by Aidan Hassan. Read that one perfectly. Just gave Orridge enough space to get back up the inside, but Orridge has gone for it again. This is brilliant stuff from Taylor Orridge. He's been on it all weekend and has taken the lead for the first time in this race through the Bruno chicane. Has he held on to it though? Yeah, he'll be confirmed as new leader as they come round to finish lap number 3. Coming off of Cafe Corner then, Taylor Orridge, I say, was very excitable yesterday. Was great to see a driver enjoying the racing. Oh, down the inside, that's a great move by Aidan Hassan. Oliver Stilp was looking as well. Well, we did see very similar stuff to this at Wilton Mill. These 3 drivers do seem to be a little bit quicker than the others. And they've had some great fights so far this season. They have come to blows though at times. Even that victory for Ty Measure in the last round where he stuck it in there, kept it in 4th place, and the top 3 had contact late on in the race that opened the door for Measure to take that victory. 4.5 minutes to go. Archie Heron, the novice and rookie, is now up to position behind this trio. Milo Manderson is following through in 5th. They're starting to pull away from Alfie Richards in 6th place. Good race so far from Zane Quacker, who's come up into 8th place, making some very good progress. There's Milo Manderson at number 77. Trying to pull away from the trio behind. At the moment, Archie Lovett made a move last time around for 21st position past Ty Cuthbert. Some moves further down the field as well to tell you about. Gracie Mitchell up 2 positions to 12th place. Got past Charlie Lomas and Max Haller on that last lap. Jake Woods also up 2 positions, has got past Bobby Thomas and Ollie Poole. Jacob Ashcroft recovering. Is now 18th ahead of Ty Measure, who's not having a happy time of it out there, unfortunately. Ty, I know he's got a lot more pace than what's being shown at the moment, so I don't know if he's got a kart problem out there. Hopefully we can get those problems resolved before the afternoon's running. Still your leaders though, Orridge from Hassan Stilp. Battle for 4th place that we're looking at on screen at the moment. Milo Manderson and Archie Heron. Change of the lead again though. Aidan Hassan has got back past Taylor Orridge at the end of lap number 6. Still very close there out front between those 3. Pulling away from the rest of the field as Orridge goes back down the inside into the Stratford hairpin. Hassan looks for the switchback. Going to be side by side as they run into the Bruno chicane. But this is a spot that Orridge is strong in. Can he hold that lead as they come off of the chicane? Yes, he can. So back into the 3 flying formation. But Hassan's going to look down the inside. Oh, a little bit of contact between Hassan and Orridge, and Stilp's going to try and go around the outside, gets 2nd place. That was very brave from Aidan Hassan, and we did mention it, that these drivers, this trio, they're very, very evenly matched. Very quick, but they all want to win. They're all very competitive. And we have seen these 3 drivers have problems before this season in Super 1. 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes to go, and just to demonstrate that, half a second taken out by Milo Manderson. The Manderson Heron Richards group is working together quite well, and in fact they've got a bit more help from Harry Bartle as well. As down the inside this time goes Oliver Stilp. He takes the lead away from Aidan Hassan. Everyone's going for it down into Wilkins today. Cross start finish, 90 seconds to go. Stilp confirmed as your new leader ahead of Orridge and Hassan. What is the pace like for Milo Manderson? It's good. It's very good. 48.941 last time around. Took out another 7.5 tenths of a second from Aidan Hassan, now in 3rd. So this could get very interesting towards the latter stages of this first heat for the Mini Rocks. Because Milo Manderson is going for it. Down the inside again, Taylor Orridge retakes the lead away from Oliver Stilp. He likes that move into Bruno chicane. Going through the mind of Milo Manderson at the moment will just be like, come on, keep fighting, because it's going to bring this quartet into the battle for the lead. Again, this time Hassan's going down the inside of Orridge. He takes the lead. So it's Hassan from Orridge from Stilp, but look at Milo Manderson in the number 77. There he is, closing in, down into the hairpin. Another change for the lead. This time Taylor Orridge takes the front position. 2 laps to go. This is brewing very, very nicely in Manderson. I don't know whether the top 3 realise he's there. He's stealthily caught them up. Surely Hassan's going to throw down. No, for once there's no move down into Wilkins' corner. Maybe now they are aware that Milo Manderson is there. Oliver Stilp knows he's there. He's just checked over his shoulder and seen a charging number 77 onto the last lap then. Taylor Orridge leads the race ahead of Aidan Hassan, but there's almost side by side as they come off of Cafe Corner into Pitts Bend now. Big braking stop down into Stratford Hairpin. This time Taylor Orridge is going to go defensive. Hassan tries to go around the outside. Orridge blocks it beautifully on the inside of the hairpin, holds on to the lead. Wilkins is going to be the next big braking zone. They've negotiated the Bruno chicane. Checking over the shoulders. They know Milo Manderson is there now. This is the last chance in this race for Aidan Hassan to go for it. He is going for it down the inside. Oh, that's perfect. That's brilliant from Aidan Hassan. Inch perfect, and it's going to give him the victory. The O-plate holder takes Heat 1 here at Shenington for round 5. Ahead of Taylor Orridge, Oliver Stilp in 3rd. A fantastically entertaining race in Mini Rock. Milo Manderson, great result for Milo there in 4th place. Alfie Richards 5th. Harry Bartle 6th. RG Heron 7th. Then Jack Sands, good drive there from Jack Sands. That's one of his best results of the year so far in the number 86. His best result since Clay Pigeon there in 8th place. Joshua Turnbull in 9th. And 10th for Zane Quecker. And wow, what a race that was for the Mini Rocks. But it's more good points though for, yeah, pretty much it's status quo between Hassan, Orridge and Stilp. And Orridge will like that because it means he's a step closer to retaining his title. Right, we're again going to have to catch our breath after a frantic heat here at Shenington. We're going to take a short break to do so. Next up out on circuit, it's the Senior Rock and Junior Rocks for what will be the last heat of rotation number 1. We'll be back here shortly here on Alpha Live. Junior and Senior Rock action now here at Shenington. Let's have a look at the grids, because this is, for me, the most interesting class of the day. Here's your grid for the seniors. Paul Ozan, brilliant yesterday. The 48-year-old taking a hat-trick. He starts on pole position ahead of Scott Mackerel, reigning champion. We'll talk about him in a moment. Harry Barlow and Max Davies are on row number 2. Joe Weaver and Matteo Palmer are on row number 3. Ben Jenkins and Daniel Pepper are on row 4. And then going into our juniors, Ollie Stevens has junior pole ahead of Alfie Briggs. Alfie Baxter Davies and Kieran Pepper are on row number 2 in juniors. AJ Arnold, Thomas Wainwright and Isaac Lord wrap out the field there for Junior Rock. Right, let's talk championship. I want to talk juniors first, if I can find them on my sheet, which I can't at the moment. So let's talk about seniors. Going into this weekend, Scott Mackerel, who, if you were watching our stream from last time at Wilton Mill, you probably saw at the end of the day was the luckiest man alive when he had a chain failure in the lead of the race, lost the lead of the race, but there was then an incident that brought out a red flag later in the lap. So on count back, he won that one and extended his championship lead. He's had some bad luck here so far this weekend, though. He had 3 motor failures yesterday, including another one in a final on the last lap of the race, but there was no red flag to save him this time. So what was looking like a comfortable just see it through to the end weekend has suddenly got very, very nervy. Scott Mackerel still leads the championship, 483 points, but the lead gap is now down to 7 points to Harry Barlow in second. And Paul Ozan, as we mentioned, got a hat-trick of victories yesterday. He's still in this. He's very much still in this. 468 points, and if he puts in a similar kind of performance to what we saw yesterday, here today in round 5, he could nick this. He could take this championship, which would be quite a story. So Scott Mackerel still has control of it, and if he has no technical issues, he's probably the favourite, well, very much the favourite for this championship. But those mechanical worries, that unreliability of the kart yesterday, I'm told they even ran the kart a little bit lean, a little bit underpowered in the final yesterday to try and get it through, because they weren't quite fully understanding what was going on with the kart, and even then it failed. So fingers crossed we don't see anything of that description today, and we see some really good hard racing out there. Let's talk Junior Rock though. Found the sheet. AJ Arnold is your championship leader on 487. Had a decent day yesterday. Ollie Stevens is P2 and has been in great form so far this year. Kieran Pepper is third on 463. Thomas Wainwright fourth. But look out for Alfie Baxter-Davies and Alfie Briggs, the two winners of our last two finals. Both have missed a round or had 0 scores for a round set of scores, so aren't part of the championship fight, but will mix it up at the front of the field. Here we go then. Seniors are underway. No, they're not. There's going to be a false start. There's a false start there. So they'll go round again. Do let us know who you're supporting if you're enjoying the commentary as well, and you're on Twitter at Double Dash MM. Give us a hello. I've got plenty of you watching around the country, around the world. Thank you for your continued support here on the Alpha Live network. If you're watching on YouTube, give us a subscribe, a like as well. And if you're on Facebook as well, watching on the Facebook platforms, to make sure that you like the Alpha Live page, like the SuperOne Series page, and give Double Dash Motorsport Media on Facebook a like as well if you can. Your support is invaluable to all of us. Hello to Carrie Roberts, who says perfect conditions down there. Yeah, still very good. A few clouds in the sky, but dry here at Shenington. Let's hope that continues. Away we go then. There go the seniors for the start of their race. Good this time, and Scott Mackerel's taken the lead, straight out into the lead, ahead of Paul Ozan. The juniors set off as well for the start of their race. Looks like the number 31 has got the whole shot straight away off the start line. They come down into the Stratford hairpin for the first time. Clean start from both the seniors and the juniors. We've had some challenges this weekend. They had a wet/dry final yesterday. Side by side there, the number 75 and the number 5. Scott Mackerel then leads there in the number 1 in Senior Rock. Paul Ozan just behind him though in the number 27. These two fought it out yesterday in the final. It was a great thing to watch. Of course, the drama on that last lap when Scott Mackerel then retired with the engine failure. We've got close company from Max Davies and Harry Barlow not too far behind as well, but this is good control at the moment from Scott Mackerel, but surely the events of yesterday will be preying on his mind as they go into this first race of the day. Apologies, timing's down for us at the moment. There go the juniors across to complete another lap. It is Alfie Baxter-Davies in number 31, controlling things at the front. Very experienced driver, watched him race many times. took a great victory in the final at Wilton Mill in round number 3. Interesting to see the number 47 there, Alfie Briggs. You just see in the black and white suit. A total karting by Rob Smedley driver. Very happy with his efforts yesterday, of course, taking the win in the round 4 final. Number 93 of AJ Arnold, championship leader, getting involved as well. He's going to like this position at the moment. He doesn't need to go for the move at this present time. Ollie Stevens is just behind him there, but saying that, AJ Arnold is going to go for the move and take the lead. Great stuff there through Park Bend. Fantastic move by AJ Arnold, who wants to control this class today. He knows how much a threat Ollie Stevens is, but here goes Baxter Davies back down the inside where he takes the lead. It's going to be side by side between the two championship contenders. Arnold cuts just ahead of Ollie Stevens there, the number 81. Keeping an eye out for our seniors. Apologies, timing still down here in the box. I can tell you that Scott Mackerel is still out ahead of Paul Ozanne. Number 93, AJ Arnold. Ooh, runs a little bit wide as they come out of Cafe Corner. Down towards the Stratford hairpin, just happy to stick it in behind. Oh, great move there by Alfie Briggs. Really good stuff. Alfie Briggs gets up into 3rd place, and we mentioned how the two Alfies could be slight disruptors in terms of the championship today. They obviously want to go out for the win. They want the trophies, they want the honour. They know they're not going to be as high as they perhaps would want to be in terms of championship, because they didn't get the scores in at Clay Pigeon. And that's going to be a frustration for the likes of Ollie Stevens. Change for the leader, can tell you about in seniors. Paul Ozanne has got past Scott Mackerel. Scott Mackerel is still there though, he's still running. I think that's all that he wants to do at the moment. He just wants to get to the end of a race without any technical issues. Battling again here with the juniors. Alfie Baxter Davies in the Jack Tex racing machine out ahead of AJ Arnold, then Alfie Briggs, who's adamant that Ollie Stevens needs to work with him at this stage of the race to get through into second and maybe more. To hang a corner then, just keeping an eye on the seniors in the old-fashioned way out the window. Still Paul Ozanne leading from the champion-elect, maybe, dare we mention that? Oh, big move down the inside by Alfie Briggs. Gets 2nd place ahead of AJ Arnold. Well, he was gesturing to Ollie Stevens behind a couple of laps to go, saying, no, I've got the pace. He definitely has the pace. He's gone down the inside and got through and into the lead. Can anybody stop Alfie Briggs this weekend in Junior Rock? He's been on brilliant form throughout events today and yesterday. Looks like AJ Arnold has gone through as well, so Alfie Baxter Davies has been shuffled down the pack here. Has gone down to 4th place. Alfie Briggs over start finish. Apologies, timing's still down, so I'm very conscious now that I don't know how much time. It's been so much fun in this race, we could be very, very near the end of it. Number 31 trying to get back through, and in fact I think no, has lost out there. They lost out to might have been Kieran Pepper. We'll just try and track that through in a moment's time. Seniors still running around out there. Paul Ozanne leading from the number 3 of Harry Barlow. So Scott Mackerel has gone down another position, but crucially is still running. That's fine. That's all he needs to do at the moment. He's got that lead in the championship. Just needs to make sure that he's getting to the end of these races. There is Paul Ozanne. I'm so impressed by this. The form that he's been in this weekend, really showing all of that experience at the age of 48. He's got his family with him here this weekend. They were delighted with the final victory yesterday. And of course the clean sweep of heats as well. Could he extend it to 4 race victories in a row? He caught a quick side of the number 75 of Matteo Palmer. He's fighting over 5th position at the moment. So it's Ozan leading from Harry Barlow there in the number 3. Then Scott Mackerel. Then the number 10 of Max. Oh my, cannot believe it, it's happened again. More trouble for Scott Mackerel. The number 1 on pit straight is in trouble, and his championship bid is now officially in tatters. And he sits. Oh, he cannot believe it. A slight shake of the head there. That is the 4th time this weekend here at Shenington that the kart has let him down. The 5th time in the space of 5 races. And what does Scott Mackerel have to do to get to the end of a race here in Super One? In the latter stages of this season, he had this championship under complete control. And now, Harry Barlow, he might have just caught a quick glimpse there of Mackerel in trouble and knows now that he's set up for this. He's set up for this victory in this class. As we're looking at some of our juniors, this is the battle for the lead between Ollie Stevens and Alfie Briggs. Alfie Briggs in the number 47 trying to fight back against Ollie Stevens, but Ollie Stevens has got the run, has got the lead. Really good stuff from Ollie Stevens. He's looking like he's going to get 34 points, which would be big in his championship campaign. Apologies, not quite sure how long we've got left in this race to go. Timing's still down for us here in the comms box, but we keep circulating round. Paul Ozan still leads in seniors. Ollie Stevens is your new leader in juniors. We're on to the last lap then. So this is the last lap then for all of our runners out there. Paul Ozan looks like he's got it under control in seniors and is going to help himself to a 4th victory of the weekend. The first one here in round number 5. And can Ollie Stevens take a march on the rest of the junior field, which I think is going to run throughout the day? But there's the checkered flag, and Paul Ozan takes another victory here at Shenington, ahead of Harry Barlow, who will be very, very pleased with that 2nd place, because he gets 33 points, whilst his championship rival Scott Mackerel, well, will get something, I imagine, in the 20s, and may have lost his lead in the championship. We'll have to do the maths over the lunch break. And just as a reminder that the drivers' parade is after this heat, so if you want to be part of the drivers' parade, you go down to Cafe Corner in a few moments' time for that. But what drama again in Senior Rock. Scott Mackerel has more technical issues, and unfortunately, I think it could cost him the title this year. It could cost him that number 1 plate as Senior Rock Super One champion. They've got a lot of work to do over the lunch break. A good win as well for Ollie Stevens. Big confidence boost for him as well. And that brings an end to the racing in our morning / early afternoon session. It's been great here at Shenington. The weather's been fantastic, considering some of the awful weather that we've had over the last week in this part of the world. And I hope you've enjoyed it at home too. We're going to be back later on. I'm just going to check what time we are scheduled to recommence racing. I believe it is 1:40 p.m. It's about half an hour's lunch break. We're going to have the drivers' parade in the meantime as well. My name's been Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media. If you've enjoyed the commentary, do give us a like on Facebook, a follow at Double Dash MM on Twitter and Instagram, www.double-mm.co.uk, the website as well. If you've enjoyed the stream, big thanks to all the Alpha Live staff this morning. Great work. Do give them a like on Facebook and a follow on Twitter. And of course, the Super One series as well there on Twitter, Instagram and Facebook as well. Do give those social media accounts a follow. We'll be back in about half an hour's time for the start of the 2nd set of heats here at Shenington today. Don't go anywhere. It's round 5 of the Super One BKC Series for 2020. We'll be back very soon.
take it off and redo it. Yeah. Stu. Almost at the end. That's the
Over there or not?
Sorry?
Can you do the? You don't know if he's got got the most likes
Turn my audio off as well.
for our sponsor CWG. So we're going to present an RI helmet to them today. Chris Powell, the MD of CWG, is here, and it's going to go to John Pepper. Where's he? Come on, get everyone in the background. Make sure you see the CWG on the RI. Well done, congratulations. Well done.
Yep.
Thanks for the likes. So and then today, the winner of the first person here was Hallie. So the girls beat everybody. Is she coming down?
They're sorted in a minute. Sorted in a minute.
Yeah, get some more.
Is the audio loud enough on this camera?
Hallie. Yeah. She did start here. This one. Yeah, just get it there. There she is. Come on. Here you go. Here. Come on. Stand here. There you go. Well done. Yeah, well done you. And then, Chris, do you want to draw? And then the helmet bag, you've got to be here to win this. Blair Smith. Blair Smith. Go again. No? Callum McDuff. Callum McDuff! Is this Blair Smith? Oh, is that Blair Smith? Oh, is this Blair? Yes. Blair? Oh no, we'll have to get one. Well done, don't run and get one. Oh, we'll just do it. Well done. Yeah. Well done, Ian. And then, we've had a fantastic season, everyone, and thank you for joining us. And we're going to give a free registration for the 2021 series. So, we'll sort.
Yeah, we'll
Free registration. Ollie Stevens. So, Ollie Stevens, you've won a free registration for 2021. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day's racing.
Clear me off now.
Everybody to live coverage of the 5th and final round of the 2020 SuperOne BKC Series. We're getting set for our second round of heats of the day, and in conjunction with the results from heat number 1, these will set the grid for the final later on in the day. 34 points available for the winner of each heat, 8 minutes plus 1 lap. First one out there for the second rotation is our Bambino C50 New Era class. Let's look at the grid. Max Gilman has pole position ahead of Harper Das. Grayson Wortley and Morgan Weston are on row 2. Austin Newstead and Colby Patterson are on row number 3. Row number 4 looks like this. Marley Fisher and Jack Baker. Row 5 is Dax Farah and Austin Haman. Row 6, Elliot Dimlow, who had his best results of the season so far in Heat 1, starts there in 11th alongside Rhys David Richardson. And then Vespa Farah and Jacob then wrap out the 14-car field. Apologies, we are having some timing issues at the moment here at the circuit, so we're going to have to do this old school and use the eyes, which haven't been to the opticians in a while. So if there's any errors on my part, I do apologise. In terms of championship, this one is the closest one so far this of all the heats, of all the classes today. So current situation looks like this. Wortley is your leader on 508. Weston is your leader on 508. Wortley is second on 507. Marley Fisher is third on 502. Looks like we are just about set to go then. Max Gilman on the right of your screen. Harper Das on the left of your screen on the front row. And we're not quite ready to go. I think we're... Are we missing a couple of drives? No, I think we're good. I think we're good to go then. Look out for Grayson Wortley and Morgan Weston. They're still fighting hard for this title. We are just about set then, and away we go then for the second heat in the Bambino C50 New Era class. Very good start once again for Max Gilman. He's going to lead as they go through Park Bend for the first time and then into Cafe Corner. Clean start from all of our drivers once again. Grayson Wortley has had a good start there, has got up into second place. And is looking side by side with Austin Newstead there in the blue and yellow number 74. Harper Das still mixing it up there in the number 95. Unfortunately, it looks like Morgan Weston's gone back a bit and is in 6th place. And oh, there's a flip. There's a flip and this will be a red flag. There's an incident on the exit of the Stratford hairpin. Looks like everybody is okay. But there was a kart over there. And normally when we have a kart over, we go to a red flag. I'm not seeing anyone yet. But apologies, our timing system's still down, so I've not had anything official from race control yet. There it is, red flag. So our first red flag of the day here in the first of the second rotation of heats. Good response there from the marshals and race control. And we will form up the grid on start finish. Apologies. It's out of my sight here in the comms position, and as I say, with no timing. I'm not going to speculate on which driver that is. We're going to take a short break here on the live stream provided to you by Alpha Live. Let's cut over to some of the chats that we had yesterday with some of our winners during round 4 of the championship. We're going to have a little chat with our IAME Bambino winner from yesterday.
We've come away from the podium to the relative calm and tranquility down here in the IAME Bambinos. We're with our IAME Bambino winner here at Shenington today, Daniel Miron Lorente. Daniel, how do you feel winning here at Shenington?
Good.
You've had a really challenging day. We had some problems in qualifying. How did the heats go?
Good as well.
And then the win in the final, storming through there to take the victory. Who would you like to thank for the efforts that have gone in today?
Wat zei hij?
Wie je wil bedanken voor alles dat je hebt kunnen doen vandaag.
Jensen.
Oh nee, je want to thank Jensen. Nee, wie wil je bedanken voor al het werk aan de karts? Lars?
Opa.
En opa, granddad.
Granddad.
De mechanic.
And Lars the mechanic. We do it all again tomorrow. Which bit of your track is your favourite, Daniel?
Wilton Mill.
Wilton Mill's your favourite circuit. And
He likes the fast corners. That's where he's really good in. The tighter corners he's still a bit struggling, but he needs to get them good. Yeah, we had a bad qualifying. The transponder didn't work, so he started it from the back every heat. Got up to 7th, I think, in heat 1 or 8, and he got up to 1st, and he got beaten on the racing line by Jensen, so he got 2nd. So he started from position 4 in the final and just drove off. We had a good run the last 6 weeks, so we had some final wins and some heat wins. So I'm very pleased with him, how he's working at the moment.
Well, it's really, really good to see, and we do it all again tomorrow. Best of luck, Daniel. Hope we see you up at the front again on Sunday.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Here with Alfie Briggs, our winner for round 4 in the Junior Rock category for the SuperOne Karting Championships 2020. Alfie, I believe a first final win of the season. It's growing in pace, this one so far this year, even though it's a bit of a truncated season. And round 4's been a really good one for you.
Yeah, it has, yeah. Well, we just had a really good day today and we've been quite lucky.
This Shenington circuit is one I've seen you race at before, in Wilton Mill, obviously where we were for round 2 and round 3. How key is it having that experience around the circuits that we've been to so far this season?
Oh, you have to have experience, otherwise you'll be nowhere. If you don't have experience, then you have to come and try lots of practice before the race.
The conditions before the start of your race, the rain started to come in. Obviously, we're on top of a hill here. It often likes to dump a bit of rain on us. What was going through your mind as you were preparing yourself for that final?
I quite like the wet here, but I've never driven this class in the wet, or these tyres, or the chassis. So I was like a bit nervous, but once I went out, the adrenaline took over.
It's been great to see you coming along with the Total Karting by Rob Smedley crew. How big a part of the season have they been for you, especially through the disruption that everyone's had this season in 2020?
Oh, it's been key. If none of the teams were here, none of us would be where we are.
Going into round 5, it's a very open class. I think this is probably our most open class going into the last round of the season. What are you aiming for tomorrow? I know you'll be aiming for the top step, but in terms of championship as well, what are you looking at as a good result?
Just to get as best as I can. I didn't do round 1, so round 2 and 3 went okay. Round 4 went amazing, so hopefully round 5 can go the same.
Well, great to see you up on the top step, Alfie. Well done today, and have a really good one in round 5.
Thank you.
Here with our winner in Junior Rotax today, here at Shenington for round 4 of the SuperOne Karting Championships, Charlie Pritchard. Charlie, first finals win of the season. You've broken Ollie Stevens' streak in those finals. Sum up for me what the day's been like.
It was good all day. Bit of problems in heat 2. Other than that, it was good, yeah.
It's interesting stuff. In terms of this circuit, Shenington, obviously a very historic one. Quite different to where we were for Wilton Mill last time. How do you enjoy it as a track?
Very good track, quite technical and really fast.
Halfway through a two-parter this weekend. Obviously, we've got round 5 tomorrow. This great championship battle that's been going on since Clay Pigeon. What are the hopes ahead of tomorrow?
Hopefully to get the same for tomorrow as well.
And in terms of your support team around you, obviously you've travelled a long way. Who would you like to thank?
My mum, my dad, everyone at Team Haas UK, Godfrey Limited and Adam Turley Carpets.
Fantastic stuff. Well done, Charlie. Hope to see you again up on that top step tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Great to talk to some of our round winners from yesterday here at Shenington for round 4 of the 2020 SuperOne BKC Championships. Good news is the safety crews have been out on circuit. Apologies, we still don't know which driver or drivers were involved in the incident down there at Stratford Hairpin, but I am told reliably that the situation has been dealt with. The safety crews have cleared the circuit now, and we should be getting ready for the second attempt at the second heat of the day for our Bambino C50 New Era class. You can check out all of those interviews on the SuperOne Series Facebook page. So if you've not liked that one already, at SuperOne Series on Facebook, say all of our interviews from yesterday's podiums and down in the paddock with the IAME Bambinos available for you to watch at your leisure. You're watching live coverage from Alpha Live of the 5th and final round for the SuperOne BKC 2020 Series. Big thanks to our sponsors, CWG Choices. Great to have them here today at Shenington for all of your windows and door supply needs. If you're a property developer or in any need of installation of PVC, aluminium, timber windows, do go checking them out. www.cwgchoices.com. They also have their Facebook page as well. You saw during the driver parade earlier on, sponsoring the prize of the new Arai racing helmet. Big thanks to them. That's a big help for our lucky winner of that out there. After this one, we will have the C50 Pros. I can see that they're formed up in dummy grid. They'll be having a little bit of a longer wait than normal, of course. And I can just see rolling down in front of me here the number 27. Now, that's interesting because that is Morgan Weston. So Morgan Weston is not out there on circuit. He's fine. I've just seen him drive past under the window here at the comms position, but I think that means one of our championship contenders is not going to be taking this second start. Now, surely that means that Grayson Wortley, yeah, you see the space on the grid now vacated by Weston, as we're lights on and away we go for this second attempt at the second heat for the new era class, and it's another very good start for Max Gilman. He's got away in the lead, and Grayson Wortley's already up to second place, so he just needs to consolidate now. This is a big chance for him in terms of this championship to take some big points and take the pressure off going into the final later in the day. Keep an eye out for Marley Fisher in this one as well, number 22. Austin Newstead going for a position again. He's been quick all day. Down the inside and takes second position as they go through the Stratford hairpin for this restart. And the good news is they are all clear. No incidents this time around. We have live timing back. Big thanks to the staff here at Shenington Kart Racing Club for getting that working for us. And a good start there, a clean start from our Bambino C50 New Eras. Into the lead then. Austin Newstead takes the lead down Hanger straight into Hanger corner and will lead at the end of lap number 1. 8 minutes plus 1 lap as always in the heats here in SuperOne BKC. Let's count them as they go over the line. Newstead from Gilman. Grayson Wortley there in third place. That'll do for now with title rivals either further down the field or out of the race. Harper Das fourth, Jacob Nairn fifth, Colby Patterson sixth. I am just looking out for Marley Fisher. I don't see Marley Fisher's name on my timing screen either, so I think, very sadly, Marley Fisher was involved in the incident on the first start as well. Well, this is not what we wanted to see in terms of the championship battle. We do hope they'll be back out again for the final, but this is very much playing into the hands now of Grayson Wortley. 6.5 minutes to go. Great battle going on here for 5th place and downwards. You see the number 16 there of Austin Oman pulling through. 6 minutes to go. This train, I think, is being headed up by Jacob Nairn at the moment, the number 25, as down the inside comes the, is that the 71? Yes, it is the 71 of Elliot Dimolo, who I know his dad from Club 100 Circles, announced this week as well that Club 100 now sponsoring Elliot and his young racing career. And he is another driver every time I see him race. And look at him here pulling through. This is great stuff from Elliot Dimolo. Every time I'm seeing Elliot race over the last 12 months, he's getting quicker and quicker and quicker. Still a novice at the moment, but I think a potential star for the future if he's got any of the speed that his dad has. And he is scything through. This is brilliant from Elliot Dimolo. He's now up to P5. He's got past Jacob Nairn. Jack Baker, you see there in the red helmet, number 17, alongside Austin Oman. 5 minutes of this one to go. Still Austin Newstead out ahead of Max Gilman and Grayson Wortley. Harper Das in 4th place, but now Elliot Dimolo in the number 71 is up into 5th place and pulling away from the rest of the field. The number 16, Austin Oman, still battling there with Jack Baker, good to see, and Dax Farrer, who had the spin in heat number 1 in the Braun style livery there on the number 35, looking for a way through. I tell you, there's a good battle going on for the lead, and you just caught a sight there in the background with the gold helmet. Morgan Weston, unfortunately, out of this race and heading back to the paddock. Here is your lead battle, Newstead and Gilman. First and second, 0.154 between them at the last count. Grayson Wortley, he will be quite happy with this at the moment. It's a bit of a shame, of course, that we haven't got Fisher and Wortley in this, and Weston, sorry, in this race. As I say, this was the tightest class in terms of championship points at the start of the day and at the lunch break. Maybe getting a little bit wider now. Grayson Wortley doing exactly what he just needs to do. He just needs to keep going round, pick up the points if he's going to win this title. Leaders working together though at the moment. Austin Newstead in the blue and yellow. Max Gilman in the green and white helmet there. Gap back to Grayson Wortley at the moment is 2.468 seconds. 6th place train is still very close together, headed up by Jacob Nairn. They've just buzzed past my commentary box window here at Shenington. Colby Patterson is up to 7th place in amongst all of that. Newstead heads down to Hanger Corner now, through Hanger Corner. Initially takes that wide line, cuts late apex for Wilkins complex there, and the last corner, which is part of the Wilkins complex. Keeping things nice and steady at the moment, 2.5 minutes to go. Side by side almost though is Max Gilman going to go for a move into Cafe Corner. No, he just decides to sit behind there and keep it in 2nd place, but he's got some good pace. He's definitely keeping Austin Newstead under pressure. Also keeping another driver under pressure is Harper Das, who's got the fastest lap of the race at the moment of 103.745. But here, side by side, the leaders, Newstead and Gilman. Gilman on the outside there. Newstead defends, and Harper Das goes down the inside of Grayson Wortley, who's going to try for a switchback now for 3rd place. Just needs to make sure that he gets that number 70 car to the end of the race and pick up these crucial points for this championship. Less than 2 minutes of this one to go. Just to mention a little bit further back, Elliot Dimolo continues to have this fantastic race. I'm just looking through Elliot's results so far this season. He's had, you know, before today, a couple of top 10s, including yesterday in Heat 1. But an 8th in the first heat here today for round 5, and now currently up in 5th place. Harper Das there confirmed ahead of Grayson Wortley. Still though, Wortley in a good position, a championship strengthening position. Change for the lead. Max Gilman to the front then has got past Austin Newstead on the latter stages of lap number 6. Now can he pull away? Can he pull out a lead as Wortley goes back down the inside of Harper Das there for 3rd place? Does that overrun a little bit out of the hairpin? Possibly. They're side by side as they go into the Bruno chicane. I think Harper Das is going to nip back ahead there of the de facto championship leader at this stage of the race. Jack Baker, meanwhile, has got up to 6th place ahead of Jacob Nairn and Colby Patterson. So that's great progress there from the driver of the number 17. Has just set his personal best lap of the race so far, 1 minute 5.364. 2 laps to go then here in the Bambino C50 New Era class. Max Gilman hadn't taken a race win before the start of proceedings today in this SuperOne BKC season, and is now a couple of laps away from making it 2 out of 2 here at Shenington for round 5. Time has expired. Gilman will be shown the last lap board next time he comes round. There are the leaders. And there's third and fourth place, still Harpadas ahead of Grayson Wortley. They've got a good gap back to fifth and beyond. Dax Farah has got through and into ninth place ahead of Austin Oman last time around. I think Austin's unfortunately had a bit of a problem because he's dropped some 7 seconds behind. On to the last lap then. Here goes Max Gilman ahead of Austin Newstead. Austin Newstead has had a second place so far this season. He had one in Heat 2 at Wilton Mill on the first of the double-header rounds at Wilton Mill. So with this result, he would be matching that, but if he can get one more, it would be his first victory of the season. Last lap board has been shown, confirmed on timing. Slightly defensive goes Gilman. Newstead will have to do a bit of a switchback, and has he got a good drive there off of the last corner. It's going to be side by side as they head towards the Bruno chicane. Gilman just about gets ahead. Newstead has a small look around the outside. And this has been a really entertaining race between Max Gilman and Austin Newstead. They've kept it clean, they've kept it respectful of each other, both showing the talents of each other. As Newstead catches that big curb on the inside of Hanger Corner. It's so easy to do, and I think that's going to give the win to Max Gilman. Max Gilman makes it 2 from 2 here at Shenington today. A maximum number of 68 points from the heats and a little celebration over the line. That's what we like to see. Good result there for Austin Newstead, his equal best of the season. And crucially, on the last lap, Grayson Wortley gets third place ahead of Harpadas. But coming round to take his best result of the season so far in SuperOne BKC, driver number 71. In fact, no, Jack Baker just got 5th on the line, but it's still a best result of the season so far for Elliot Dimolo there in 6th. Colby Patterson finishes in 7th, Dax Farah in 8th, Jacob Nairn in 9th, Austin Oman in 10th, Reese David Richardson in 11th, and there's Vesper Farah in 12th. Those were our 12 finishes there. We're going to take another very short break. The race is coming thick and fast now here at Shenington after that red flag. Next up out on circuit will be our Bambino C50 Pro class. Getting set then for our C50 Pro class and their second and final heat. Let's have a little look at the grid ahead of this one. Albert Friend has pole position. Alongside him on the front row of the grid is Jensen Ackerman. Edward Haynes and Oliver Sibbald are on row 2 fighting for the championship title. Henry Clark and Luca Ballack are on row number 3. Cooper Snedden will be hoping for a better result this time around. Finished 14th in heat number 1, starts from row 4 in this one alongside Maximilian Abrahart. Blair Smith and Finley Hines go from row 5. Harley Musk and Hallie Finlatter are on row number 6. Finley Lawson and Liam Welsh start on row 7. Sebastian Power and Jensen White go from row 8. And then it's Alex Horrobin and Ronnie Legg on row 9. 18 karts in the field. Quick tally up of the points at halfway through the heats. Edward Haynes took the heat victory last time around, extended his championship lead to 23 points ahead of Oliver Sibbald. Albert Friend closed the gap between second and third place in the championship to 4 points with his second place. Blair Smith in 4th place, looking to consolidate that ahead of Finley Hines in 5th place in the championship. Cooper Snedden, unfortunately, with that 14th after being spun out while still high up in the top 10 in heat number 1, is now looking to hold on to 6th place in the championship ahead of Jensen Ackerman, who has been in impressive form so far this weekend. 3 third places in a row, including 2 races from yesterday, but we're ready then for this second and final heat in the C50 Pro class. Away we go then. Good start from the front row of the grid, and Jensen Ackerman has got a very good start, has taken the lead there in the number 12 round the outside. See him bouncing up and down in the kart to get momentum, get it going, and well, he did that very, very nicely indeed. Will lead down to Stratford hairpin for the first time in this second heat. Whole field forming through. So Ackerman will lead down into the Stratford hairpin. The number 19, sorry, of Albert Friend looking around the outside. He ran very strongly in his first race to second place. Through the Bruno chicane they go for the first time in this one. Good to see our C50 Pro class all very clean through that first lap. No incidents to speak of. Here comes the number 46 though of Edward Haynes. Is he stepping a little bit closer to taking this SuperOne BKC title for the C50 Pro class? As we say, he's got a 23-point lead going into this race and has now got the lead of the race. Pushed through there by Albert Friend in the number 19. A friend indeed to the rear bumper of the number 46. That means that Jensen Ackerman drops down to third place, and the number 28 of Luca Ballack in the black helmet there is starting to come through the field as well, but is fighting once more with the E-plate holder Oliver Sibbald. Who else has made a good start? Good start for Harley Musk, up 3 positions up to 8th place on that first lap, I should say, of the race so far. It's followed through Finley Hines, who got up 2 spots into 7th place. Into the Wilkins complex then for the second lap of this race. Still Edward Haynes leading ahead of Albert Friend, but this time we saw these two work together very nicely in the first race. This time it seems the likes of Ackerman and Sibbald and Ballack behind are able to keep up with the pace and keep up to the rear bumpers of these two drivers, which is good to see. We always like a scrap at the front of the field. The more karts in it, the better. We'll just keep an eye on Cooper Snedden in his blue and orange number 18. He's up to 9th place. Blair Smith made up 2 positions on that last lap up to 10th, but here comes Albert Friend once again, side by side with Edward Haynes as they almost come to blows as they go through the Bruno chicane. Ackerman is right there now, once again in the number 12, and the white helmet with the grey sashes on them. And Oliver Sibbald seems to have a lot more pace in this race. He's struggled a little bit in heat number 1, but he's right there in amongst it with 5 minutes of the race still to go in terms of time on the clock. Of course, we've still got the +1 lap afterwards. Haynes continues the lead from Friend, Ackerman, Sibbald. They're a clear top 4 now ahead of Luca Ballack in 5th, Finley Hines 6th. Henry Clark now up to 7th place. He's got past Harley Musk on that last lap. Cooper Snedden and Blair Smith wrapping out the top 10. Jensen White has gained a position on that last lap. He's up to 15th place ahead of Sebastian Power. Friend looks for the slightly wider line into the hairpin and through the hairpin. Nearly worked for him. He nearly got a good bit of drive to get alongside Edward Haynes. We'll have to wait for another moment, as I think that was Finley Hines getting past Luca Ballack and then defending very firmly as they came off the hairpin. Through Hanger Corner into the Wilkins complex again. Just see Edward Haynes just holds to the inside. Nice defensive line, not too defensive, doesn't compromise his corner exit. Ackerman looking to the outside of Albert Friend, but I don't think there's going to be a way round through there. Finley Hines confirmed is up to 5th place now ahead of Luca Ballack. Harley Musk has got back past Henry Clark for 7th place. Harley Findlater has also gained a position and done a new fastest lap for Harley. A 104.257 as down the inside looks Albert Friend side by side for 3rd and 4th. Sibbald held to the outside though there. Good defensive driving from Ackerman. Sebastian Power has got through up into 15th place past Jensen White. So plenty of battles going on out there on circuit for our Bambino C50 Pros. Ackerman trying to find a way past Friend, who's just lost touch of the rear bumper of Edward Haynes there. So that was a really good lap from Edward Haynes, but coming out of the Wilkins complex. Good bit of speed in that number 19 kart. Albert Friend's been able to pull himself back within a kart length of Edward Haynes. 2.5 minutes on the clock to go then. More moves going on down the field. Finlay Lawson has got up 2 positions ahead of Maximilian Aberhart and Hallie Findlater. So 11th now for Lawson. Ackerman goes defensive slightly. Or is that attack? No, that's not defensive at all. That's attacking down the inside. Gets second place. Nice move there from Jensen Ackerman. I thought he was just holding a defensive line against Oliver Sibbald, but no, he actually went down the inside. A very clean manoeuvre past Albert Friend. Gives Edward Haynes, what's that, maybe 2 kart lengths of a lead. They go into Wilkins. Just to let you know as well, Harley Musk and Cooper Snedden have got up to 6th and 7th places respectively. And Ackerman being pushed there by Friend. And has he got a run up the inside? Yes, he has. He's gone very early apex, but that can work through Cafe. And he's made it work. Taking the lead then, but I think Edward Haynes is going to fight back here. In fact, more than fight back. He's going to retake the lead. And Oliver Sibbald still sitting there in 4th place. Ackerman trying to search for a cutback through the hairpin. Doesn't manage to get alongside. That's clever racing though from Edward Haynes. He saw the early apex attack coming in. And just thought, no, I'll just hold it to the outside, go for a bit of a cutback, get the run off of Cafe Corner, get back into the lead. So it's as you were. Haynes from Ackerman, Friend, Sibbald, 1, 2, 3, 4. Friend looking for a slightly wider line, maybe trying to get a bit more momentum as he comes on to the pit straight, with Oliver Sibbald not too far behind as well. This is where they were about a minute ago. And is Ackerman going to go for it again into Cafe Corner? Yes, he is, and he's getting help from behind, and Albert Friend's got through into 2nd place. So all of a sudden, Edward Haynes is back into 3rd place as they've got 2 laps to go now. Oliver Sibbald's trying to get through, and of course, this is big for championship. These two going for it 1st and 2nd at the start of the day. Side by side still as they run down into the hairpin, and through goes Oliver Sibbald, or does he? Switchback there, beautifully done by Edward Haynes, and they're still side by side as they go into the Bruno chicane. And through the Bruno chicane. This is great racing again from our Bambinos. Edward Haynes looking to fight back. They're still side by side as they're running up to Hanger Corner now. But Albert Friend has the lead here. Ahead. Oh, contact between 1st and 2nd in the championship there. There was a little touch. I think they've both survived. Yes, they have. But you can tell it's getting to the end of a season now. It's getting really, really tasty out there. And Sibbald has got the position into 3rd place. So Albert Friend leads, and no, he doesn't. There's a lead change. So Ackerman dives through. He seems very, very quick as they go through Park Bend. But now he's going to have to defend as they're on the last lap, and it's still, you've still got to think it's any one of these 4. They are that close. Nearly run out wide there. Haynes, Sibbald defending, Ackerman defending. Friend going for that swooping line again. He seems to like that one as Haynes is fighting for 3rd place and trying to take that back away from Oliver Sibbald, but just slots in behind. So it's still Ackerman from Friend, Sibbald and Haynes. It'll still be good points for Edward Haynes. He'll only be losing 1 point of his lead as they go into the final later on today. But can Jensen Ackerman hold on for this win here? It would be his 1st victory of the season. It's a big, long run, or feels like it, towards the line. But Jensen Ackerman is going to take victory here in the 2nd heat. Very happy about that. It's his 1st victory of the season. And what a time to do it, ahead of Albert Friend, Oliver Sibbald and Edward Haynes. Finlay Hines, really good result for him. He finishes in 5th place, just ahead of Cooper Snedden. Good result for Cooper, especially having had the disappointment in Heat 1. 7th place goes to Blair Smith, 8th for Henry Clark, 9th for Harley Musk. Luca Ballack wraps out the top 10. Finlay Lawson, Liam Welsh, Hallie Findlater, Maximilian Aberhart, Alex Horobin, Jensen White, Sebastian Power, and then Ronnie Legg wrap out your field. We're going to take another very short break here on the commentary provided to you by Double Dash Motorsport Media. And next up out on circuit, it's the IAME Bambinos and their second heat of the day. The races continue to come in thick and fast here at Shenington for the 5th round of the 2020 SuperOne BKC Series. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media on commentary duties for you here today. We're getting ready for our second and final heat for the Bambino IAME class, and this has been one of my favourite classes, I think, for the last 2 streams that we've done here for SuperOne BKC. They put on some brilliant racing at Wilton Mill in round number 3, which you can go back and watch on the Alpha Live YouTube channel at your leisure. Don't do it now, though, because of course we've got plenty of racing still to go here today for round number 5. Let's have a look at your grid, though, for this second heat for the Bambino IAMEs. Austin Gibson has pole position ahead of Luca Naroe. Daniel Miron Lorente starts in 3rd alongside Teddy Porter. Leonardo Gorski and George House are on row number 3. Jensen Short and Ronnie Carter are on row 4. Good news is I can see Ronnie's kart is working, it's running, it's out there onto the circuit. Harry Curry and Jensen Chalk are on row 5. Freddie Denton and Eric Gilsonen are on row 6. Manav Diu and Luke Millward go from row 7. Sukmani Kira and Jack Jones are on row 8. Ethan Owen and Archie Rutter are on row number 9. Alfie Davidson and Jensen Walker on row 10. Jensen Brown and Charlie Clough on row 12. Reminder for you, if you weren't with us this morning, this is the last day of championship racing for SuperOne BKC in 2020, but it is not the last day of racing of any kind here in SuperOne BKC. 19th and 20th of September, the O Plate with entries open for Mini, Junior and Senior Rock, Bambino, IAMEs and Coma C50 classes, Honda Cadets, Minimax, Junior Max, Senior Max and Rotax 177s. If that sounds like your kind of thing, you want to compete for that O-Plate, the chance to run the O-Plate throughout the 2021 SuperOne season, head over to superone.alphatiming.co.uk/register/series for more information on the Bauer O-Plate. www.superoneseries.com. Do hope you're enjoying your Sunday. Weather still, as I say, given the context of the last week, and I only live about 15 minutes down the road from this great place, the weather is very good. The weather is very good. There's no precipitation coming out the sky, and it's done nothing but do that for the last 3 or 4 days, or at least it feels like it. So we're getting ready then for our Bambino IAMEs. Grid is cleared of parents and mechanics, ready for the start of this one. Austin Gibson on the right of your screen in the number 25. Luca Naroe on the left of your screen. Away we go then for this 8 minutes plus 1 lap heat. And it's a very good start from our front row drivers. And it was a good start as well from Daniel Miron Lorente, who got a good run from 3rd place. And it's pretty much as you were. Yes, Gibson from Naroe from Lorente, 1, 2, 3. The rest of them filing through. And nobody has fallen off the road, which is good news. Lorente down the inside, going for 2nd place there. I think he got it. We saw earlier, whilst there was the red flag, the little chat that we had with Daniel and his dad yesterday in the paddock. They were very, very happy indeed. Coming down the hanger straight then. Lorente had a little look there for the lead, but decided against it. Very close there. Look at the train behind Austin Gibson as they come across start-finish for the end of lap 1. They're all still in this. Gibson from Miron Lorente, Naroe in 3rd. And in fact, through there goes Lorente. So Lorente, oh, bit of a wobble there from Gibson. He got all crossed up as they went through Cafe Corner. And in a tight field like this, that's going to cost him as Naroe's down the inside now, and also coming through is Jensen Chalk there in the number 9 round or half round. Goes Austin Gibson. I think that was contact with Teddy Porter in the number 66. 2 into 1 doesn't go on the apex of the Stratford hairpin. but at least they've both been able to keep running. I don't think they lost too many positions with that either. The number 16 of Leonardo Gorski is trying to fight through, is on the outside now as they go through Hanger and then into Wilkins. Keep an eye on our novice battle as well. It was a great battle earlier on between Sukmani Kira and Freddie Denton, and both of them are moving through the field again. They're up to 11th and 12th places respectively so far. And look at this, Narroway and Chalk going at it with Daniel Mir and Lorente. Lorente still leads. Chalk looking for a way through in his number 9 kart. Down the inside goes Jensen Chalk, takes the lead away from Daniel Mir and Lorente. And of course, with Jensen Chalk only 3 points behind Harry Curry in the championship now, this could be a big, big race for Jensen Chalk. There is Mir and Lorente now in second place. In fact, yeah, let's just run through your scores after the first race. These are unofficial, I should say. These are Excel spreadsheet jobbies. But Harry Curry leading on 460 points. Jensen Chalk 457. Austin Gibson 444. Luca Narroway 434. Those are the kind of key ones at the top of the order in terms of championship that you need to be aware of. So a win here for Jensen Chalk. Where is Harry Curry at the moment? Well, Harry Curry's down in 7th place, so Harry Curry has got work to do. He's got to move his way through this order here. And hasn't had the strongest of weekends. Daniel Mir and Lorente looking down the inside and taking the lead away from Jensen Chalk there. The two of them worked well together yesterday. Working well together again here, but it's still very close, this field. Narroway, Porter, Gorski, Gibson, Curry, Carter, all close behind. Good to see Ronnie Carter actually having a good run here. If you missed the morning races, Ronnie had a technical issue which meant he couldn't get out on the grid for the start of the first race. Did get out there to do some running, but unfortunately was a long way down the order. Jensen Chalk cuts to the inside. Can he get the move done on Daniel Mir and Lorente? Yep, he does do so. Takes the lead again. Results so far, well, in terms of the last round, Jensen Chalk 2 wins in the heats and then second place in the final as Lorente goes down the inside. That is the driver who took, of course, the win in the final yesterday. There's a wall squabbling just behind as well. You saw the number 35 there, Ronnie Carter, on the inside as they went into the Bruno chicane. Daniel Mir and Lorente, unfortunate that he wasn't able to be at Clay Pigeon. Otherwise, I think he would have been part of this title fight, given how well he's raced here this weekend at Shenington and at Wilton Mill, which he very much enjoys. And we're there for rounds 2 and 3, of course. Here comes the number 84, though, of Harry Curry, and now this is key. This is key. He's starting to move up through the field, is Harry Curry. Needs to do so. The title rival, Jensen Chalk, having a very strong day. As we said, Curry's results yesterday, 5th and 11th in the heats, 7th in the final. It shows how competitive this class is. It's gone back and forth several times already this season, and so let's not forget as well that he had the problems in heat number 1 as well. So actually, when we take those into account in the championship, it is a lead. Apologies. It's a lead at the moment for Jensen Chalk in the championship. Curry fighting with Leonardo Gorski at the moment over 5th place. But as we've seen with several classes this year, no drop scores. It can swing back and forth very, very easily should one bad result happen for any driver. Move's just been done for 15th place. Luke Millwood has got through past Manav Dio. Good progress there from the number 38. Novice battle, by the way. Sukmani Kira has control of it. Sukmani is 8th overall. The next rookie down the road is Freddie Denton in 12th place. So some karts between number 57 and number 98. There is your leader, Daniel Mir and Lorente. Just trying to work with Jensen Chalk at the moment, but Luca Narroway and Teddy Porter. I don't know if they've made some changes to the karts during the lunch break. There's a bit more pace is coming out of that 17 and the 66. Over start finish, just under 1.5 minutes to go then. Still 3 more laps for these drivers to negotiate. But Daniel Miran Lorente continues to lead. He's under pressure though from Jensen Chalk. These 4 drivers want to be careful. They don't want to fight too early because there's another group just behind. You just saw them there. Harry Curry leading it, still in 5th place. They could be encouraged into this, and I think they are actually. They're charging now to the rear bumper of Teddy Porter. This could be a huge battle for the lead as we come on to, well, will it be the last lap? No, I think they'll get another 2 in. I think they'll cross the line with a bit of time left on the clock. It's down the inside goes Lucan Arroway, looking for 2nd place, gets 2nd place. Past Jensen Chalk then, so Lucan Arroway has decided he wants to make a move now and not get swallowed up by this pack that's on the scene. Ronnie Carter's got up to 8th place, past Austin Gibson that last lap around. 2 more laps of this one to go in this impeccable IAME Bambino class, putting on a show yet again here at Shenington. Jensen Chalk has got back past Lucan Arroway and has now got back past Daniel Miran Lorente as side by side are Curry and Porter. Teddy Porter is going to be on the outside surely for the 2nd part of the Bruno chicane. Oh, we're on the outside. How about that? That was brilliant. And relegates Harry Curry back into 5th place. Time has expired. We've still got another lap of this, ladies and gentlemen, and anything could happen. It's been great racing. Clean as well. That's what's been impressive. Oh, it's just as I say that. Hopped over the curb. There goes Daniel Miran Lorente. I need to stop saying that because that happened at Wilton Mill last time around as well. But we are on the last lap of this race. That could be crucial for deciding where the title this year in SuperOne BKC for Bambino IAMEs goes. At the moment, it's still advantage Jensen Chalk. He's there in the lead of the race. He's in the lead of the championship. And he could be putting himself in a position where he just needs to complete the final, not do anything particularly special, and he will be champion. On to the back straight then. Lucan Arroway still very close. There's Lucan Arroway going to send one down the inside. He's side by side as they go into the Wilkins complex. Going to get it sorted. Yes, that's a very clean move from Lucan Arroway. Lucan Arroway, no, it's going to be a drag race to the line. Who's going to take this? On the line, and Lorente's coming as well. Oh, side by side over the line. Who took it? Who took that? Timing's not updated for us. I honestly do not know who took that victory. We're waiting to see. I don't know if we can get a replay of that, Darren. That was very close over the line. Narroway had the lead off the final corner, but Jensen Chalk had a good run there. And Daniel Miran Lorente was cruising up on the outside, still not had an official result come through yet on our timing as to who took that. It was close. It was closer than .2. I think that's a score on the left-hand side of your screen from a lap or so before. It's in, and it's Jensen Chalk. Jensen Chalk wins by 0.032 of a second. The top 3 covered by half a tenth. That's remarkable, and we'll see them back out later for their final. We're going to take another short break and get ready for the next heat out on circuit, which will be Honda Cadet. We're back here at Shenington. Darren, do we have a replay of that last finish there? He's working on it. Let's look at this over the line again. So this was Lucan Arroway up the inside. Brilliant move, but then look at this. Jensen Chalk goes to the inside. There's a gap there. And took it on the line. Right, Honda Cadet, second heat for them. Let's have a look at their grid for this next race. And it's going to be Jensen Huki on pole position again alongside Jarrett Clark, who's been in great form so far this weekend here at Shenington. Jaden Sherwood and Christian Stefanov are on row 2. Kasper Tomilewski and Martin Wright are on row number 3. Jacob Anslow and Jacob Giblett-Lee are on row 4. Finley Lines and Oliver Meek wrap out the top 10. Frankie Smedley's looking for a better result in this one, was running high up in the top 10 before an incident in heat number 1. Starts this race from 11th. Tyler Lee is alongside on that 6th row of the grid. Felix Freeman and Ethan Bath are on row number 7. And then it's Theo Champney and Brendan James on row 8. Tyler Davis and Finley Fishburne are on row 9. Emily Ackett and Larry Price are on row 10. Joshua Jarvis and Jack Balding are on row 12. Felix Smedley, the other Smedley, is on row 12 alongside Jensen O'Neill going. And Oscar Tumulty, should mention, we've not seen Oscar out on circuit today, so I'd be pleasantly surprised if we see that car out on circuit. Here we go then. Away we go for 8 minutes plus 1 lap here in Honda Cadet. 3 wide as we go into Cafe Corner. Looks like the number 55 of Jarrett Clark has got the lead off, and there's a spinner towards the back of the field. He's got going again now. But Jarrett Clark will lead down into turn into the Stratford hairpin. So as I say, there was one driver off towards the back there in a spot of bother. We'll try and find out who that was in due course. But apart from that, everything clean as we go through this first lap. Jarrett Clark, winner of the final yesterday. Looking good at the moment over start finish. Leads at the end of lap number 1. Rest of the field filing through. It's number 33 just behind. It's Jensen Huki in 2nd place. Jaden Sherwood following as well in the number 4. Look out for Martin Wright as well, was strong in the first race. Kasper Tomilewski. Now, we didn't see much of Kasper in heat number 1. He had an incident early on in the race. Your championship leader by 5 points ahead of Martin Wright by my calculations at this stage of proceedings. What can he do here? He needs a big run in this one. It's not been a good weekend so far for Tomilewski, with results of 6th and 21st in the heats. Oh, round is Jarrett Clark. He's saved it, but he's going to lose a lot of positions there, and there's contact towards the back of the field as well, and hopefully everybody will avoid that. Don't know if we can get a replay of what happened there to Jarrett Clark and whether he was tipped into that, but at the front, here comes Kasper Tomilewski trying to go for 2nd place. He's going to take 2nd place away from Jensen Huki, but it's Martin Wright, I think, who's got out ahead of all of this. Yes, he has. Jaden Sherwood's been shuffled back a few positions as Tomilewski goes to the inside. So just as we were saying that Tomilewski needed a result, results of 6th, 21st, 9th and 10th so far this weekend. Across 1 1/3 rounds so far of this season. Tomilewski is now up at the front of this field. Winner of round 2 at Wilton Mill a few weeks back. What was a very strong weekend at Wilton Mill. Only had 1 race out of 6 off the podium, but here comes Martin Wright again, trying to go to the inside of Kasper Tomilewski through Park Bend and takes it. Takes the lead away from the number 20, and Jaden Sherwood fighting back. Slips in there to 3rd place ahead of Jensen Huki as they go through Cafe Curve. 5 minutes of this one to go. Tomilewski back down the inside of Wright, who leaves the door open and needs to be careful that he doesn't lose more positions, because here comes Jensen Huki, who's got past Jaden Sherwood, and Christian Stefanov is on the scene as well in the number 27. Frankie Smedley not too far behind as well in the number 10. And there are a couple of drivers off the back of the field, unfortunately. Jacob Giblett-Lee, the O-plate holder, is one of them. Oliver Meek and Felix Smedley as well, but still running. As fighting through, is that the number 55? Yes, it's Jarrett Clark. So Jarrett Clark on the comeback drive here after the half spin a few laps ago. We know he's got pace here this weekend. Has he got enough pace to fight his way back up to the front? He's got a good amount of time to do so. He's back up to 5th place. Tomilewski surely will go defensive on the run down into the hairpin. Does so. Martin Wright's going to have to go the long way round. Tomilewski controls that well. That was really good. That was very good to stop any kind of switchback by Martin Wright there. Is this a champion's drive incoming? Jaden Sherwood trying to fight through. Behind him is still Jarrett Clark, and there's a lane underneath, and poor old Jensen Hook thinks he's getting forced out wide there. No, he's going to dive back down the inside. It's getting very physical out there. There's a yellow flag being waved on the run into Wilkins Complex, so I think someone might have had a bit of a spin there. And I think it's Felix Medley again. Felix Medley falling down the order, has fallen down to 11th. We got a little bit caught out there. Still at the front though, Tomilewski and Wright, 1 and 2 in the race, 1 and 2 in the championship. And again, Tomilewski goes defensive to the inside, controls it well, but this time Martin Wright gets a run, and they're going to be side by side. 5 points between them in the championship, and not a lot out there on circuit, and through goes Martin Wright. Key move, 2-point swing potentially in this championship. No drop scores, it really has produced a very different feel to this championship this year. Tomilewski goes back down the inside. The records will say that there wasn't a lead change on that lap. If you were watching though, you'll very much know that there was, and this really is a tight race with so much at stake. The SuperOne Honda Cadet title. Down into the hairpin again. Tomilewski will go defensive, but this is where he needs to control that undercut, that switchback that Martin Wright likes to do, and he's done so. But in doing so, look who's back on the scene. Jensen Hookey is right there again in 3rd place. And it's still very, very close. Jaden Sherwood and Jarrett Clark, those two Ambition Motorsport liveried karts there. Jarrett Clark won our final yesterday. Play out the interview with him later on. Contact warning for the number 4. Christian Stefanov having a nice run here as well. They're in 6th place. .90 seconds of this one to go. Change for the lead again. Martin Wright to the front, but he's going to leave the door open there, and that's just going to allow Tomilewski and more to come down the inside. Was that a mistake from Martin Wright? Because Hookey's through. Sherwood's looking for the inside now as well. Well, I've got to admit, that was a little bit strange from Martin Wright to leave the door open. He's still in the mix. I'm not sure he would have wanted to do that. That was a chance where he really needed to defend. Keep an eye on Christian Stefanov here, because he's still there in 6th place. 2 laps of this one to go. Side by side, number 4 and number 55. Sherwood and Clark going at it there for 4th place. Tomilewski back in front then. He knows what to do here, keep it defensive. He's able just to come out wide a little bit though to take a better racing line. Through the Bruno chicane they go. Still so close out there on circuit. As we say, with so much at stake, Martin Wright has a little look down the inside, and through into 3rd place goes Jarrett Clark. So Jarrett Clark is putting himself in a position here. Time has expired. Here's the final lap then. Final lap board is out for the leaders. What a race this has been so far, not just in terms of a close battle out front, but championship permutations. You've had the drive back through from Jarrett Clark. Tomilewski goes defensive again, holds onto it. Bit of a hop across the curb there for Jarrett Clark and Jaden Sherwood, and Clark's a little bit vulnerable as here comes Christian Stefanovs looking to move down the inside, but stays in 6th place for now. Kasper Tomilewski, this is it, on the line ahead of the final. He's had to work really hard for this. Will surely go defensive, lock it down, but we've seen it be a drag race off the final corner in previous classes. What's it going to be? It's very tight on the line. Tomilewski is going to surely take the win. Yes, on the line by 0.04, and how big in the context of this championship could that be? Tom Maluski takes his first win since heat number 2 at Wilton Mill, his first win of the weekend, just at the right time. We said we needed a fight back from him and a big performance, and there it was, ahead of Martin Wright. Jarrett Clark, I think, is going to be confirmed as in 3rd place. Apologies, timing's frozen for us a little bit here in comms. Jaden Sherwood 4th, Jensen Hookey in 5th, Christian Stefanov 6th, and all of those drivers who are part of a very exciting race there. We're going to take another short break here at Shenington on your Alpha live stream. Do hope you're enjoying it. If you've not subscribed on YouTube already, please do so. Click the notification bell and give the stream a like as well. If you're watching on Facebook, at Alpha Live Productions, at SuperOne Series, and at Double Dash Motorsport Media, do give all those pages a like. We're going to take another very short break. Next out on circuit is the 2nd and final heat for Junior Rotax and Minimax. Quick look at the grid then for our Junior Rotax and Minimax classes. Ollie Stevens and James Jackson on the front row for Junior Rotax. Charlie Pritchard and Harrison Crook on row 2. Daniel Sabula and Jake Howarth are on row number 3. Callum Davies and Millie Hart row 4. Then our 3 Minimax runners, Holly Woolley, Callum McDuff and Harry Ewell. Coming around the final corner then, our Junior Rotax drivers, away they go for their 2nd heat of the day. And through comes Charlie Pritchard straight away. Was that a problem? Did I just see a problem there for Ollie Stevens? Was he slow off of the first corner? Yes, he was. Ollie Stevens is in trouble. Ollie Stevens is in trouble, and that is big. The championship leader is having some form of drama and is opening the door quite literally to Charlie Pritchard. 12 points was the gap between the two of them going into this race. Charlie Pritchard leads. Ollie Stevens, I think, is stopped. Yes, there he is. He's not even made the Stratford hairpin. He's conked out. That kart is gone from this race. He's desperately trying to get himself off the circuit. That's good from Ollie to get himself off the circuit. It's going to be yellow flags down through to the Stratford hairpin for the drivers to negotiate, and there Pritchard sees his title rival Ollie Stevens at the side of the road. The best he can hope for, it's going to be in 8th place, isn't it? It's going to be in 8th place for Ollie Stevens. So at least that's the saving grace, that at least he got out on circuit, and he will still score some points. But Charlie Pritchard, this is key now. This is really key. If he can win this race, I think that means he closes the gap to 5 points going into the final race of the season. Oh, and you've got to feel. You really do have to feel for Ollie Stevens there. Down the inside, James Jackson holding on from Harrison Crook there, and Daniel Sabula in the number 12. But you do have to feel for Ollie Stevens. And this circuit, it's a tough one. It looks from the air on a track map like a very simple circuit, but there are the big straights, the big curbs. It's an old school circuit. And we have seen so many times in events here that we've streamed on Alpha Live, drama occur of a mechanical nature, not just in this series, but in others as well. And sadly for Ollie Stevens, he has got a lot of work to do now, because of course this will affect his grid position for the final as well. Got a good result earlier in the day, was 3rd in Heat 1. But will have to start a little bit lower down the grid than he would have perhaps expected in that final. Here is your Minimax battle. Holly Woolley moving ever closer to having the title go her way. Leads the race ahead of Callum McDuff in the number 38. Very nicely liveried and prepared kart that is there. And the number 65 of Harry Ewell not too far behind. So good to see that the Minimax is having a good one here. As a lot of pressure coming there from Callum McDuff. A little bit of contact on the back, and Holly Woolley's been forced wide there and down into 3rd place. Now the question is, I think there was a little bit of contact there. No, bumper looks fine. I was just wondering, was the contact hard enough to drop the bumper on the number 38, but it looks okay. There's the number 81, stranded at the side of the road. Now, will Holly Woolley have enough in her number 2 to fight back here? Charlie Pritchard continues to lead out front. Not by a lot, though. Less than 0.3 of a second clear of James Jackson. Following our mini-match drivers here. Callum McDuff is starting to pull away from Harry Ewell, so maybe he's feeling that he was being held up behind Holly Woolley. There was a contact warning there for the number 38. 3 minutes 47 of this one to go. Here are your leaders in junior Rotax. Charlie Pritchard ahead of James Jackson. Harrison Crook there in 3rd place. Cross start finish they go then. Still plenty of this race to go. Remember, every single point, every single position rather, is worth 1 point. So if you win the race in the heat, you get 34, second 33, third 32. Doesn't sound like much of a difference, but when we're talking about a potential 5-point gap post this race, should Pritchard win it, that'll be in the gap to the now retired Ollie Stevens. Suddenly, a 6-point gap, a 7-point gap, all starts to make a bit of a difference. In a way, though, Charlie Pritchard is revelling in this. We spoke to him yesterday. We kind of wanted the interview earlier. He knows that in this position, because he's a long way clear of those further behind, so 2nd place is almost guaranteed in this championship this season. He's just got to go for it. He's got to go all out for it. Get as many points as he can, take as many race wins as he can. And if you have circumstances like this, where your title rival breaks down or has a spin or, you know, has whatever calamity befall them, he's going to be right there to potentially take this title away from Ollie Stevens, who's looked so strong. Remember, at Wilton Mill, he won every single race of the weekend. 4 heats and 2 finals across round 2 and round 3. But for whatever reason, it's just not worked out so far for Ollie Stevens. Still got the final to go, though. Still got the final to go. Still a lot of racing here to sort out in this heat. 2 minutes. The best part of 2 minutes, plus 1 lap for Pritchard, Jackson and Crook to sort themselves out. Daniel Sabula's continuing to have a good run as well, just to mention him. He's been solidly up in the top 5 for most of these races in this class this season. He's there in 4th place, some 4.6 seconds clear of Jake Howarth. Missed round 1, did Daniel, so he's probably going to solidify his 7th place in the championship behind the 6 regulars: Stevens, Pritchard, Crook, Howarth, Davies and Jackson. The young driver I'd expect to hopefully see back in these junior ranks next season. It won't be long before we're looking towards the 2021 SuperOne season. Details for that and the calendars coming out very, very soon. Keep an eye on www.superoneseries.com for all of that information. 35 seconds to go, 2 laps then. Charlie Pritchard, does he have the measure of James Jackson in this field? At the moment, seems like he does. 1/4 of a second is the lead, and it's been about that for most of this race. They have dropped Harrison Crook, who's now over a second behind, so he's starting to lose the power of the slipstream effect that you quite regularly get around this Shenington circuit. Time will expire just as they come round the Wilkins complex. On to the final lap then, Charlie Pritchard. Can he make it 4 victories in a row this weekend at Shenington? Can he make it 4 out of the 5 races that he's done so far. James Jackson is still pushing him. A race winner this year at Wilton Mill and at Clay Pigeon in heats. So we know he's got the skills to get to the front, but is he going to get the chance though? I don't think he is. I think Charlie Pritchard, this has been a much more measured performance from him, under a lot of pressure. With Ollie Stevens out at the side of the road, Charlie Pritchard has just eaten a huge amount of points out of Stevens' lead. He takes Heat 2. Follows up the Heat 1 win with another here. It's now 3 wins on the spin if we include his finals victory from yesterday. James Jackson gets good points in second place. That's his 3rd second in a row. Harrison Crook is going to take 3rd place. And how's it going to end in our Minimax ranks? It looks like Callum McDuff is going to take the win. Across start finish, there he is. Harry Ewell in 2nd and Holly Woolley in 3rd. Well, that leaves things very, very interesting for Junior Rotax and their final later on in the day. Do keep tuned with us here on the Alpha live stream for more of that later. We're going to take another short break. Next out on circuit, it's the 2nd heat for Senior Rotax. Time for the 2nd heat for our Senior Rotax drivers. Let's have a look at how they line up on the grid. Rob Ellis has pole position ahead of Harry Torpey. Rufus Hunt and Casey Watson are on row 2. Travis Coyne and Jack Tritton, championship leader, are on row 3. Harry Canneman, Ethan Ling are on row 4. Joshua Torpey and Thomas Parker, row 5. Thomas Taylor and Harry James are on row number 6. Championship situation looks like this. Jack Tritton, by my calculations, has a 20-point lead over Ethan Ling. And in fact, Ethan Ling and Travis Coyne are now equal on points. So I think the count back would go to Travis Coyne because he's had a finals win this year. Ling has not. Rob Ellis, strong earlier in heat number 1, finished 3rd. He's on 478 points, ahead of last year's champion Casey Watson, the number 1, who's not had a happy time here at Shenington so far this weekend. Karts heading out on circuit from dummy grid. Do keep your comments coming in. I'll try and keep an eye on them. You can tweet us as well directly into the comments box. And phones will go bing and stuff. So at Double Dash MM if you want to get a shout out to any of your favourite drivers out there on circuit. Thank you for your continued support of the SuperOne BKC Series. A short but very sweet season. I have massively enjoyed being part of this for the last 2 events. Big thanks to John Hoyle and everyone at Alpha Live for their efforts. But here we go then for Senior Rotax heat number 2. Good start then for our pole sitter. Rob Ellis takes the lead into the first couple of corners. But it looks like it's been another very good start for Rufus Hunt up there in 2nd place. But the Torpeys are coming through. Harry's already there at the front of the field. We saw Joshua come through the field in the first heat as well. Expect him to do so again here in the 2nd. This grid, of course, the same as the one that we had for heat number 1. Both heats decided by timed qualifying, which was held earlier this morning here at Shenington. But it is going to be Ellis leading from Hunt then as they come round the Wilkins complex to finish lap number 1. Everyone's still in it to win it though. No incidents there on the first lap. Joshua Torpey and Ethan Ling up both 3 positions, and quite importantly, Ethan Ling ahead of Jack Tritton then. This is another race we saw kind of similar to as down the inside there of Rob Ellis goes both Rufus Hunt and Harry Torpey. So Ellis shuffled down to 3rd. Hunt, your new leader, ahead of Torpey. Saw them have a great race earlier on in the day. But this race is an interesting one for Ethan Ling. Kind of similar to Kasper Tomilewski in Honda Cadets. Needs a good run. Hasn't had the best of results here at Shenington. One top three, a couple of fourths and a seventh across the 2 rounds. This one, of course, still in motion, of course. He needs to start taking points away from Jack Tritton, otherwise it's getting to the stage where he needs Tritton to have some form of incident that puts him out of the race. As through, just behind, I can see out the window, there are 2 Torpies now up in the top 3. Joshua Torpy up into 3rd. He's got past Rob Ellis and Casey Watson. And just as we mentioned with Ethan Ling, Jack Tritton makes a big move, has got back through past Ethan Ling and into 6th place. And this will be the thing now with the 2 Torpies not in the championship fight, Rufus Hunt not in the championship fight. Tritton will be quite happy to sit in this position, knowing that he's scoring more points than his championship rivals at the moment. And further extending his lead going into the final. Leaders pulling away though. Rufus Hunt and Harry Torpy. We saw them have a handshake after the first heat. Very respectful between the 2. Contact warnings for the 75 and the 76. That's Joshua Torpy and Ethan Ling. We saw Jack Tritton having a look there at Casey Watson, the number 1. Mentioned it earlier. Is that the way the number 1 plate is going? Onto that card that says 87 at the moment. Through goes Tritton, past Watson. So another point. Now Tritton will want Casey Watson to hold Ethan Ling at bay. At the moment, that's a 2-point gain in Tritton's favour. Ethan Ling will be keen to get through, but has got a contact warning already. Needs to be careful to not pick up too many more of those, otherwise a penalty will be incoming to the Welsh driver. Leaders coming past us here in the comms box, still as you were. Hunt ahead of Harry Torpy. And Joshua Torpy in 3rd. Is pulling away from Rob Ellis. A little adjustment there from Ethan Ling, trying to get a bit more power. Turn the wick up a little bit to get past Casey Watson. Let's have a look at the times in the sector times between Tritton and Ellis. Is Tritton closing in on Ellis? I think he is. Bit by bit, yeah, very good first sector, 28.479 compared to 28.603, and a new personal best from Tritton, 42.476. The gap is 0.6 of a second, or just under 0.6 of a second between Ellis and Tritton. And now with a bit of help from Casey Watson behind. It's a tricky position for Ethan Ling, this, because he's kind of got to help his title rival at this stage. He can't, you know, just let them gallop off into the distance while putting a big lunge on Casey Watson and losing the rear bumper of the 87. But in doing so, Ellis and Joshua Torpy are being reeled in here. 3 minutes to go. Let's have a look at the times again. Yeah, another 1/10 of a second has gone out of the gap between Ellis and Tritton. It's down to just over 0.4 of a second. With several laps in this one to go. Don't need to worry about the 2 leaders, they're gone. They are gone and up the road, as we saw in heat number 1. It's just a question of which one of them takes the win now. Is it going to be Harry Torpy? Is it going to be Rufus Hunt? It was Harry Torpy last time around. And Rufus Hunt will be wants to get one back here. Also gets a good grid slot for the final. 2 minutes 20 to go. Jack Tritton continues to close in on Rob Ellis. What can he do? Can he get through and into 4th place? Can he get another point? Casey Watson still holding as well in 6th place ahead of Ethan Ling. There are your 2 leaders on screen. Rufus Hunt ahead of Harry Torpy. And again, the experience of both of these drivers. They'll both know what the deal is here. They're in work together mode at the moment. And will probably stay this way until they see that sign that says last lap. Whilst the gap is a good one, it's not enormous. It's 2.8 seconds at the moment, which if Two drivers start squabbling over a number of laps, can be closed in. Looks like, though, that the squabbling is starting to occur in this second group. Joshua Torpey, Rob Ellis, Jack Tritton, Casey Watson and Ethan Link. Oh, big lap time's just gone in from Rufus Hunt. It's down the inside, starts to be defensive now. Rob Ellis, a big lap time, as we say, has just gone in from Rufus Hunt of 42.359. He is laying down the gauntlet to Harry Torpey in this second heat of the day. Fighting really hard. That's a lap time without a slipstream. That is very impressive from the driver in the number 53. Over start finish. What was that now? About 55 seconds to go. There's going to be 3 more laps. 3 more laps for the senior Rotax drivers to sort themselves out. Harry Torpey responding. 42.384 last time around. But here's Joshua Torpey still in 3rd place. Don't think he's holding these guys up. I think the pace of the front two is just that good. But Rob Ellis trying to fight and hold on to this 4th place. Conscious as well maybe that Travis Coyne isn't having a good race, so there's a chance to pull some points in there for Rob Ellis. He's got an outside chance of sneaking 3rd place in this championship if results like this continue. Over start finish again, penultimate lap started, change for the lead. Harry Torpey has got ahead of Rufus Hunt. Apologies, didn't see where it happened. I think it might have been down to Wilkins, but Harry Torpey has decided now is time to go. 1.5 laps to go. Is Harry Torpey the form that he's on at the moment? I mean, I've been watching him a lot this season. The scorecard at the moment for Harry Torpey in this class, as I say, he's been doing this wherever I've been watching him race this season. 2nd, 3rd, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, 1st, 2nd, 1st, 1st, 1st. And this might be another coming in, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very, very impressive 2020. Given all the challenges that all drivers have had this year, it clearly hasn't affected Harry Torpey in a negative way. Rufus Hunt is still there though, pushing, and will have a little bit of slipstream as they come down the hanger straight through Hanger Corner and into Wilkins. Does Rufus Hunt decide to send one? No. Torpey goes ever so slightly defensive. That's all he needed to do. It is going to be a bit of a drag race to the line, but Harry Torpey, 4 in a row. This is imperious form from Harry Torpey. He wins again. Rufus Hunt 2nd, Joshua Torpey 3rd, Rob Ellis 4th, Jack Tritton 5th. Not the best result he's had this year, but he did what he needed to do. He finished ahead of Ethan Ling, ahead of Travis Coyne. He moves a step closer to being crowned champion. Casey Watson finishes 6th, Ethan Ling 7th, Travis Coyne 8th, Harry Canham, Thomas Taylor, Harry James, Thomas Parker wrap out your field there. In senior Rotax, we'll see them out again later for their final. We're going to take another short break. You know how this works by now. And we'll be out next for our second heat of the Mini Rocks. Mini Rock time then for their second heat of 8 minutes plus 1 lap. And just whilst we sort out screens and what's been going on so far today in Mini Rock. Now we're ready, let's have a look at the grid for our second heat. Oliver Still has pole position, Aidan Hassan alongside on the front row. Taylor Orridge and Jacob Ashcroft are on row number 2. Alfie Richards and Archie Heron are on row number 3. Moving through the field then, 4th row of the grid looks like this. Milo Manderson was very impressive in heat number 1. Goes from 7th here. Harry Bartle is alongside on that 4th row. Time Measure didn't have a happy time in heat number 1. Starts this one from row 5 alongside Sam Woolley. Zane Quecker moved through the field very well in the first heat. We'll need to do so again here from 11th on the grid. Alongside on that 6th row of the grid is Joshua Turnbull. Jake Woods and Poppy Thomas go from row 7. Cameron Edmonds and Charlie Lomas are on row 8. Jack Santon, Archie Lovett are on row number 9. Gracie Mitchell and Ollie Poole wrap out the top 20. Max Hollor and Ty Cuthbert on row 11. Charlie Benson makes up the 23 kart grid. Keep your comments coming in. So Taylor Orridge, let's just review what the situation was from the first race of the day. Taylor Orridge led the championship going into this round today. Apologies, trying to find the result. Yeah, so it's Aidan Hassan who took the win earlier on. Taylor Orridge second. Oliver Still third. But they were closely run. Milo Madison, as you say, had a very strong run into fourth place. Alfie Richards fifth. Harry Bartle in sixth. Karts go out on circuit then. Getting the sight a lap. Conditions haven't changed though, they're still as they were. Dry, no sign of rain. Rolling start as ever for the Mini Rocks. They're going round again. Then. Taylor Orridge will be looking for more good points in this one. Just a reminder of the scores after. In fact, thank you very much, team at Alpha Timing. They've got the scores on results.alphatiming.co.uk as they are on the doors. Taylor Orridge has 517 points. Oliver Stilp has 494. Alfie Richards 479. So Taylor Orridge, for pretty much the rest of today, just needs to keep popping these scores in. And he will be champion. But keeping things nice and clean, which this class have been doing pretty much for the whole so far, is the order of the day. Away we go then. Lights out for the Mini Rocks as they go into turn 1 and turn 2 for the first time in this 8 minutes plus 1 lap heat. And Taylor Orridge will lead. Oh, big incident towards the back, and there's damage for the number 10. The number 10's got damage front left and is going to be out of the race straight away. That's Jake Woods. I think it was the number 77 possibly that was first involved in an incident, which was Milo Manderson. So Milo Manderson looked like he was in trouble coming off of Cafe Corner. But it's this front trio again, as down the inside we saw this. Oh, contact, and round goes Oliver Stilp. Oliver Stilp is going to be stuck there. He's got to recover the kart. He's on the curb. And I was just about to say, Hassan, Orridge, Stilp, we've seen them going at it for the last 3 rounds of this championship. They're very closely matched, but sometimes it can end in tears. And Oliver Stilp is going to be a long way down the order now. And we've got a Battenberg out there, so everybody needs to slow down. That's what's happening here. The number 83 is pulled into the pits, which is Alfie Richards. So drivers that are in trouble, that's why. So yeah, it's the number 10 of Jake Woods. Which is, oh, you can see the front left is going awry. So that kart is out of the race. So Taylor Orridge, apologies, Aidan Hassan effectively becomes a safety kart for the time being. Everybody has to stay in single file. Time continues to tick on by as the track is cleared of any unsafe obstacles. So it's Hassan from Orridge, Ashcroft, Heron. Time measure having a much stronger race this time around. They're in 5th place. Cameron Edmonds in 6th. Jacob Ashcroft currently your top novice there in 3rd place. Well, I feel a little bit frustrated for Oliver Still, who you're just going to see there towards the back of the field, the last of those still circulating. As Lovetson as well, number 28, or say in now heading back out on circuit. So obviously there's been problems there for Archie Lovett. Goes back out on circuit now. Still the Battenberg flags out for neutralising the circuit. Back to green, here we go then, back to green, back to racing. Good start for Hassan and Norwich. They've left Jacob Ashcroft behind there. They've lost their racing mate in Oliver Stilp, but they're going at it now as a duo. Jacob Ashcroft in third, Archie Heron fourth. Ty Messier took a win at Wilton Mill, remember, in round number 3. He's up there in 5th place. Cameron Edmonds in 6th. Joshua Turnbull, Jack Sant, Harry Bartle and Zane Quecker 9th and 10th. So Taylor Orridge, as we say, in a strong position in the championship at the moment, doesn't need to win this race. Just wonder how does he play this one at the moment, especially as his closest rival is not towards the front of the field in this one. Aiden Hassan has currently got a score of 460 points, so depending on how results go in this one, maybe out of the championship reckoning by the time we get into the final. Good battle going on for 3rd place though. Archie Heron has got ahead of Jacob Ashcroft. Time measure, see him with the burgundy colours on the top of his helmet, going up the inside for 4th place. Oh, he's going to lose momentum there and get swamped a bit as they come off of the Wilkins complex, as through goes Harry Bartle and Joshua Turnbull. It's a good attempt though from Time Measure. 2 leaders though out front now. Now where is Oliver Still? He's up to 14th. Just needs to keep sending it through the field now, as at the inside of the number 22 of Jacob Ashcroft goes Harry Bartle. There's a little tap on the head to say let's work together. So the gap going into this one, what was it? 23 points. And at the moment, that 23-point gap is going to expand to 35. Bar the shouting, I think that would be pretty much game, set and match for Taylor Orridge in his championship. 2 minutes 20 to go, change confirmed for 4th place. Harry Bartle for Jacob Ashcroft. We saw that going on down at the bottom of the hill. A couple of changes further down the field as well. Oliver Stilps actually just set the fastest lap of the race from the midfield. That is very impressive. 48.870 up 2 positions to 12th. Milo Manderson, gotta say, Milo Manderson's kart, that's impressive considering he got a real whack in the rear right-hand corner. The fact that kart's still going, that's impressive, as here we're looking at the number 22 of Harry Bartle, Jacob Ashcroft going back up the inside of Harry Bartle. And change for the lead at the front, Taylor Orridge, side by side between him and Aiden Hassan. Taylor Orridge wants to win this in style, takes the lead out front. And could this be a big, big moment for him? Champion from last year, of course. Was very, very happy to take the round win yesterday. It's been one of those where the results, look dominant almost, but such has been the level, not only his own driving, but that of Aiden Hassan. Oh, contact and spin! Oh, now can Taylor Orridge get going again? I was just saying that the competition at the top of this order has been so close between Orridge, Hassan and Stilp this year, and Orridge now starts to fall down the order. Where is he going to re-emerge? Is he re-emerged in 10th? Is that where he's ended up? Yes, and now he's behind Oliver Stilp. Now, the thing to remember is the gap in the championship is big. So this isn't completely a disaster. It would be 10 points, the gap between Orridge and Stilp if things were to stay as they are currently sat. It's not long in this race to go, though. Aidan Hassan, what does that do to his score? Well, it moves him to 494, but he's got to have things happen to both Orridge and Stilp to cause them to not score, which is very, very unlikely to happen. Last lap board is out for the leader. Archie Heron, though, second place. This is going to be surely going to be the best result of the year so far for Archie Heron. It'll be very, very good to see. Archie Heron's had a couple of thirds. He's been strong this weekend here at Shenington. Can he go one step better? Can he get a second place here? And this battle between these three Super One novices, Bartle trying to fight his way through to take third place off of Ashcroft. For Ashcroft, it would be a bit of a return to form. He's had a few seconds and thirds across the course of the year so far. Around the final couple of corners, Aidan Hassan's going to take the race victory, but Archie Heron's going to take his best result of the year so far. There, when it counts, takes second place. Very happy with that. Jacob Ashcroft third, Harry Bartle fourth. Oliver Stilp finished fifth, Josh Turnbull sixth, and Taylor Orridge seventh. Time measure in eighth, Zane Quecker in ninth. Cameron Edmonds wraps out the top 10 ahead of a recovering Milo Manderson, Charlie Lomas, Gracie Mitchell, Max Hollor and Charlie Benson, your top 15. Well, again, a very interesting race from the Mini Rocks. We'll see them for their final later on today. We're going to take another very short break here at Shenington. Next out on circuit, it's the final heat of this rotation. It's the Senior Rock and Junior Rocks. Last heat of the second rotation to go here then at Shenington. It's the Senior Rocks and Junior Rocks. Let's have a look at the grids for these two classes. Paul Ozan starts on pole position alongside Scott Mackerel, Harry Barlow and Max Davies on row 2, Joe Weaver and Matteo Palmer on row number 3. Ben Jenkins and Dan Pepper are on row 4. Into our juniors then, Ollie Stevens starts on pole position alongside Alfie Briggs. Alfie Baxter Davies and Kieran Pepper are on the second row of the juniors. AJ Arnold, Thomas Wainwright and Isaac Lord wrap out the 7 entries in that class. Let's have a look then at our scores on the doors for Senior Rock. Just as I pull them up in a moment, we've been talking a lot about the bad luck for Scott Mackerel, who we saw having another issue in heat number 1. Apologies, I'm just going to try and pull up the heat 1 results. So Paul Ozan took his 4th win of the weekend, 4 in a row. And I think on that form, you'd probably make him favourite for this race. Harry Barlow, though, took a crucial 2nd place and 33 points, which puts him on 509. Now, the interesting bit here, obviously, is where did Scott Mackerel finish? Well, he scored 28 points. So that is going to put him on to... One moment, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to put him on 511. So the gap at the front of the championship order in senior is 2 points. That's all that's in it now. And given that Scott Mackerel's mechanical woes have seemed to just continue to plague him, I'm just looking at dummy grid. Actually trying to catch a sight of Scott Mackerel's car. I think he's hidden behind a shed relative to my position, so we'll hopefully see him in a moment. But at the moment, he's just needing to get a race finish. He hasn't had one in the last 3 races, including, if you missed it yesterday in the results, a retirement on the last lap of the race whilst leading, which handed the final victory to Paul Ozan. And we mentioned Paul Ozan. We said at the start of the day that if he kept this form up, he could be a factor. He definitely is a factor. He's only 9 points behind Mackerel. And you never know. You never know. Juniors, let's talk juniors and where they are for their championship at the moment. The win in heat number 1 went to Ollie Stevens, which was his first win in this class since round 1. Heat number 2 at Clay Pigeon, so back on form for him there. Second place went to Alfie Briggs, who's not a factor in this championship because he missed the round at Clay Pigeon. Third place went to Alfie Baxter Davies. So same story for Alfie Baxter Davies. He missed round number 1, but was dominant at Wilton Mill, winning every single race. So the next driver that we've really got to talk about is AJ Arnold, who finished 4th in that first heat. Has a lead of 12 points in the championship, so it's not done yet. AJ Arnold has got to keep going around, keep picking up those points to make sure he stays ahead of Ollie Stevens. So if you expect anyone to be steady in this race and making sure they get to the end, it's AJ Arnold to make sure that the pressure isn't too high when we get into that final. Kieran Pepper's not completely out of this as well. He's on 493, finished 5th in the first heat. Let's not forget as well, Thomas Wainwright 4th in the junior ranks at the moment, 484. Isaac Lord 5th, 465. Engine notes rise as both classes head out on circuit. 8 minutes plus 1 lap as always. And I really don't know what to expect from this race. Paul Ozan, as we know, in seniors has been on this fantastic form. Pole position in time qualifying this morning. Scott Mackerel, though, last year's champion, looking to retain his title. In race conditions, arguably has been a little bit quicker, but has had those reliability issues, which have meant he retired from the last race, and the final yesterday, and heat number 2 yesterday. Honestly, keeping everything crossed that he has better luck this time. Across start, finish they go then. Start goes well for the seniors. Paul Ozan straight into the lead. Looks like Harry Barlow has cut up into second place. Yes, he has, ahead of Scott Mackerel, but Scott Mackerel is running. The number 5 there of Joe Weaver as well is into 4th place, as away go the juniors as well for the start of their race, and it looked clean from our position here. 7 minutes 42 to go, and it's the number 47, I think, of Alfie Briggs coming down towards us. Yes, it is, in the lead of the race. The number 4 of Kieran Pepper, though, fighting through. And Paul Ozan's gone. Paul Ozan has gone. That is remarkable. He has galloped up the road, has already got about a 5 or 6 kart length lead. And Barlow and Mackerel, I reckon they're just going to focus on themselves, because they're the ones really fighting for this championship. They're not going to be fighting, or I should say working to try and close Paul Ozan in. They're going to be more focused on beating each other. Now, this has been a good first half of lap number 2 for Harry Barlow. He's starting to close in. He's pulled a couple of tenths out of Paul Ozan through that first sector and is closing in. So Harry Barlow, has he turned things up a little bit in this race, knowing that Mackerel is under pressure? If things were to finish as they are now, the gap would be 1 single point going into the final race of the season in the senior rock category. Keeping an eye on juniors as well. Kieran Pepper, as we say, leads. Alfie Baxter Davies up to 2nd place. AJ Arnold in a good 3rd place, and crucially ahead of Ollie Stevens at this stage of the race. And Alfie Briggs still in amongst as well, side by side between Thomas Wainwright and Isaac Lord. Here come your runners in, and there's been a change for the lead there. Alfie Baxter Davies leads now in junior ahead of Kieran Pepper. In fact, not ahead of Kieran Pepper, ahead of AJ Arnold. So AJ Arnold doing a really solid job here. Surely we'll just push Alfie Baxter Davies along now and try and break, just get a bit of separation between himself and Kieran Pepper there in the number 3. with the aim to leave Ollie Stevens stranded further down in the field. 5 minutes to go. Moving into finals next, of course, and things will get longer, but also more exciting, more points on offer. The racing will become even more fierce than it's been across the course of the day so far. AJ Arnold to the lead then, gets past Alfie Baxter-Davies through Park Bend. And now Kieran Pepper's going to have a go as well to try and get past the number 31, but the 31 now fighting back. Good speed down into the Stratford hairpin there for Baxter-Davies. He retakes the lead, and AJ Arnold shows a bit of a shoulder to the number 4 of Kieran Pepper there, and it's fallen down to third. And here we go, championship rivals together on circuit. Ollie Stevens has got to keep it clean though. He cannot afford a DNF at this stage of the season, because that would be it, surely, in the battle against AJ Arnold. The gap is 12 points though, remember. Still as you were in seniors, by the way. Ozan leading ahead of Barlow. Mackerel, that's your top three. Max Davies has got past Joe Weaver for 4th place and Mateo Palmer for that 6th. So that does mean we're missing some. Who are we missing? We're missing Daniel Pepper. We're missing Ben Jenkins as well from this race. So unfortunately for them, they've had issues. We hope to see them back out again later on in the day. 3.5 minutes to go. It's a good scrap, this, in the junior rock categories. Oh, Baxter-Davies was a little bit slow off of the Wilkins complex there, and Kieran Pepper's going to have a chance, and he's going to take it up the inside into Park Bend and through Cafe Curve now. And fighting through here is that AJ Arnold? Yes, AJ Arnold was trying to force through. Baxter-Davies goes back down. He's very strong. Baxter-Davies is very strong on that run through Pit Bend and down into the Stratford hairpin. He's got a lot of pace in that JDR machine. Big move though in senior. Scott Mackerel has got ahead of Harry Barlow for 2nd on the road. And not just in this race, that is going to be a point swing as well. So at the moment, instead of the points gap being 1 point between Barlow and Mackerel, if things were to finish right now, it would be a 3-point lead for the reigning champion. Paul Ozan, though, he still leads. Big support from his family here this weekend. And has been quite a comeback after the way that the round at Wilton Mill finished. This has been a great response from the 48-year-old. Just over 2 minutes of this one to go. And you never know going into that final. 60 points available for the winner of the final, remember. 58 for 2nd, 56 for 3rd, 55 for 4th and downwards. 1 point deducted for each position. Oh, quick shot of Steve Tresson there, working hard on the lens. We're going to check his camera workout. Less than 2 minutes of this one to go. Paul Ozan continues to lead in seniors. Scott Mackerel 2nd. And everything is just crossed for Scott Mackerel at the moment. We don't want to see this championship decided by a mechanical failure. We want to see it decided by action out there on the track. Alfie Baxter-Davies continues to lead in his number 31. I do wonder if they set the kart up slightly differently for this race. Maybe geared it a little bit longer. Seems to struggle a little bit out of the slow speed corners, but then when he gets into this section of the circuit, he is flying. And they cannot attack him. They cannot get up alongside of him on the run either into the Stratford hairpin or down into Wilkins. AJ Arnold still there in 2nd place though, doing what he needs to do for his championship title bid. Just watch it here, just at that spot there. Alfie Baxter-Davies a little bit sluggish out the corner. That could all be down to kart though, but AJ Arnold's going to go for it, trying to go for the lead here. This is a risky move. Kieran Pepper's looking up the inside as well for 2nd place. 2 laps to go. Now the horses come out. Can Alfie Baxter Davies look at him pull away there again? Really good. Oh, Pepper down the inside. Great move by the number 4. And that's caught AJ Arnold out. He's down to 3rd. That's still a good position, though. Still giving him points in the championship and pulling out a further lead over the driver just behind there, the number 81, Ollie Stevens. Time up then. Where are our seniors? They're just coming into the Bruno chicane now. Look at the scrap going on here as Pepper trying to fight his way through. And AJ Arnold's down the inside, and that, I thought it was going to be a compromised exit there out of Cafe Curve, but he holds on to 3rd for now. Baxter Davies doesn't go defensive into the hairpin because he doesn't need to. He is that quick in a straight line. But always, once again, it's the slow corners, it's the slow exits that are the challenge for Alfie Baxter Davies. Did Pepper manage to get the move done? No, he's still there in 2nd place. We're on the last lap now. Paul O'Tan still leading ahead of Scott Mackerel. We're keeping an eye on that. Harry Barlow 3rd, still side by side in the juniors. It's going to be 3 wide as they come over start finish. AJ Arnold trying to slip in there. Alfie Baxter Davies defends once again ahead of Kieran Pepper. Now we run into the part of the car. Oh, now he did get forced wide there, and he's lost the lead. He's lost the lead as Kieran Pepper now goes to the front of the order in the juniors. AJ Arnold picks up another position. They're going to be side by side as they run towards the Bruno chicane. Paul O'Tan has won again, has won in seniors. Scott Mackerel has had a race finish for the first time in what feels like an age, and it's good points. 3rd for Harry Barlow, 4th Joe Weaver, 5th Max Davies, and 6th Matteo Palmer. But what's happening in the juniors? Who's going to take the win in juniors? We need to see if Kieran Pepper is going to take the victory on the line. He is. Kieran Pepper wins it in the number 4. AJ Arnold 2nd, Ollie Stevens 3rd, and Alfie Baxter Davies after a really brave defence. I wonder if they'll look at some settings for the final. He finishes there. In fact, no, he's not come across the line. Alfie Briggs has finished in 4th. Where is Alfie Baxter Davies? Is he stuck out there on circuit? Out of our view here in the commentary box. Folks stood around the circuit probably know more than me at the moment. Alfie Baxter Davies has not come over start-finish. And neither, according to timing, has Thomas Wainwright. Might be a transponder issue is what I'm hearing now. So we'll wait and see on that one. But there we go. That's all the heat racing done. We're going to take a short break here. And the first final out on circuit will be our Bambino C50 New Era class. Back here then at Shenington, we're getting into the really, really tense part of the day now, and silence falls over Shenington for the first time in a while as there's no engines running. Let's have a look then at these grids for the finals. First one being the Bambino C50 New Era final. Max Gilman has pole position, 68 points out of a possible 68, 2 wins, pole position. Favourite for this race? Hard to tell. Grayson Wortley is alongside on the front row. If he stays in that position, he will be champion in this class for 2020. Austin Newstead and Harper Das, row 2. Jack Baker and Elliot Dimolo are on row number 3. Colby Patterson and Jacob Nairn are on row 4. Dax Farah and Reese David Richardson are on row 5. Austin Oman and Vesper Farah are on row number 6. And there are 2 names I did not expect to see at this end of the grid. Morgan Weston and Marley Fisher, the 2 other competitors for the title at the start of the day, start on row 7 at the back of the grid. So a lot to do for them. Just going to see if we've had updated official points. Not quite. So we'll have to do this unofficially off the spreadsheet. But Grayson Wortley, 2/3 so far today, giving him 64 points. Austin Newstead, a 4th and a 3rd for him so far today. And Grayson Wortley then, sorry, just trying to work through the points at the moment in terms of what the gap is going to be. I think the gap would be, in fact, it's going to be more than 9 points if Morgan Weston and Marley Fisher. Let's just check what their scores were from heat number 2. So Grayson Wortley, as we state, has had 32 points. Morgan Weston and Marley Fisher scored 0, so as DNSs. Of course, yes, because this was the race that was red flagged and obviously restarted, and Weston and Fisher did not take those starts, so scored 0 points. So, I mean, they're still going to have a battle over who finishes second in the title race, but Grayson Wortley, you'd imagine, if he can just get round lap number 1, will be your champion. We hope for his sake that that is the case. So 539 points is what Grayson Wortley is on. Doesn't mean I think Austin Newstead has hopped up into 2nd place in this. 2nd place last time around, 4th in heat number 1. Yeah, does mean he's on 515 ahead of Weston and Fisher. So in fact, actually, just as I'm running through the points, the closest challenge to Wortley is our pole sitter, who is now 2nd in the championship, if I've got my maths and my sums right. 12 points is the gap. So Max Gilman just has to go for it in this one. If he takes the win, it's a clean sweep. It's a very nice trophy to go home with this evening from Shenington, and if something were to happen to Grayson Wortley, it might be a little bit more.
Karts heading out on circuit then. Remember, this is the last time in the championship that we will see our Coma C50 New Era class. It's not the last time that they'll race this year, though, because, of course, they'll be there at the O-Plate, the SuperOne BKC O-Plate, held on the 19th and 20th of September up at Rowra. Beautiful part of the world up there in Cumbria. If you've not got your entries in already, superone.alphatiming.co.uk/register/series. All the details are on there. We say from the Rock classes, minis, juniors and seniors there. Rotaxes as well, minis, juniors and seniors, Honda Cadets, all of our Bambino classes in IAME and Coma C50, and the Rotax 177s as well. So do head across to the website, get signed up for what should be a fantastic event. We were chatting with John Hoyle about it yesterday. Very excited ahead of that one. Grid being cleared then for this final for the new era Coma C50s. Eyes on the lights. Max Gilman looking to make it 3 out of 3. Grayson Wortley looking to be champion. Away they go then. And side by side, 1st and 2nd. It's a very good start from both of them. And in the end, Gilman slots into the lead. Wortley in 2nd place. Now at the moment, that's all Wortley needs to do. He doesn't need to take the lead. If he sits there for the next 10 minutes or so, he will be champion. But here we go down into the Stratford hairpin, and once again Austin Newstead is getting involved. Oh, going for the lead and spins Max Gilman. Oh, Max Gilman goes round and everybody takes avoiding action. The number 24 has spun there. Colby Patterson, and there's more drivers off. And I think is that... Oh, that's Grayson Wortley. Oh, the championship leader's in trouble. Now, if he can get going again, he could still be champion, but the number 70, the kart that we've been looking out for, has run into trouble down at the Stratford hairpin. I mean, this race in terms of the victory has been blown open now. I think it's Jack Baker who's going to come round to lead
at the end of lap 1. Jack's kept himself out of trouble really well there. But where does Grayson Wortley finish now? This is real drama, real drama. Jacob Nairn is there in second place as well. Morgan Weston will not believe this now, because having had the retirement, the DNS, from the race earlier in the day, heat number 2, he now sits in third place. If he'd been able to score in heat number 2, he'd now be surely in a championship winning position. The trouble is, he's not in a championship winning position. Unless Grayson Wortley, is Grayson Wortley running again? That is the key thing. If he's running, he's scoring points. So third at the moment for Morgan Weston would put him on to 564. Grayson Wortley's still not come over the line. He did take the start. Question is there significant damage to the kart? Harper Das is down in the pit lane in just below my window here. So he's out of the race. There's the number 70. It's out the race now. Oh, let's get the rule book out now, because if that's classified as a 13th place finish, that'll be 585 points for Grayson Wortley. Max Gilman is still running, but in 8th place. If Max Gilman somehow can come through to win this race, by my calculations, he will be champion by 2 points, but only if he wins the race. 7 minutes for the Bambino C50 New Era final to decide in quite dramatic fashion who wins this title. Morgan Weston still there in third place. Jack Baker doing a brilliant job though, still leading this race and looking comfortable. Weston through into second now, has got past Jacob Nairn. You can see that. Elliot Dimolo had his best result in heat number 2. Well, he could be beating it again in the final, up there in 4th place. Just keeping an eye out. Where is Max Gilman in all of this? That's the key card that we need to be looking at now. The number 50 is up to 7th. That will put him on 579. Of course, this is all provisional, of course, ladies and gentlemen. Little head nod there from Jack Baker to Morgan Weston. Morgan Weston takes the lead then on lap number 4. Improves his score to 568 as Baker tries to fight back there, but in the end just slots into second place. Austin Newstead, I think, also got caught up in the first lap incident as well, so I think that's ruled him out of any chance of taking the title. In fact, there is Newstead and is in trouble with the number 24 of Colby Patterson. 2 karts have been released now and the race continues. Five and a half minutes to go. Still Jack Baker giving it a good go here against Morgan Weston. He's not letting him gallop off down the road. Third place battle is good as well. Elliot Dimolo just behind there with Jacob Nairn. Could the 71 get a podium in this race? That would be a fantastic result for Elliot and his dad Sam. 5 minutes of this final race of the season for the Bambino C50 New Eras. If you're just joining us, we've had drama here at Shenington. Championship leader Grayson Wortley. I've got someone going to run and find out what the point situation will be. I think, having taken the start, change for the lead though. Jack Baker to the front ahead of Morgan Weston. Grayson Wortley did take the start. It's classified as a retirement, but will still score some points of some value, and it might just be enough to hold on to the championship lead. However, Max Gilman is continuing to come up through the field. He's now up to 6th place, is short, by my calculations, by 5 points of the championship win. Morgan Weston now looking down the inside again of Jack Baker. Oh, overcooks it a little bit and is going to be vulnerable to Elliot Dimolo as they come off the Stratford hairpin. Dimolo going for second place then as they run towards the Bruno chicane. Side by side, is going to be on the outside for the slight left-hander. Good defensive work there from Morgan Weston, and they carry on as they are, and Jacob Nairn is still there in fourth. Three minutes 30, just had it confirmed that even with a DNF, Grayson Wortley will effectively score points for 13th place finish. It's not taking the start that rules you out of scoring points if you are attending on site, and that's what happened, of course, to Morgan Weston in the second race of the day. And Marley Fisher, who unfortunately is not running in this race either. I do hope that Marley's okay. As here comes Elliot Dimolo, looking for second place now to get past Morgan Weston. Trying to go down the inside, and a little bit of a correction there, and it's through. Elliot Dimolo, this is brilliant. Let's say, I do know his dad. His dad's a good guy, and he will be beaming at this as Elliot Dimolo continues to progress at quite a rate here in Bambino C50. Oh, there's a wheel. Where's that come from? Where has that come from? Who's it come off? It's not off Dimolo. Where has that come from? Errant wheel on circuit, but no kart to account for it. What is this final? This is one of the most crazy races I've commentated on all year. Jack Baker still lead. Is it Morgan Weston? Morgan Weston is falling down the order. I thought I saw the golden helmet pass by. I'm not seeing it pass by our commentary box window though. I think it's Morgan Weston. Morgan Weston has 3 wheels on his kart and unfortunately is out there somewhere on the circuit. But again, interestingly what that does, Max Gilman is now up to 3rd and is only 2 points behind. And I'm now looking at finals results. This could be decided on finals results countback. It is that close. And look, there it is. Max Gilman is going through past Elliot Dimolo. There's a yellow flag out, so he's going to have to back off there for wherever Morgan Weston's kart. There it is. There it is. Off the road. And, round the outside now. Max Gilman going for second place. And if he can take it, this would put the 2 championship leaders on equal points, 585 by my calculations. 1 minute, 2.4 seconds is the gap. If Max Gilman can take that position away from Jack Baker, I reckon that makes him champion. In the most extraordinary turn of events I think I've seen in a long, long while. This class was the closest going into today on points, and we knew it was going to be good. I did not expect it to be like this, though. The magic of Shenington striking again. What's the pace like? Is Gilman closing in? 4/10 in the first sector. It's going to be too close to call. I'm just looking at the final results again, because Gilman hasn't had a finals victory this year. Grayson Wortley also hasn't had a finals victory this year. Wortley's results have been a 6th, a 4th, a 5th and a 2nd yesterday. Gilman, his results have been a 4th, a 3rd, a 2nd. He might already have this. This might be going to Max Gilman as it is on countback. 2 second places in finals, virtue of 1 for Wortley yesterday in round number 4. I mean, we're not going to be able to call it, ladies and gentlemen. It is that close, and it's of course going to go down to provisional results and all the rest of it. But saying that, Gilman is closing. He really is closing. Is he going to have a shot down into the final couple of corners? 1.5 seconds was the gap last time around, but here comes Max Gilman. The championship is there. It's within his grasp. The number 17, it might already be in his hands on countback. We just don't know at this stage. Round the final corner, what a race win. This has been
Or is it going to be, because it's still very close to the line. It's side by side over the line. Is Gilman going to take it? Oh no, he doesn't on the line. Jack Baker, what a drive from the number 17. Wins it. No, we're on the last lap. Apologies, I got ahead of myself. This is the last lap. This is the last lap. So now Gilman really has a shot of taking this title. They're looking at each other as they go down to the Stratford hairpin. Gilman's down the inside for the move for the championship. He's got it. He's through, but he's now overshot a little bit, but got the run off the Stratford hairpin. Max Gilman, if we're correct here in saying that this is going to be, with this hat-trick of wins today, enough to win the title by 2 points. This should be one of the most remarkable championship finishes in a truly remarkable year that I have ever seen. Max Gilman, from pole position, was involved in an incident on lap 1. If it's for the championship or not, we'll wait and see. But what a race victory. Max Gilman takes it on the line. Jack Baker delighted with second, and Elliot Dimolo gets third. A first ever podium. His dad is running across, absolutely delighted. A best ever result for Dimolo on the podium. But what about this driver here? Max Gilman, by our calculations, from nowhere at the start of the day, has won all 3 races and potentially the championship. Have you ever seen anything like this? Jack Baker takes second place. First time on the podium since heat number 2 of round 2 at Wilton Mill. First time on the podium in a final all year. And Elliot Dimolo, the novice, finishes in third. Wow. There's a fist bump there for Max. I don't think he, well, I know he's very, very happy that he's won the race, but I don't know if he knows the potential even bigger ramifications of that result, which is still provisional. I will very, very much stress that. Apologies for getting a little bit ahead of myself in terms of where the last lap was. But a delighted Max Gilman has taken a hat-trick of victories today and potentially the championship. We wait and see. As soon as we know, we will let you know. We're going to take a short break and be back shortly for another final. Next up out on circuit, it's the Bambino C50 Pro class. Right, more Bambino action. C50 Pro class heading out on circuit. Let's have a look at their grid. Albert Friend has pole position. Jensen Ackerman having a sterling day, second. Edward Haynes and Oliver Sibbald on row 2. Blair Smith, Findlay Hines on row 3. Harley Musk and Henry Clark are on row 4. Luca Ballack and Cooper Sned on row 5. Hallie Finlatter and Liam Welsh are on row 6. Finlay Lawson and Maximilian Aberhart row 7. Alex Horrobin and Jensen White row 8. Sebastian Power and Ronnie Legg row number 9. My brain is that frazzled from that new era race. Right, situation in the championship for this one. Edward Haynes has got a good lead. He's got a good lead. And this may just be a case of get round lap 1 and the championship is here. Let's just pull up the Heat 2 results to remind ourselves. Jensen Ackerman took the win in that one. And in fact, no, we're going to pull away from that because we are good for a start then here on the grid. Oh, a couple more just forming in. 551 points is what I have Edward Haynes on. Oliver Sibbald is on 529. Eyes on the lights, ready then for the C50 Pro Final. Away they go then for the start of this one. And it's been a good start for Ackerman again. He's going to take the lead into Cafe Bend for the first time in this 10-minute plus 1 lap final.
but he's lost out a little bit there. He's fallen down the order a little bit. No, different helmet, apologies. But Ackerman continues to lead. There's already been a bit of a split in the field. Albert Friend trying to go to the outside. Oliver Sibbald in there as well. Can we all get through the Stratford hairpin clean? Yes, we can. That's good to see. Now, where is the number 46 in all of this? This is the kart that we need to look at. Edward Haynes just needs to keep going round and finish the races. There's contact there between the number 11 of Sebastian Power and the 17 of Alex Horobin. But Edward Haynes, who started the 46 from 4th on the grid, as far as we're aware, is still running around there. Ooh, potential transponder issue on Oliver Sibbald's kart. No, it's fixed itself now. And where is the number 46? Well, he's fallen to 10th place, which isn't necessarily a disaster. Maybe just taking things nice and easy on this first lap, knowing that just getting round and getting a race finish is all Edward needs to take the title. And that's a sensible approach, if you ask me. You can see him there on the left of your shot in the black and orange kart with the black helmet, number 46. Ali Finlatter in the middle of that fight as well, the number 10 kart, alongside Cooper Snedden, who's had some good overtakes today, some good battles through the field. Not the best of luck, got spun out of race number 1. Good to see him at the front once again here. 1, 2, 3 working together quite well. Ackerman, Friend and Sibbald. A round victory in SuperOne BKC up at stakes for them. Cross start, finish to go then. Still Ackerman ahead of Friend, Sibbald, Musk in 4th. Bit of a lonely 4th. Cooper Snedden now at the front of this pack on your screen there in 5th place, which contains pretty much the rest of the running field. There is Harley Musk. But Harley Musk has had good results today. Got a 5th in heat number 1. Heat number 2 wasn't bad either. 9th place and is here running well in the top 5. Leaders coming down the Hanger Straight now and through Hanger Bend. Oliver Sibbald has a little look down the inside of Albert Friend, but decides not to go for it that time. Maybe just thinking a little bit close to the rear bumper of Jensen Ackerman. Didn't want to run on and potentially cause some form of problem. Sensible driving in this top 3 at the moment. Oliver Sibbald's transponder issue is returned. Don't worry, he's falling down the order on the left-hand side of your tower on the screen, but he's quite clearly still there in 3rd place. Don't worry about that. Of course, what this will probably mean is that if there's a close finish again, we've seen a couple of them so far today with the long run to the finish line. And I might be asking Darren and his replay camera to come out should there be any close on-the-line action involving the E-plate karts. Here's this great battle coming through for 5th place. Cooper Snedden and Blair Smith side by side as they go through the chicane. And Edward Haynes, championship leader, champion-elect at the moment. And I'm pretty sure that he is now our champion, having already started this race. We're a few laps in. Even if he were to retire now, with Oliver Sibbald winning the race, that's the only other driver who have a mathematical chance of overtaking him. Even if Oliver Sibbald won the race, Haynes would still be champion. Looking a little bit further down the order, Liam Welsh has just got a position, 11th place, ahead of Henry Clark. Jensen White on the move as well as up to 13th. And intriguing this, the group from 5th downwards have caught up to Harley Musk, and here comes Edward Haynes. So Edward Haynes up to 5th place now. He's got past, 6th place. He's got ahead of Cooper Snedden. We need to keep reminding ourselves that Oliver Sibbald is still out there. Transponder not responding to crossing the timing beams, but he is still running out there as here comes Edward Haynes again on the inside of Harley Musk for 4th place and gets through. So unfortunately, Harley Musk falling a few down the order, as that looks to be the 88, I think, of Liam Welsh. Yes, it is. So unfortunate that for Liam. He was running really well, was up in 12th position, but has retired from this race with 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Edward Haynes then, 4th place on the road at the moment. Ackerman, Friend and Sybil still out ahead. And it's follow the potential champion for the rest of the field now. As they look to get some good points, they'll still have their own championship aims in terms of final position to go for. There's some good racing going on in this group. Blair Smith, Finley Hines and Harley Musk. Cooper Snedden just at the back of this group, all working together quite nicely. Keeping an eye out for Oliver Sybil. I was just saying he's still out there. We might actually see him on screen for a while. I'm just going to confirm the old-fashioned way that he is still circulating, that I'm not telling you lies. No, he is still there in 3rd place. There is a bit of a gap, though, that's developed between 2nd and 3rd. Friend and Ackerman working well together. As they go down towards the Stratford hairpin, actually, some good speed from Sybil. He pulls that gap back in. Edward Haynes is trying to break clear now of the 5th place battle between Blair Smith and Finley Hines. Finley Hines in the number 57 plate there. Back with our leaders on your screens. In fact, it's very close between our 3 leaders. 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go of this one. At the moment, they can just keep working together. The gap back to the next group is about 5.5 seconds. Come around the final corner. Jensen Ackerman, as I say, has been on great form today. Had a difficult start of the season at Clay Pigeon, but has grown across the course of this year. Change for the lead though. There, Albert Friend to the front, ahead of Oliver Sibbald, and then Jensen Ackerman, but it's still all to play for. We've seen this class go back and forth several times so far today through the heats, and here it goes again. Ackerman down the inside. Great overtake down at the bottom of the circuit. Clean overtake on 2 drivers in 1 corner. So back to the front, Ackerman. As we say, difficult start to the season, but has picked up the results in this weekend, particularly at Shenington. Has just gone forward and forward. 5th at the start of the weekend in heat number 1, then followed that up with a trio of 3rds across heat 2, the final yesterday, and then the 1st heat today, and then won heat number 2. Here he is leading with 1.5 minutes to go of the final. Could this be a first? In fact, it might even be a first podium. I don't want to curse it too much, though. It would be by far the strongest result so far in the finals this year. The driver of the number 12. Keeping an eye on number 46, Edward Haynes, is not able at the moment to pull away from Blair Smith and Finley Hines, but that won't matter one bit, because Edward is still doing more than what he needs to do to be crowned champion in this Bambino C50 Pro class. There he is indeed, number 46. Has just driven very tidily all day, which, considering that Edward is a Bambino driver, one of the youngest drivers here in the SuperOne BKC Championships. There's been a number of our drivers in this position today, just needing to get the kart round, pick up the points to take the championship, and not everybody's done it. So this has been very, very impressive from Edward today, and we keenly wait and see how he progresses on over the next few years, and hopefully moves up into cadets, maybe even beyond. Penultimate lap then for our leaders. Jensen Ackerman still out front, ahead of Albert Friend, who, again, he's had a very good day. He's had a very good weekend. If he wraps up this 2nd place, he won't have been outside of the top 2 all weekend. fact, I'm just going to check the points again. Oh, it's very, very active. If Albert Friend can get past and into lead, that would give him second place in this championship, I reckon. That's going to be easier said than done. As they go on to the last lap then, can Jensen Ackerman close this out? He's got one more lap to do to win his first final of the season, be on the podium for the first time in a final this season. Such has been the performance here from Ackerman today. Very, very impressive indeed as they come down into the Stratford hairpin. Sybil's going to try and go wide. Is he going to go and throw one round the outside? They're 3 wide as they go into the hairpin, but that's good speed from Ackerman, sweeping through the Stratford hairpin. The long run now to the chicane, the Bruno chicane, and still Ackerman has the lead here as they go through the right, then the left, then the right again, trying to avoid those big, big curbs that are through that chicane. Ackerman will go defensive on the inside. He doesn't want to give Albert Friend or Oliver Sibbald the chance to get underneath him into the last couple of corners, into the last big braking zone. Here it is through Wilkins. One last corner to go. Oh, this is going to be a bit of a drag race once again. Can Friend get to the inside? No, I don't think he can. And Ackerman's going to take the win. A first win of the year. What a victory for Jensen Ackerman here at Shenington. He takes the final ahead of Albert Friend and Oliver Sibbald. But there is, we reckon, your champion in the points, Edward Haynes. He didn't need to win the race. He just needed to get round and get to the finish. And in the end, the history books will show that he wins the championship on 606 points. There is your winner, though, Jensen Ackerman in the number 12. Albert Friend in second place. There is Edward Haynes. Oliver Sibbald, the transponder issue means he'll have been classified third. Haynes in fourth, more than enough to be champion in the Bambino C50 Pro class for the SuperOne BKC Series in 2020. Just to wrap out the top 10, Fiddley Hines 5th, Blair Smith in 6th, Cooper Snedden recovers after a tricky day, finishes 7th, Harley Musk 8th, Henry Clark in 9th, and Hallie Findlatter wrapping out that top 10. Well done to all of those drivers. And a medal there for Edward. Right, so we move on then from the C50s. They've provided some great entertainment. We're going to take a short break. Next out on circuit here at Shenington, it's going to be the final for the IAME Bambinos. We're back here at Shenington then. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media on commentary duties for you today. Let's have a look at the grid then for our Bambino IAME final. Jensen Chalk has pole position with Daniel Miron Lorente, our winner from yesterday's final, alongside on the front row. Teddy Porter and Austin Gibson go for row number 2. Luca Narroway and George House are on row number 3. Sukhmani Kira has pole position in novice, I believe, as she goes from row number 4 alongside Leonardo Gorski. Jensen Short and Freddie Denton go from row 5. Luke Millwood and Harry Curry go from row number 6. Ronnie Carter and Alfie Davidson go from row 7. Jack Jones and Eric Gilson are on row 8. Jensen Walker and Manav Diu are on row number 9. Archie Rutter and Ethan Owen on row 10. Charlie Clough and Jensen Brown are on row number 12. Let's have a little look back to heat number 2 then of the IAME Bambinos. And we're keeping an eye on 4 drivers in particular. Jensen Chalk has had 2 wins so far today. Currently leads the championship on 525. Austin Gibson, where did he came in 9th place. Harry Curry. Just looking at where Harry finished. He finished 5th. So there we go, points updated. This is a similar story to what we've just seen in the C50 Pro. Our pole sitter just has to get round, finish. Well, hope there's no red flags. Hope there's not a situation like we had with Morgan Weston earlier. and he will be champion. However, I think he'll want to go for a little bit more than that. There's the potential for a hat-trick of victories. Just seeing down below is in the paddock celebrations with a couple of our drivers from the Bambino C50 Pro class. Always good to see. Right, engines ready to go here. And away we do go for the Bambino IAME final and potentially the crowning of Jensen Chalk as champion. However, Daniel Miran Lorente gives him a good challenge there into the first couple of corners and holds second place as they go through Cafe Curve. They had a great battle yesterday, did Chalk and Lorente. And Lorente looking down the inside, is he? Into the Stratford hairpin. Yes, he is. And Daniel Miran Lorente, winner from the final yesterday, takes the lead on lap number 1 as they go through the hairpin and now come out of it and towards the chicane. Trying to build a little bit of tyre temperature there is Lorente as they all file through. Good clean start there from the IAME Bambinos. Breaking down into Wilkins then. Different lines being trialled by drivers up and down the field, but Daniel Miran Lorente will be your leader at the end of lap number 1, looking to make it 2 final victories in a row. Jensen Chalk there in second place. Third place, great start for Sukhmani Kira. Leader in novice, third overall. Very impressive there from the driver in the number 57. Austin Gibson and George House just behind there in 4th and 5th. And there's Curry going down the inside. Harry Curry going for 6th place, just ahead of Luca Narroway. So Harry Curry definitely wants to have a good result in here and try and secure that 2nd place in the championship. Austin Gibson is the main rival for that one, and Gibson currently in 4th place. Curry, as we say now, up to 6th place. That is going to be a very close battle between those two drivers in the latter stages of this race. This championship, that we should say. There are your two leaders, Daniel Miran Lorente out front. The gap is just over a quarter of a second ahead of Jensen Chalk, and it's Kira, Gibson, House, Curry, Narroway, Porter, Short, Gorski. That's the top 10. All 22 karts still running, which is what we want to see, what we want to hear. Little mistake there by George House. I thought Harry Curry was going to be up alongside, but no. And the number 77 of George House is fighting back as well. So I think George House has lost out on the position to Harry Curry. Yeah, we can see that on the screen. We're looking at Sukhmani Kira in the number 57. Austin Gibson just behind there in 4th place. Side by side, was that Narroway and House? I think it was. Narroway and House battling over 6th position. Across start finish then, changes in position confirmed. Curry up to 5th ahead of House. Teddy Porter has nipped through though. Down into the hairpin then. Here comes Harry Curry down the inside, takes 4th position away from Austin Gibson. Big move that in terms of championship. Further secures his 2nd place in the ranks here for the IAME Bambinos. Field's starting to spread out a little bit. As, off there is the number 35. And I hope he's okay. It's Ronnie Carter. Ronnie's had a really tough day. Had technical problems in the first race of the day, which meant he didn't take the start at all. Very close there between Harry Curry and the number 25 of Austin Gibson. So going back and forth, these two fighting for 2nd place in the championship. But that's a real shame for Ronnie Carter. Had a great 2nd heat, bounced back really well, but problems have befallen him in the final here at Shenington and is unfortunately out of the race. 6 minutes to go. Sukhmani Kira holding there in 3rd place. Really impressive performance this from the novice. Can Harry Curry find a way through? There is the stranded Carter, the number 35 of Ronnie Carter. Ronnie's out the kart, so that's good to see. Looks like he's okay. Kira doing a great job. The kart's forming up, trying to organise themselves, but the pace of the number 57 is good. It's very good. Harry Curry with a good run though. Is Harry going to cut to the inside as they go through Park Bend? Yes, the number 84 is, and a cross-start finish. So there goes Harry Curry up into third place. Here are your leaders, Daniel Mir and Lorente and Jensen Chalk, still as they have been pretty much since lap 1. They worked well together yesterday in the final. Daniel was very happy with the result. His dad was very happy with the result as well. And let's not forget Grandpa as well, and all the work that Grandpa Lorente does as part of that team. And the mechanic Lars, who we spoke to yesterday. 4 minutes 45 to go then. Harry Curry has actually fallen back behind Sukhmani Kira. So Sukhmani Kira back up into third place overall, still by far the leader in novice. Side by side there, Austin Gibson and George House. George House trying to look around the outside. Luca Narroway also having to fight off Teddy Porter in the number 66 in the green, white and black helmet. Four minutes of this one to go. Leaders still out front, and some really good straight line speed for Kira there. I think it's another thing in terms of kart setup and which sprockets are elected to be used, the gearing. Obviously no gearboxes on these karts, but chance to play around with some settings and maximise the straight line speed. This is an engines track. The setup of karts still very, very important to get the best benefit out of those karts. There's been a spinner, there it is, just saw it out of our window, 38. Ooh, it's the number 20. Nearly gets collected. So that's 38 of Luke Millwood having a spin through the Bruno chicane. Archie Rutter taking avoiding action. 3 minutes and 16 to go. This swarm of karts. Great fun to watch. Sukhmani Kira still there, third overall. Harry Curry in fourth. George House fifth. Austin Gibson looking for the move as well as Curry goes down the inside. This time of Kira takes third place. Now with a clean lap, may start to pull away. Yellow flags out for, what is that for? Is there someone stuck down the run to hang a corner? Not quite sure. Still Lorente and Chalk, your two leaders out there, circulating, working together well. 4.5 seconds clear of the battle for third place. 2.5 minutes to go. Alfie Davidson, meanwhile, has come up to second place in novice, we should mention. There in 11th place. And then there's a good battle going on for third place in novice between Archie Rutter, Charlie Clough and Freddie Denton. So now, unfortunately, Freddie Denton's being scored as 2 laps down. Here's your battle for third place overall, though. Harry Curry now having to defend from Sukhmani Kira as they go into the hairpin. Is that going to offer an opportunity? Ooh, almost to George House to nip up the inside of the number 57. Thinks better of it, pulls out of the manoeuvre. 2 minutes to go. Still very close for all the way down to 10th place. This third through to 10th run, any of them could finish on the podium. The trophy at stake, of course. Good straight line speed again for Sukhmani Kira in that number 57. They work together maybe and start to pull away. Here are your leaders still. Daniel Mir and Lorente out ahead of Jensen Chalk. Jensen Chalk knowing now that this just needs to be a ride-it-home job. And if he can take the win, it would be the best way to finish off a championship bid. Just looking out for our group fighting for third. They're still there. Look at this. Coming down into the Bruno chicane. Harry Curry doing a good defensive job. He's got a good base underneath him through the more technical corners. We say this is an engines track, and it is. Still, especially the Bruno chicane and this complex here, the Wilkins complex, very technical, very, very easy to get them wrong in terms of racing line or taking a bit too much speed or whatever it may be. Harry Curry still there out front in this battle for third place. Monty Kira 4, George House, Teddy Porter, Austin Gibson. Nobody quite making the move at the moment. There's not a lot of time to go, 15 seconds on the clock. Luca Naraway has got past Leonardo Gorski, by the way, for 8th place. Side by side down into the hairpin again. Kira trying to go round the outside of Harry Curry, not able to do so. And the swarm comes again, side by side the number 77 and 66, George House and Teddy Porter through the Bruno chicane. This it really has, yet again, really impressed me the last 2 streams that we've done here with Alpha Live and SuperOne Series. How close, how clean this racing has been amongst really young drivers as well. And through there, Monty Kira went for a move around the outside, didn't quite pull it off. It was a good attempt though. George House went around the outside, and George House is now trying to go around the outside of another driver, trying to go around the outside of Harry Curry to take 3rd, but Curry's going to hold on around the outside there through Cafe Curve. We're on the last lap now, and Jensen Chalk's down the inside, takes the lead. So Jensen Chalk, can he close out this 2020 SuperOne BKC IAME Bambino season, not only as champion, but with a hat-trick of victories here at Shenington today? It was very nearly a hat-trick yesterday, but here comes Daniel Miran Lorente again, fighting back down the inside, where he takes the lead. Is it going to be a big dive into the last corner? No, it's not, and it looks like it's going to be the same result as yesterday. Daniel Miran Lorente wins in the final yet again, a really good result, and he's delighted with that. Dad will be delighted, Grandpa will be delighted, the whole team will be delighted there with the number 85's result. But Jensen Chalk, 2nd place, same as yesterday, but more than enough to be champion in the IAME Bambinos. Harry Curry confirmed in 3rd place. Really exciting battle that between Curry, House, Gibson, Porter, Gorski. Oh, unfortunately, Sukhmani Kira fell to 8th place at the end, but it was still a win in the novice ranks. 9th for Luca Naraway, 10th for Jensen Chalk, but there is your champion, Jensen Chalk. Provisional result, of course, but I think the points, well, we knew pretty much at the end of lap 1 what the result was going to be. Fantastic effort from everyone in the team. Jensen Chalk takes the title, and there's little Daniel. Such a lovely lad. Met him for the first time yesterday. Clearly loves his racing. A real family feel to that team. I've moved over here, I've been living in the UK fully since only a couple of months ago. The results here starting to really show, and I think that's another name that we're going to look out for in the future. Both of those names at the front of that order, Daniel Miran Lorente and Jensen Chalk. That wraps up our coverage of the Bambinos. Right, we're going to take another short break. Next, out on circuit, it is the final for Honda Cadet. Back here at Shenington for the 5th and final round of the SuperOne BKC 2020 Karting Championships. We're moving on to our Honda Cadet final. Let's have a look at the grid. Jarrett Clark won the final yesterday. He's going for 2 out of 2 here at Shenington this weekend. He starts from pole. Martin Wright alongside on the front row. Jensen Hucke and Christian Stefanov on row 2. Kasper Tomilewski, championship leader, and Theo Champney, reigning champion, are on row number 3. Jaden Sherwood and Finley Lyons go from row 4, Finley Fishburne and Tyler Davies row 5. Brendan James and Jacob Anslow go from row number 6. And through the midfield, Jake Balding and Oliver Meek go from row 7. Felix Freeman and Jacob Giblett-Lee are on row 8. Amelie Ackertz and Larry Price are on row 9. Tyler Lee and Frankie Smedley on row 10. Joshua Jarvis and Ethan Bath on row 11. Felix Smedley and Jensen O'Neill going scheduled on row 12. Oscar Tuomty, who hasn't raced today, there on the grid. Graphic on 25th. Right, let's try very quickly get in what the situation is. 6 points is the difference between Kasper Tomilewski and Martin Wright. 5:21 for Tomilewski, 5:15 for Wright. Wright starts on the front row. Tomilewski starts from row 3. Didn't have a good first heat, so has got work to do here. Theo Champney is probably out of it, but you never know. You never know if drivers have problems, if there's a red flag on lap 1 and zeros for did not starts on the second one. We've seen it already so far today. Has an outside chance of holding on to his title. Remember, 60 points available for your race winner, 58 for second, 56 for third, 55 for fourth. We're ready to go then. Away we go then here at Shenington for the final in the Hondas, and straight across. Martin Wright chops across, makes sure he gets second place. So Jarrett Clark will lead it through the first couple of corners and down to the Stratford hairpin for the first time. All of the Hondas have made it through. Another clean start here. That's good to see. And where is Tomilewski? He's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th place at the moment, but has got through the first big braking zone. That's where things started to come undone for him in the first race of the day. Through the Bruno chicane, all of them filing through. Let's catch a sight there of young Felix Smedley. Another driver developing in speed, learning a lot from these big Honda Cadet fields. As, oh, round goes the leader! Jarrett Clark round, but now did he get tipped into that, or was it a spin on his own? We'll try and get a replay of it. Martin Wright was behind him and has come across start-finish as the leader. Jensen Huki up to second place. Christian Stefanov third, Champney fourth, Tomilewski in fifth. Now we did see Jarrett Clark have problems in heat number 2 and have a great drive back through the field, but it was later in the race that he had his spin and the field was a bit more spread out. He only fell down, I think, to about 12th position, whereas here he's fallen all the way down to 23rd. So a big story there. Jarrett Clark, our winner in the final yesterday, missed Clay Pigeon, but has been in great form across the course of this weekend. He's going to have to really fight back here. So Martin Wright has the lead. If the race was to finish, now it's got a contact warning as well. If the race was to finish as it is at the moment, we would have a tie on points and another tiebreaker for us to work out. Both would have had final wins this year, Tomilewski and Wright. Tomilewski took the Clay Pigeon final victory. But crucially, Tomilewski's just made it up to 4th place there as one of the drivers, I think it was Christian Stefanov, ran wide. So, Tomilewski up to 4th place, another point onto his tally. That, at the moment, would be 576 to Tomilewski, 575 for Martin Wright. Martin Wright has just got to keep eyes forward. Nothing more than Martin can do at the moment but lead this race. Jensen Huki, though, is looking very racy there in 2nd place in the number 33. Tomilewski, I'm sure the teams have done the maths, same as we've done here in the commentary box, of who needs what and what could happen, especially in this season where there's no dropped scores across this 5-round edition of the SuperOne Series. Jaden Sherwood there trying to fight his way through and take 4th place away from Kasper Tomilewski. Jarrett Clark has started his recovery through the field. He's done the fastest lap of the race so far, 52.916. Has got past Felix Smedley. He's now closing in on Larry Price. 6.5 minutes to go. Martin Wright continues to lead. This one just bubbling away. This often happens in Honda Cadet races. It's all about momentum at this level. But the fact that we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, what's that? 11 karts covered by 2.5 seconds means this one is going to get very, very interesting. Good drive through the field as well. Frankie Smedley is up to 11th place. Has shown some great speed so far today, but not necessarily had the luck. Is down the inside. Theo Champney overtakes Jensen Huki for 2nd place there through the Stratford hairpin. Really good stuff from the reigning champion, who's doing everything he can to try and hold on to his title. May just be a little bit short this year. That does mean he's up to second place, almost confirming that he would be in the top 3. And we're having a little look at Jacob Giblett-Lee in the total karting. In fact, 2 total karting karts going at it there. Finlay Fishburne as well in number 74, involved in all of this, and Frankie Smedley. The 3 teammates working together. They're just ahead of the number 28 of Jacob Anslow. Christian Stefanov has got back up to 6th place. Who else has made moves on that last lap? Felix Freeman's having a really good race, and he's closing in on Finlay Lyons. That's a novice battle, the number 95 and the 88 for the novice subclass. Ethan Bath has got through past Oliver Meek as well for 19th place, we should mention. Jarrett Clark is now starting to overtake some of those just outside the top 20. Less than 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Still Martin Wright leading this race with a chance of being crowned Super One Honda Cadet champion. But crucially, Kasper Tomilewski is still there in 4th place. That would be enough. That would be enough right now to wrap up the title. As down the inside of Champney goes Jensen Hugi. That opens the opportunity to Kasper Tomilewski. Can Tomilewski get another position here? No, he's just going to slot back into 4th place. But this title, this Honda Cadet title that's been won by so many great drivers over the years. Back to drivers such as Kieran Jewis, now racing in single-seaters. He won it in 2013. Who's going to take it this year? Martin Wright still under such pressure here. He's just doing what he needed to do, or needs to do in this race, but Tomilewski is starting to close. He'll be quite happy with this 3rd place at the moment. Other champions in this category in previous years, of course, Billy Munger. Billy Munger back in 2010 won at this level. Still Martin Wright leading there. Jensen Huki's had a really good day. A really, really impressive day. He's been up at the front throughout. Clean and consistent as well. Finlay Lyons, by the way, still, just see him there in the yellow shoulders on the suit, number 95. Is ahead of Felix Freeman in the number 88, still having their good squabble over the novice ranks. 2 minutes 45 to go. Still this one just brewing nicely. It's not boiled yet, but it's getting there. Martin Wright, understanding now he's got to be defensive. He won't mind if that 10 kart pack stays as it is in terms of being close and held up behind him, if it means that Tomilewski starts to drop positions. Tomilewski to take it out of, in terms of, it's up the inside of, Stefanov's there, goes up the inside of, I think that was Theo Champney. Martin Wright will not mind if this whole pack just stays as a one big group, and on the last lap, it all shakes itself out and Tomilewski falls down to 6th. 6th is where Tomilewski, if he fell down to, would lose the title to Martin Wright. It's almost a little bit like a few years ago in Formula 1. Lewis Hamilton started backing up the field in a hope that someone would overtake Nico Rosberg. Perfectly fair when there's a championship on the line. Here we're looking a little bit further back. There's number 74 there with Finlay Fishburne. Jarrett Clark, you just saw there, fighting through as well. So, of course, Jarrett, who span on lap number 1, fighting his way back through the field now, is up to 15th position. 1.5 minutes to go. Always impresses me with Honda Cadet how such young drivers... Oh, there's a contact there. Was that Frankie Smedley being forced out wide? I think it was. Might have been by Tyler Lee or Tyler Davies, apologies. Not quite sure. But no, it always impresses me with Honda Cadets how such young drivers can race with such maturity. I reckon there'll be 2 more laps to go, and who's that looking to the outside? It's the number 1 of Theo Champney. He wants his last race with the number 1 to be one that's a good finish. He's fighting there with Jaden Sherwood in the number 4. Coming off the Bruno chicane for the penultimate time, you'd think. Oh no, they might sneak over the line with a couple more seconds still on the clock. So we'll get 2 more laps after this one. Kasper Tomilewski keeping an eye on him, the number 20, the orange and white suit and kart livery. He's still in that position that he needs to be to win this title. Jarrett Clark sets the fastest lap of the race at 52.303. Time has expired. This will be the penultimate lap of the race. And now will drivers start to make a move. Wright goes defensive again as they go down into the hairpin. Keeps things nice and tight. I think I just saw Felix Freeman going around the outside of Finley lines there for 7th place and 1st in novice. Jensen Hucke, though, can he take a finals victory? That would be a great result for him. Is he just waiting for the final possible moment to send one down the inside of Martin Wright? And here we go then. Look at this train. It's a 10-kart battle for the win here at Shenington in the Honda Cadet Final. And this is when it starts to get real. Martin Wright leads. Jensen Hucke 2nd. Kasper Tomilewski leader in the championship in 3rd and doing enough at the moment to win the title by my calculations by 2 points. Jaden Sherwood still there in 4th, Stefanov 5th, and looks, yeah, Theo Champney still there in 6th place. It's still as you were. It's been a great defensive drive from Martin Wright. He's kept them all bottled up, and he'll be hoping now that someone goes for a move on the number 20, but nobody's done so at the moment. In fact, there's a little bit of a gap behind Tomilewski's number 20 kart as Jaden Sherwood and Christian Stefanov try and sort themselves out. Wright goes defensive again. Will Hucke send one down the inside? He has a little bit of a look, but it's not going to come to anything. Martin Wright's going to take the final victory, his first one of the year, and that's something to shout about. Over the line, Jensen Hucke 2nd, but Kasper Tomilewski takes 3rd place, and on a provisional result, takes the championship in Honda Cadet, and as we say, joins the likes of Billy Munger, Kieran Dewis, and other names over the years to win in this Honda Cadet category. A great effort, and he's had to fight back this weekend. He really has had to fight back. And who knows, we could see his name on a starting grid in the higher echelons of motorsport in the years to come. What an effort. As you say, was looking a little bit shaky yesterday in round number 4 when it was 21st in heat number 2. It was looking shaky this morning with a 10th in heat 1, but a win in heat 2, a podium here in the final race of the day to wrap up a scorecard where we've had 5 race victories, including the final win at Clay Pigeon in round 1. Good number of 2nds and 3rds there, and Kasper Tomilewski, we think, is going to be crowned Honda Cadet champion for 2020. We're going to take another short break. Next up out on circuit is the first of our junior categories to go for their final. Back here at Shenington as the Honda Cadets come in to go into scrutineering. We're cracking on with the next race out on circuit. And we're going to have a look at the grid for our Junior Rotax and Minimax final. Charlie Pritchard has pole position, 2 wins out of 2 for him so far today. James Jackson, Daniel Sabula and Harrison Crook wrap out the top 4. Ollie Stevens and Jake Howarth are on row number 3. Millie Hart and Callum Davies wrap out the 8 karts scheduled to be in this Junior Rotax final. Callum McDuff, as there's a big spin and a mess on the run into the Wilkins complex. Callum McDuff, Holly Woolley and Harry Ewell your 3 runners in Minimax. Will we have a restart? Yes, we will, which is opportune because it gives us... Oh, now that's not opportune. That's Ollie Stevens in serious trouble. In serious trouble. Well, I was about to say, let's look at our championship situation. That's your championship leader. We didn't quite see what caused the incident, but it was down on the run to Wilkins just as we were reading the grid out, and Ollie Stevens is pulling in front of me here. The rear, and he cannot believe it. The rear left has gone. He's out before the race has even started. That's 0 points. That's it. It's over. It's over for Ollie Stevens. Oh, more drama on this day here at Shenington, and you see the kart being pulled away there, and I really got a feel for the lad because he deserved a chance to fight for this championship. He's not going to take it. He's not going to get it. Charlie Pritchard leads then on lap 1, and now he really has an open door now. 2 retirements in a row. Well, a retirement in heat number 2, and did not start in this one. And all Charlie Pritchard has to do now is go around, pick up the points, and finish this race. Well, yeah, just get some form of score. Because even if he was to retire, he would be classified in 7th. With Ollie Stevens obviously having not started. And the only other competitor who would be able to get close to him would be that driver there, number 72, Harrison Crook. But even if he won the race, he would not have enough points to overhaul Charlie Pritchard. So Charlie Pritchard, on what's been a great weekend for him, the 38 has been given, that's Callum McDuff, has been given a warning for weaving in Minimax. Let's not forget the Minimax ranks. There's a championship to be decided there as well. Oh, got to admit, I'm a little bit gutted at that one. I was really looking forward to a scrap between Pritchard and Ollie Stevens. They've been great across the course of the season. Ollie Stevens, of course, took those 2 hat-tricks at Wilton Mill in rounds 2 and 3. But we've been robbed as neutrals of a fight here. Still got to give it to Charlie Pritchard, though. He has been fantastic this weekend. And being at the front of the order, I'm 99.9% sure that whatever that was that caused the damage to Ollie Stevens at the start, he was not at fault there. And he's just got to get his head down now and win this race. James Jackson holds 2nd place. Daniel Sabula is up to 3rd. I'm just looking through Daniel's results. Has he had a podium in a final this year? No. No, he hasn't. That's something to look out for. If the number 12 can bring this result home, it will be a first SuperOne Junior Rotax podium of the year. Holly Woolley, meanwhile, has got the lead. Well, did have the lead. It's just switched back again to Callum McDuff in Minimax. And at the moment, Holly doing more than enough to be champion in that category as well. We've got to think, especially with them having started the race. There are our Minimax runners, and Holly Woolley right on the rear bumper of Callum McDuff. Callum McDuff has been in great form this weekend. As I say, it's been fantastic to see, considering he had a nasty crash at Wilton Mill a few weeks ago. And has come back here and looked even stronger than he did during that time at Wilton. It's been a great effort by the team to get this kart back together, get it back up and running well. 6.5 minutes of this one to go. Harry Ewell has had some good pace today as well, as held on to these 2 drivers in pretty much all the races that we've seen so far today. There was a bit of a cluster on lap number 1 of race number 1, which split them apart a bit, but race 2 he held it in there. Another driver developing his skills. 6 minutes of this one to go. Charlie Pritchard in a comfortable lead at the moment, 1.3 ahead of James Jackson. Daniel Sabula just starting to edge away now from Harrison Crook, but Harrison Crook is starting to respond just as we say that, and is setting some good sector times. Can Holly Woolley fight back here and try and get back past Callum McDuff for a final victory? Callum won the final yesterday for round 4 of the championship. Holly will be looking to wrap out her season with a flourish. Should mention as well, these two classes present at the O Plate, the SuperOne BKC O Plate on the 19th and 20th of September. Great looking format, practice time qualifying, 3 heats and a grand final. All of our classes that we've seen here today at Shenington, plus the Rotax 177 class present for that event at Rower up at Cumbria Kart Racing Club. Beautiful part of the world. superone.alphatiming.co.uk/register/series if you want to get involved. Alternatively, you can go to the website www.superoneseries.com. Here's your battle for second place in Junior Rotax Max. Daniel Sabula cuts to the inside, going for the move into the chicane. That was a brave one on James Jackson and slips back into third place. Good defensive driving from James Jackson. Gave Daniel the room there to have a go, not have some form of incident. Oh, big one over the curb there as they go through Hanger Corner. Harrison Crook has held it to the inside. That's really nice. Very nice move there from Harrison Crook. It's got him back onto the podium. Don't count out Jake Howarth just behind as well, and that number 36 machine with the replica Lewis Hamilton helmet. Down into the hairpin. Sabula fights back, retakes third place ahead of Crook. So clearly is up for a fight in this one. Charlie Pritchard, by the way, is out front and gone. What a performance it's been this weekend. He's only been off top position in one race so far today, and that was race 2 yesterday. Could be winning this race by quite a distance, and with it the championship. Some big names have won this championship over the years as well, of course. Oliver Turvey, a winner of this back in 2002. Ross Gunn, Aston Martin works driver in Le Mans. He's a former junior Rotax winner as well. It'll be quite a list for Charlie Pritchard to join. Minimax still, here it is, with Callum McDuff and Holly Woolley out front. 2.5 minutes for them to negotiate. They have just started to edge away from Harry Ewell there. His pace is still good there, but I think he's lost the slipstream now, so it's going to be hard. It's a hard circuit to drive around on your own. I can say that from personal experience. 2 minutes 10 to go. It also makes what Charlie Pritchard is doing out front even more impressive. He's pulling away from the rest of the field. New personal best has just gone in, by the way, from Daniel Sabula, so he really is digging deep in this race and is more than matching Harrison Crook's pace. The gap between them now 0.26 of a second, so just over a quarter of a second. Callum McDuff and Holly Woolley, they've been so closely matched all weekend. Saw for Holly when they were at Wilton Mill a couple of weekends ago. Was comfortably in second place that weekend. That weekend was one dominated by Finn Smith, who unfortunately couldn't be here at Shenington this weekend. And Callum McDuff, as we mentioned, had the incident which put him out of heat number 2. Did come back for the final that day, which was impressive in itself to see him back out there after having a roll, but to come back and have such great pace in this arena all weekend long. It's been really, really good to see. Charlie Pritchard, meanwhile, still out ahead, still as you were in Junior Rotax. Pritchard from Jackson, Sabula, Crook and Howarth. I'll give a shout out to our one novice in the juniors as well, Millie Hart. The pace from Millie at the moment promising, 45.199 last time around. Fastest lap so far from Millie of a 44.456, which is not far, well, just a tenth off, less than a tenth off what Callum Davies is doing ahead. So good experience being gained there for Millie. Penultimate lap then for the Junior Rotax drivers in a race that really, for being honest, had the drama before it had even started. And the DNS for one of our championship contenders, Ollie Stevens, and the heart still goes out to. That's not a way that you'd want a championship campaign to finish. But Charlie Pritchard, who was trying to close down a 5-point gap before the start of this one, as Daniel Sabula is looking for second place now, trying to get past James Jackson. That's a very brave manoeuvre. He's been run wide. Oh, and he's lost third position. Oh, maybe got a little bit too brave around the outside of Harrison, James Jackson there. It means Harrison Crook now has got up to third place, and Jake Howarth's just behind. Harrison Crook actually now going for second place. He's getting really, really feisty. He's up the inside and got him. Oh, that was a big move through the Bruno chicane. But here comes your race winner, and joining that list of champions in Junior Rotax. In fact, James Jackson's very slow. Something's gone wrong for him, but Charlie Pritchard wins the race. Makes it a hat-trick of victories, 5 out of 6 this weekend here at Shenington, and with it becomes the Junior Rotax champion for SuperOne BKC 2020. Harrison Crook takes second. Jake Howarth in the end gets on the podium in third. Just pips Daniel Sabula there to that last spot on the top, in the top 3. James Jackson, not quite sure what happened to him at the end. I'm just seeing him here in front of me. Can't see anything particularly wrong with the kart, but he finishes in 5th. Callum Davies 6th, Millie Hart 7th. Waiting for our 2 drivers. There they are across the line. Callum McDuff takes another win in the final for Minimax ahead of Holly Woolley, who will be your champion in that Minimax category. Well, a really interesting weekend. Before we started this weekend, it was who could stop Ollie Stevens. Sadly, it was more the fate of the racing gods that took it away from the driver of the number 81. That retirement, that damage to the kart before the race had even started, took away his opportunity to fight for the title today. Whether he would have been able to hold on to it, well, only hindsight will really know. But there is your champion, number 24, Charlie Pritchard. We're going to go to a very short break as Senior Rotax are heading out on circuit now. Very quickly then, here's your grid. Harry Torpy from Rufus Hunt, Rob Ellis, Josh Torpy on row 2, Jack Tritton going for the title alongside Travis Coyne on the 3rd row. Ethan Ling and Harry Canham go from row 4, Casey Watson and Thomas Taylor row 5, Thomas Parker and Harry James on row number 6. So here we go then for the Senior Rotax final. And I think we're going to have a restart, and that is very opportune. They're being very kind to me today, the starts. Let's have a little review then of what the result from heat number 2 was. Harry Torpy took the win, is looking to close out a double hat-trick this weekend at Shenington. Did it yesterday, can he do it again today? We'll wait and see. But let's focus on championship. Currently, Jack Tritton sits on 540 points. Ethan Ling sits on 518. So this should be another one where, as long as Tritton takes the start and therefore registers for points, he is champion. Yeah, even if he was to finish 12th, Ling was to win the race, Tritton would win the title. Away we go then for the final in the senior Rotax category, and straight away Harry Torpey has got a very good start there and will lead as they go through Pitts Bend for the first time in this 10 minutes plus 1 lap race. Rufus Hunt says go, 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 let's get up the road, away from Rob Ellis as the big spin there towards the back of the field for the number 55 of Harry James. So not a great start for Harry there, but he's got the thing running again. And already look at the gap. Look at the gap to back to third place, but crucially up to third place is Ethan Ling. So Ethan Ling is fighting here. He wants a podium in the final race of the season. Took a podium back at Clay Pigeon in round number 1. Was third that day. Hasn't been to the podium in a final since. Keep an eye out for the number 87, Jack Tritton. There he is in the blue and yellow helmet. Shades of Fernando Alonso's designs in years gone by on that one. Very nice one indeed. He's just tucked up behind Joshua Torpey at the moment. Litchfield Motorsport driver there. This has been a theme that we've seen across the course of the day so far. Harry Torpey and Rufus Hunt out front trying to pull away from the rest of the field. As all through goes Rufus Hunt. He really wants to get on with this one and decides he wants to lead it. Down into bottom hairpin, the Stratford hairpin. So Harry Torpey has a streak at the moment of 4 victories. Would be 7 victories, but there was a blot on the copybook for the 2nd place. Shocking results in the first race yesterday. Joke, of course, 8 minutes to go. Rufus Hunt confirmed as your new leader, ahead of Harry Torpey. Ethan Ling still there in 3rd place. Josh Torpey 4th, Jack Tritton 5th. That's fine for Tritton. It's more than enough that he needs to close out this class victory in the championship. Casey Watson though just behind there with the number 1. Talking about it, how the number 1 looks to be being handed over between those two drivers. They've been close to each other pretty much all day. Just to say, Rob Ellis had a problem. He's fallen down the order a little bit, but has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 42.565. He's in 10th place, 7 minutes to go. What can this group do then to try and pull in? Because Ethan Ling, in fact, Ethan Ling is crossing the gap here. He's got some very good pace as Tritton goes down the inside of Torpey. Joshua Torpey not quite got the speed in this race. I'll admit it's a little bit of a surprise. Maybe he's holding a little bit back on the tyres. Needs to keep the kart in good check for the end of the race. And in doing so, has dropped back a little bit. So over start finish. Let's have a look at the times. 42.603, sorry, for Rufus Hunt. 42.525 and a new fastest lap of the race for Harry Torpey. They've got the hammer down now. They've just cranked it up a notch. The heat is rising here in Senior Rotax because they've pulled out 3/10 over Ethan Ling on that last lap. Jack Tritton, though, even though he was negotiating his way past Joshua Torpey, he's just set his fastest lap of the race so far, a 42.663, and is closing up to the back of Ethan Ling here. There are your two leaders, Hunt and Torpey. Tritton sets the fastest lap of the race so far, 42.464, sorry. He's just pulled in 3/10 of a second to Ethan Ling, and he's only 4/10 behind. In fact, that's a lot less than 4/10 behind as they go through the Bruno chicane. Now will Tritton work with Ethan Ling here to try and push him along to catch up to Hunt and Torpey, or will you reckon he's got the pace to just shoot straight through. I'd work at this stage. I don't think, as Tritton's pace is very strong, I don't think it's strong enough to close up to Hunt and Torpy purely by himself. He is pulling, though, Joshua Torpy and Casey Watson with him. So Ethan Ling, who'd got away from this group a little bit. In fact, he's going to go down the inside. Here comes Tritton and takes third place. So he's taken that option. And there's the point to go, let's work together. Let's try and close the two leaders down. But that's going to be a very, very hard task. Having said that, though, if Ethan Ling is happy to sit in the slipstream, knowing that championship has pretty much gone, so this is all about the round victory and who can take it. There's a warning out there for the number 73, which is Harry Torpy, for contact. And in fact, the pace was very good from Tritton. 42.5 last time around for Tritton, 42.9 for both Hunt and Torpy. Now, that may have involved a little bit of contact, as we've seen a warning. Might have held each other up a little bit. So let's see how this next couple of laps goes, and whether the Tritton train has a chance here of catching the two drivers who've been head and shoulders above the field throughout the course of the day. Over start finish, just over 3.5 minutes to go. 42.5s for Hunt and Torpy. Little bit quicker for Jack Tritton, 42.484. Joshua Torpy has also got through and into fourth place. So Ethan Ling, unfortunately, it's been a brave set of races today, has fallen down to sixth place. Casey Watson, though, is having a strong run with the final use of the number 1 plate. Just checking the sectors. Oh, big sector's just gone in from Jack Tritton. He is trying to do this on his own. If he does it, that's remarkable, but he's just put in a 42.420. The trouble is, you see there on your tower on the left-hand side, Hunt and Torpy are both in the 42.4s as well, and the gap is over a second. We've seen some big efforts here at Shenington over the years. Some big races in the senior ranks. And various kind of engine types. See Tristan trying to get as aerodynamic as possible, just shrimping ever so slightly behind the steering wheel. He really does need someone helping him from behind to just push him along. Yeah, and the pace is starting to go. I thought this might happen. You've got to give it to him. He's enjoying this final race of the season, a season in which he is going to be crowned your champion. Has had really, really strong results across the course of the year, regularly up in the top 3. I mentioned earlier in the day the two Torpies weren't present at Clay Pigeon. Rufus Hunt hasn't been present all year as well. No drop scores this year in Super One. 1.5 minutes to go then. Hunt and Torpy working well together again. They have identified the threat. They have kind of called off the fight when they realised that Tritton was starting to edge across to them. And I think they'll probably do that for another lap or so before... Oh, as round is Rob Ellis. Rob Ellis in number 46 has had a spin out there and has got going again now. But no, the two leaders will probably work together for at least another lap and then have at it to decide who's going to take the final trophy. And whether anyone this weekend can beat Harry Torpy. Keeping an eye on this battle as well, Joshua Torpy there in fourth place, just ahead of Casey Watson. Casey Watson, this has probably been the strongest race for Casey so far today. Maybe just hoping towards the end of the race that they could reel in Tritton. At the moment, the pace isn't quite in their favour. 42.7s for both Joshua and Casey, whereas Jack is comfortably in the 42.6s. Two leaders are in the 42.5s. as they come around the final corner. They might sneak one more lap in. 2 seconds, yep, so they will sneak another lap in, and there has been a change for the lead. So Harry Torpy back ahead of Rufus Hunt then. So have they started the fight now with 2 laps to go? Hunt goes down the inside, brave move, but that's a great switchback from Harry Torpy. Read that very well. I think he was a little bit surprised that Hunt went for it at that spot, but he held his steering open, knew that there'd be an undercut on, and pulled it off to perfection. But however, hang on a minute, Jack Tritton is closing in now. Have they started fighting a little bit too early? Now they see the last lap board. And what is the gap back to Tritton? It's less than a second. It's less than a second now. Still be a big effort for Tritton to keep closing in as they go into the hairpin. And I think Harry Torpy's turned it up a notch here, because all of a sudden Rufus Hunt cannot get close to Harry Torpy in the braking zones. Has Harry Torpy expertly here held onto his tyres, is pulling away, and has just got a couple more corners to negotiate. Oh, big send down the inside by Rufus Hunt. He went for it. It's going to be to no avail, though. Harry Torpy wins every single race at Shenington this weekend. What a performance. What a driver. The 2020 form continues. Apologies, I just said every race but one. Every race but one at the start of the weekend, but every race today. Harry Torpy. Fantastic results for him. Rufus Hunt in second. Third place goes to Jack Tritton. And there's a hug there between the two of them. That's great to see. Great respect between Harry Torpy and Rufus Hunt. Jack Tritton will be your champion, though. It's been solid across the course of the season, consistent. And that's what was needed in this championship. Fourth place will go to Joshua Torpy. Fifth place to Casey Watson. The end of a brave title defence there. Sixth to Ethan Ling, who, got to say, was a factor through the whole season as well. Pushed Jack Tritton to get those results out of his number 87. Thomas Taylor 7th, Harry Canham 8th, Thomas Parker 9th, Harry James 10th, Rob Ellis 11th, and Travis Coyne in 12th. We're going to take another short break. It's the Rock classes out next, and we're going to start with the final for Mini Rock. Final, another championship to decide. Let's have a look at the grid for the Mini Rock final. Aidan Hassan starts on pole position. Oliver Stilp alongside on the front row. Taylor Orridge going for title defence. Leading the championship starts P3. Harry Bartle alongside on that second row. Josh Turnbull and Archie Heron go from row number 3. Milo Manderson and Jacob Ashcroft are on row 4. Zane Quecker and Ty Medja are on row 5. Alfie Richards and Jack Sant start on row 6. Sam Woolley and Max Hollor start on row 7. Gracie Mitchell and Charlie Lomas on row 8. Jake Woods and Cameron Edmonds start on row number 9. Ollie Poole and Charlie Benson on row 10. Poppy Thomas and Ty Cuthbert on row 11. Archie Lovett, 23rd on the grid. All karts out on circuit. Always good to see. Let's have a look and a reminder back to Heat 2, which was quite a dramatic one, especially as there were penalties post-race. Aidan Hassan was given a 5-place penalty for gaining an unfair advantage. So your winner was actually Archie Heron. Archie Heron took his first win of the season. In terms of where the scores line up, so that meant that Oliver Stilp got a 4th in the end. Taylor Orridge got a 7th. Aidan Hassan got a 6th. So the lead for Orridge is not the biggest that we've seen so far today. It's 7 points. It's all to play for here in this Mini Rock final for round 5 of the SuperOne BKC. And there's a false start. Of course there's a false start, just as we get things excited. So we'll go around again. see the chevron flag. So 7 points. 60 points for the win, remember. So let's hypothetically say that, in fact, apologies, I put the numbers in wrong. Let's just do that. So the gap is 9 points. Apologies, I was getting my unofficial spreadsheet confused. 9 points. So if Oliver Stilp was to win the race and finish on 596 points, Orridge would need to finish 8th. So it's 8th or higher for Taylor Orridge to defend his Super One Mini Rock title, holder of the number 1 plate. Coming around Wilkins now, watching live coverage of the 5th and final round of SuperOne BKC 2020. Away we go then. No, we don't. That's another false start. Not quite sure what happened on the anti-pole side of the grid, but it wasn't correct. If you're enjoying the commentary, at Double Dash Motorsport Media on Facebook. You can tweet us as well, at Double Dash MN. Follow us on Instagram and all of that jazz. Has been great fun down here at Shenington this weekend. It's a great circuit, great staff. Big thanks to the Shenington staff across the course of the weekend. A lot of hard work has gone into preparing for this event, making sure everybody's safe, of course, in this current climate with the COVID-19 virus still out there. I've got a feeling that this is going to be a cracker. This should be a really, really fun race to wrap up the Mini Rock Championship, and there's a title on the line as well, properly on the line. No, just get round and finish one lap to get the championship. This has got to be, they've got to go out there and win this one, the drivers. Let's see what happens then. A cross start finish, much better run this time. That is not a false start. We're racing again at Shenington, and it's a great start for Oliver Stilp, who takes the lead around the outside of Aidan Hassan as they go through Park and Cafe and now Pitts Bend. That is just the start that was ordered for the number 7. Down into Stratford Hairpin for the first time. Hassan goes for it, takes the lead back as they run through the hairpin. Everybody's made their way through. It's a clean start here in Mini Rock. Taylor Orridge has followed through into 3rd place. He can just stay there. We saw him do similar for a long time in the 2nd race of the day before he got taken out by Aidan Hassan, and that was what the 5th place penalty was awarded for. He doesn't need to overtake the 2 drivers ahead of him. He can just run this one home and go all out, maybe at the O plate later in the month, in September. Archie Heron there in 4th place. Jack Deck's racing machine down the inside. That was Jacob Ashcroft going for a move. The number 77 of Milo Manderson fighting through the pack as well. Had a not so good start in race number 2. That's why he's starting a little bit lower down the grid. So he had a very good race number 1. Finished in 4th place. But it's your top 3, as we've seen for the last few rounds. Hassan, Stilp and Orridge breaking away from the rest of the field early on here at Shenington. Get the feeling though that Oliver Stilp will want to win this race. If he can't win the championship, he wants to end the season on a high. Aidan Hassan is already a little bit too far back to be a factor in the points come the end of this race. And similarly, he's had some good results in finals so far this year, but hasn't had a victory. Taylor Orridge, though, definitely has had victories. He was a round 4 winner yesterday, was very happy about it. 3 in a row. 3rd place was his results back at Clay Pigeon in round number 1. There's a good battle going on here. This is again Jacob Ashcroft fighting with Harry Bartle. Harry Bartle out front at the moment, with number 27. Another driver wearing... there's an incident down at the bottom here. This is at Wilkins Corner. The number 91 is involved there. And I think it's Archie Lovett's involved. Yeah, Poppy Thomas, Archie Lovett. I think Zane Quacker was stranded by that as well. Now, has Archie Lovett lost drive? If he has, this could get a little bit interesting because you could see Battenberg flags come out here to neutralise the race. Yeah, I think that's going to need a recovery. Just watch around the circuit, especially if you're at the circuit, to see do race control decide to take this one to a full course yellow in effect. It's a fast part of the circuit, big braking zone down there into Wilkins. Harry Bartle, Jacob Ashcroft going down into the hairpin, and through goes Ashcroft. Really nice, clean move there from Jacob Ashcroft that's good for 5th place. Out to the Bruno chicane goes that battle. And, oh, well done. Well done to the team and the marshals here at Shenington. They've managed to clear the number 28 of Archie Lovett, so we keep racing. Mechanical flag is out for the number 44, which is Zane Quacker. So some problems on Zane's kart that race control have deemed a danger to either himself and or other drivers. I'm just going to try and catch a start of it as the karts come past our commentary box window and let you know what that is. If you're watching at home on the live stream, if you're at the circuit, you've probably already seen it. Front runner's coming through the Bruno chicane. In fact, I think he's already gone in the pits. He's not come around. So Zane Quacker's race looks to be over. Ah, no, he's just come back, and it's a loose rear bumper. Loose rear bumper on the number 44. That is why he's received the meatball flag. 5 minutes of this race to go. RG Heron and Jacob Ashcroft now fighting over 4th place. Great move again from Jacob Ashcroft. Decisive. That's how I'll call that one. Straight up the inside at Park Bend. Left Heron no option but to yield and takes 4th place. And also, that's another really good move. Great battle this. Harry Bartle up into 5th place. Milo Manderson joining the back of this this train as well. If you're at the circuit, get your eyes on this. This is a fantastic fight for 4th place, and you never know. We've seen it before in this class. Hassan, Stilp and Orridge, it would be remarkable if they did it today, but have a history of tripping over each other at times. We saw it at Wilton Mill, and in fact there's been a here we go then. Taylor Orridge has taken the lead. The trio, with a bit more speed than everybody else in this class, have started to fight, and they've done it from 4 minutes out. We were just saying, as Aidan Hassan now goes back up the inside of Orridge, Wilton Mill will take us back to round 3. I think it was the 2nd heat of the day. This trio, out ahead of everybody else, tripped over each other on the last lap, and a great defensive drive for what was 4th place in most of the race. The time measure was good enough for the win. Down the inside into Wilkins again. There goes Aidan Hassan. There's a back marker involved in that. It's the number 91 of Poppy Thomas. And is actually calming things down. Oh, it's kind of good for us here in the comms box with this trio. Sometimes it's great fun to watch, but very hard to keep up on top of. As Hassan leads from Orridge, 1st and 2nd. Stilp has now got past Poppy Thomas. There's got a bit of a gap now, but if Hassan and Orridge start fighting, that will close up in no time at all. 3 minutes to go here in the Mini Rock final. Taylor Orridge looking to close out. And that's the thing with this race. Taylor Orridge has still got to get the kart round. He cannot afford to have a DNF in this race. He'd score points, but if Oliver Stilp keeps circulating and gets a good result, he'd lose the championship. He'd lose the title. And especially now there's a bit of a gap, I think there's a bit of a truce at the moment between Hassan and Orridge. They've identified if they can work together, they might be able to get away from Oliver Stilp. And for Taylor Orridge, that would be game, set and match in terms of the championship. 2 minutes 20 to go. So to let you know, the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th is still in raging on. In fact, it's a battle from 4th down to 8th. Here it is on camera now as Harry Bartle looks to the inside of the number 77 of Milo Manderson. You see Milo with the black and yellow helmet there with the M on the side. Great design. Another very good design. I like that one. Down the inside goes Harry Bartle, but he's going to overcook things, and Archie Heron gets back through, retakes 5th place. Milo Manderson looking to the outside now. Another JDR driver. And Alfie Richards is in this as well, number 83. Just waiting, just hoping. He's going to pick his moment for when it all starts to break down in this current battle. Gap between 2nd and 3rd, by the way, still hanging around half a second, just under 6/10. So Hassan and Orridge continuing to work together, but I think they will start fighting again as we go on for the last couple of laps, which is not that long away because we've got just over a minute on the clock. We're still very much entertained by this battle for 4th place. Jacob Ashcroft, Archie Heron, Harry Bartle and Milo Manderson. Actually, Ashcroft started to break away. Oh my goodness me, Manderson had a big look down the inside there into Park Bend. Harry Bartle just about gave him enough room, and they carried on this battle. So yeah, Jacob Ashcroft has got away. Oh, contact between Heron and Bartle, and that's the opportunity that Manderson needed, and Richards. We said Richards was just sitting at the back of that train waiting for something to happen, and there it is. And he's gained 2 positions through a bit of shrewd work. Puts him up to 6th place, and now to get that 5th place, instead of having to fight past 3 karts, he's only got to fight past 1. Milo Manderson has been very strong today. That's going to be easier said than done. Over start finish, Jacob Ashcroft is now clear in 4th place. 1.2 seconds clear of Milo Manderson with a back marker in between as well. Here back with our leaders, Hassan and Orridge. Time has expired, 2 laps including the one that they're on to go. Orridge has a little check over the shoulder, sees that there's still that gap to Oliver Stilp, his title rival. But knowing Taylor Orridge, he'll want to go for the win here. 2nd place. Has had 3 final victories in a row. Can he make it 4? They're on to the last lap. There is the board. New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Oliver Stilp as he saved something in reserve for the late stages of this one. They're going at it again, this trio who we've watched throughout the whole season. Hassan, Orridge and Stilp. Hassan goes defensive into the Stratford hairpin. Orridge will try the switchback, but no, Hassan's got too much control, too much speed through the hairpin, but Stilp is back with them. It's a 3-way, oh, brilliant move on the inside into the chicane, and Orridge is back into the lead, but with 1 big braking zone to go. What can Hassan do? He's loved the move down into Wilkins. He's looking for it. It's not there, though, but slow off the turn. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Here comes Oliver Stilp. What a race. What a final. What a champion. Taylor Orridge takes it and makes it 4 out of 4 in terms of finals, and that is it. He is champion again here in 2020. Mini Rock champion for SuperOne BKC 2020, and he is going to be delighted with that. Oliver Stilp, their 2nd place, a fantastic season for him as well. Aidan Hassan, it's been a lot of fun watching those 3 over the past few rounds. He finishes in 3rd. Jacob Ashcroft, great drive, finishes in P4, top novice. There is your champion though, and look how happy he is. Taylor Orridge does it again. He's just going to go through the formalities now, checking the weight of the kart. But boy, oh boy, and that will have been pressure. That will have been big pressure. He had to go out there, he had to get the results, and what a result it was. Another victory. We're going to take another short break. Next out on circuit is the last race of the day. It's Junior and Senior Rock. through. Here's your grid. Senior Rock to start off with. Paul Ozan, Harry Barlow, Max Davies, Joe Weaver, Scott Mackerel and Ben Jenkins. That is your top 6. Matteo Palmer, Daniel Pepper, 7th and 8th. Into the juniors then, Ollie Stevens, hoping for better luck in this one. Starts from pole position, Alfie Briggs alongside on the front row. The juniors, AJ Arnold going for the title. 3rd on that grid with Alfie Baxter Davies in 4th. Kieran Pepper, Thomas Wainwright and Isaac Lord. This one is going to be very interesting. Can Scott Mackerel hold on to his title? Can Paul Ozan complete the perfect weekend and maybe get even more? Away they go then for the seniors. The story of this weekend, Scott Mackerel probably has the best race pace, but doesn't have a reliable kart, and he's already fallen down to 5th place. It's up the inside there of Paul Ozan. Is that the number 10 of Max Davies? I think it was. So what a start for Davies. As the juniors are underway as well, it looks like it's been a brilliant start for Alfie Briggs. How has he got that big a jump on the rest of the field? But he's gone. He's completely gone up the road and could be on for another victory here in the final. He took the victory in the final yesterday. Over the start finish then for our seniors. Here they go. Let's just check them over the line. It's Max Davies from Paul Ozan, then Harry Barlow there in 3rd place. 4th place, just trying to track it through. Yeah, it's Scott Mackerel. So Scott Mackerel has fought back into 4th place. Let's get the scores in and see what that would all mean. The gap was 3 points, remember, between Mackerel and Barlow as they headed into this one. So if things were to stay as they are now, Mackerel would be your winner on 599, Barlow 597, Ozan 594. That's how close it is, and Paul Ozan's looking for the move at the inside of Max Davies there in the number 10. Max Davies hasn't had a final win so far this victory, a final victory this year, excuse me, as Paul Ozan looks to the outside. Is Max Davies planning to do the defensive job for the whole of this 10 minutes plus 1 lap final? Quite possibly so. Scott Mackerel will know the situation though. He's sitting there in 4th place. Does not need to push, especially given the fragility of that number 1 machine. Remember, a few weeks ago when you were last with us on the Alpha live stream for the SuperOne series, Paul Ozan goes to the inside, goes for the lead. Big move, takes the lead. Oh, what a move that is. And that's going to be enough to put Paul Ozan on to 596. He's just got to go now. He's got to give it everything. We spoke to him yesterday after the round 4 win, where we knew this was going to be his way of taking on these races. Just go for it. Anything else is a bonus. But this is so finely poised. All Barlow, well, if Barlow was to move up to another spot, remember, 60 points for your winner in this race, 58 for 2nd, 56 for 3rd. As Mackerel's now going to the inside. Oh, he's really going for it now, and I just wonder, is he starting to get a little bit spooked by the situation? Because at the moment, he doesn't need to go. Oh, big off! Oh, that's the 75 of Isaac Lord, and he's furious. Where is, I think that might be down at Wilkins. Now this is going to be interesting. Is that going to cause a Battenberg flag to come out? Looking around the circuit, not seeing anything at the moment. So Isaac Lord out of the junior ranks. Just to check in with the juniors, Alfie Briggs. This is remarkable. Alfie Briggs has got a 2-second lead over the rest of the field. It's up the inside there. Well, Isaac Lord's got back in his kart and is running again. Ben Jenkins, by the way, has had problems as well. He's out of this race. So the championship scenario in Junior Rock is a bit more straightforward. AJ Arnold just has to keep going round. Ironically, has to do what Ollie Stevens wasn't able to do in Junior Rotax. There is Stevens. 81 again. 81 is number in both classes. So I think we know where the title for Junior Rock is going. We really don't know for Senior Rock. I am just going to check my result from heat number 2 as well, just to make sure that there were no penalties and nothing of that description that had changed things. No, it was as it came over the line. Paul Ozan from Scott Mackerel, Harry Barlow, 1, 2, 3. And in fact, Mackerel and Barlow have both cleared Max Davies. Crucially, Mackerel has also cleared Barlow. So now the situation looks like this. Scott Mackerel 6:02, Barlow 5:97, Paul Ozan 5:96. But remember, Scott Mackerel has been in this similar position before. He won the title last year. Yesterday, he led the race in the final for round 4, lost an engine on the final lap of the race. If you thought that was remarkable, round 3 was in the same position, way clear. Lost a chain, but was saved by a red flag later that lap, which meant on countback he won the race. I mean, we talked about on the very same day Lewis Hamilton managing to win a race on 3 inflated tyres. What Scott Mackerel was able to achieve was even more remarkable in my book. It was a finish I've never seen before and probably will never see again. But there he is. Just needs to get this kart home. But this will be the 4 longest minutes, well, 4 minutes plus 1 lap, remember, that he's had in a very, very long time. We know they've dialed this kart back. They had another problem this morning. They've had to dial this kart back to get it to the finish. But he's not there yet. Paul Ozan, though, I've got to say, this man has massively impressed me this weekend. Great support, as we've mentioned a couple of times, from his family here this weekend. I accidentally and mistakenly called Harry Torpey as a double hat-trick winner this weekend. At the moment, Paul Ozan is on for doing that. In the fastest class of them all. He's really, really enjoyed his racing here this weekend. Scott Mackerel, though, well, if you had any doubts whether he was pushing or not, he's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 42.092. That is quick. That is very quick. 0.7 is the gap between the two of them. In fact, he is closing in on Paul Ozan. This is what we've been saying throughout the course of the day, that it seems that the number 1's race pace is a little bit more than the number 27 and the number 3. But it's that fragility that we've been talking about. Alfie Briggs, though, I've got to say, this is very impressive. I've watched Alfie race for a good few years now. I don't know whether it's that he just prefers this circuit a little bit, or it's the kart. There's a lot of work that's gone in by the Total Karting, by Rob Smedley team. It's been great to have them here again this weekend, out in force. Oh, mistake there from the number 33. It's Daniel Pepper having a fight with Ben Jenkins. They're not on the same line. Ah, no, Ben's going to have a transponder issue. That's what that is. That is genuinely for position. Ben Jenkins down the inside takes 7th place. And look at that. Alfie Briggs, the junior, is right running up with a couple of seniors. An absolute rocket ship, that number 47. Broken Ollie Stevens' final victory streak yesterday, and is now starting one of his own. He's going on the attack, he's going through. That will hurt. That might hurt Daniel Pepper a little bit there. But there's nothing he could have done about that one. The leader coming through. I saw a waving arm then, and it was that thought for a second, but it was the number 4. It's the number 4 of Kieran Pepper who wasn't happy. Similar liveries on Kieran's kart to the number 1, but there is the number 1 still going round. Keeps ticking the time by, keeps closing in as well on Paul Ozan. Just over a minute to go. For Scott Mackerel, just like we've seen with Taylor Orridge in the mini rock category, to defend his title and have that number 1 plate proudly displayed on his kart for another year. 2 laps, no, 3 laps. There's going to be 3 laps. They're going to cross the line next time around with a couple of seconds to go. 3 laps for Scott Mackerel to just get round. He doesn't need to overtake Paul Ozan. He just can sit there in second place. He's got the advantage over Harry Barlow, and the work earlier in the season has got the advantage over Paul Ozan. Just needs to keep going round. Max Davies is having a really good race, by the way, still in 4th. Joe Weaver is fighting with him for that 4th position. Mateo Palmer still circulating as well in 6th place. AJ Arnold and Ollie Stevens, by the way, there's so much going on in this race. They're having a great scrap. I think they know which way the title's going. It's going to be AJ Arnold who's going to be champion, but they're taking it right to the end. 2 laps to go then, including the one that they're on, and still the number 1, holding it together. These 2 drivers were in a very similar position yesterday when they had a damp race where tyre selection was up in the air. They all went slicks, and it was the right choice because the rain wasn't heavy enough at the time to warrant wet tyres. They were in this position, and it swapped on the last lap. What's going to happen on the last lap here then? Paul Ozan trying to close out a double hat-trick of victories here in Super 1 this weekend. Here in the senior rock class, Scott Mackerel, everything will be crossed. Hoping that that kart just keeps going. Alfie Briggs, remember the number 47, he is on target to be your junior champion. He's clear by really more than a country mile of the rest of the field. Don't need to worry about him, but coming down into the last couple of corners, it had all gone wrong for Scott Mackerel by this point 24 hours ago, but Paul Ozan is going to come around the final corner and make it a double hat-trick of victories, but Scott Mackerel has retained by the skin of his teeth, has retained his title, and is the Senior Rock Super 1 champion again. And relief, sheer relief for the whole team for Scott Mackerel. It wasn't his day yesterday. He had the retirement, and he breathes. That will have been the longest 10 minutes, 11 minutes of his season. Well done to the team. There's your winner. 2 in a row for Alfie Briggs here at Shenington. Dominant, absolutely dominant today in the final. Your champion is going to be number 93, AJ Arnold. You just see him there. Apologies, I think I mentioned 47 as the champion earlier. That was my mistake. It's been a long day. 93, AJ Arnold is your champion. And Scott Mackerel, what a few weeks he's been through. What a 24 hours he's been through. 3 engines blown yesterday, and then a problem in the first heat as well this morning. But has come back, has wrestled that number 1 around Shenington across another heat and a final. And that number 1 is staying on that kart for 2021. Alfie Briggs, there he is. Has stepped forward to take this final victory and looked completely unchallenged, if I'm being honest, in that one. That was really quite something from Alfie Briggs. But AJ Arnold should be in scrutineering as well, if we can get a shot of the 93 of AJ Arnold. He's, as I say, he was one of those that just needed to get round, just needed to get some form of points in that final race, and will be very pleased to edge out Ollie Stevens. There's Paul Ozan. I don't think I can quite believe it this weekend. A double hat-trick of victories. Every single race this weekend. There is the number 93, AJ Arnold, M Sport Racing Team. And he's had a pressure-filled day. A lot going on around him in terms of other drivers. The 2 Alfies obviously very quick. Ollie Stevens quick when the karts have been working for him. And he's seen it through and taken that title as well. And silence and calm falls over Shenington for the first time in a few hours, as that brings an end to our racing today. A few thanks from myself, the hard-working marshals. We couldn't go racing without our marshals. Big thanks to all of them. Big thanks to all the parents and the mechanics who prepare the drivers, prepare the karts. Really great efforts from them today. Hope we see you all back for the O-Plate on the 19th and 20th of September up at Rowra. Do get your entries in for all the different classes, Mini, Junior and Senior Rock, the Mini, Junior and Senior Max classes, the Bambino classes, the Honda Cadet class, and the Rotax 177. superone.alphatiming.co.uk/register/series to get you entries in on that one. Big thanks to our Alpha Live team here today. Fantastic stuff as ever from the whole team, and they're all going to get a shout out from me. Out there on cameras, Morgan Jones, Harry Buck and Gregory Malone. Producing and directing as well, Luke Austin and Darren Hassan to my left. Big thanks to all of them. I could not, literally could not do my job without their camera work, so big thanks to all of them. And big thanks to John Hoyle and his whole team at SuperOne. It's been a bit of a weird year, and the efforts that they've put in to get this championship on, this 5-round championship at 3 different circuits across the country over the last few weeks. I do hope you've enjoyed it. I've had massive amounts of enjoyment commentating on this round today and round number 3. And I guess that's all that we've got to say. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much, you at home, for supporting. And if you haven't already, do give a subscribe to Alpha Live on YouTube if you're watching over on that platform. And even if you're not watching on that platform, go and give them a subscribe anyway. The Facebook pages as well. I know it's a little bit cheesy, but it does help us out. At Alpha Live Productions on there, at Double Dash Motorsport Media if you've enjoyed the commentary. We're going to wrap things up. That's it. SuperOne BKC 2020 is done, and hopefully we'll see a lot of you at the O-Plate in September. My name's been Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Do take care of yourselves. Do stay safe and alert and all that business. Thank you very much for your support. We'll see you next time here on the SuperOne BKC Alpha Live live stream. Take care. Goodbye.